Hey everyone, welcome back to the alternate path. Today, we're diving into brand new what if story. What if Bella Swan was trained as a secret agent to protect Edward Cullen? Here's a quick summary. Trained as a secret agent, Bella is assigned to protect the elusive Edward Cullen, but her dangerous past makes the mission far more complicated than expected. But before we begin, if you enjoy stories like this, make sure to subscribe to the alternate path and share it with your friends, because it really helps the channel grow. Let's start the story. My name is Isabella Swan. I had a rough past and I will probably have a rough future. But the most important feature that you need to know about me is that I am a secret agent. Not only do I attend the very prestigious Meyer Academy for training future undercover agents, I am also the best. But that's getting ahead. Why don't I start from the beginning? I grew up in Phoenix with my mother Renee and my father Charlie. I was constantly beaten by my drunk father, and my mother would come home from work only to yell at me for doing something wrong and then continue to tell me how hideous I was. And she was right. I always believed her, from my plain brown hair that went from my mid-waist, to my eyes which were the same dull brown. I lived them until I was 14 years old. My father continued to beat me, always making sure to not touch my face so that no one would suspect anything, and my mother continued punishing me, telling me that she regretted having me and that I was a spoiled brat that was lucky to have someone as nice as her as a mother. Going to school wasn't much better. I was constantly ridiculed for how ugly I was. I came to only wearing sweatpants and t-shirts to school, not that much of the other clothing that Renee buys me is much better. Girls would accidentally trip during lunch and spill the contents of their trays all over me. They would call me a nerd and a geek and occasionally even hit me. Because of that, I spent most of my time in the library. My friends were my books, because they were the only ones that never judged or yelled at me. I used to have a friend, her name was Angela. We went to the same middle school and she was nice to me. Everything changed when we first stepped foot in high school. Apparently the popular girls thought that she was popular material and worthy of following them around like a helpless puppy. They gave her a choice: either she could join them and humiliate me every day, or get humiliated with me. Although with my luck I should have expected it, it still hurt when the one person I thought was my friend stabbed me in the back and joined very people who made it their job to make my life a living hell. However, all that changed on my 14th birthday. It had been raining that day, which was unusual in Arizona. The fact that it was my birthday either didn't matter to my parents or they completely forgot. It was a Saturday night and my parents were going out to dinner, leaving me to fend for myself for the night. This was nothing new to me, thus making me a very good cook at a very young age. My parents were going out to a very fancy restaurant, celebrating the promotion that my father had recently received. I was heating up some leftover mushroom ravioli when the lights went out. Wow, I didn't know the storm was this bad, I thought to myself. With that, I went to the closet that I get to call my bedroom and went to sleep on the piles of pillows and blankets that were on the ground. Soon after laying down I was in a deep sleep. The real surprise was the next morning when I actually woke up on my own instead of the usual screaming of Renee at 5:30 in the morning. I thought that maybe that was my birthday present, instead of pushing my luck and staying in bed for a few more hours like my body longed for. I got up to start making breakfast for my parents like they make me do every morning. However, to my utter surprise and joy, the kitchen was empty. Maybe they're still sleeping. My thoughts were interrupted by a loud knocking on the front door. Thinking that maybe it was my parents coming home extremely late, I was surprised instead to see a police officer standing on my doorstep with a grim expression on his face. This made me frantic, thinking that somehow word had gotten out about Charlie abusing me. He would kill me if I told anyone, so the sight of a policeman was not very welcoming to me. What he said next though stopped my mind in its tracks. "Are you Isabella Swan?" he asked. I simply nodded my head, too afraid to say anything. "I am very sorry to say that last night your parents were in a terrible car accident, they didn't make it." I was frozen. He must have thought that I was too depressed to speak from the way I must have looked. Instead of feeling sorrow and grief that any normal child with loving parents would feel, the only thing that was going through my mind was I'm free, I'm finally free. He continued to tell me that since I wasn't old enough to collect the money that was left to me, I was to be put in foster care. It didn't matter to me, anything was better than what I had now. I spent 3 years in foster care. No one ever adopted me, probably thinking that I wasn't as pretty or smart as the others that came and went. I was perfectly fine with it though. I was left alone. The brave ones that tried to talk to me, the scary girl that never talked to anyone, soon figured out that I wasn't worth it and left me alone before they too were adopted and moved on. It didn't take me long to figure out that no one wanted me and that I was meant for a life filled with solitude. No one would ever love me, and I soon gave up believing that someone would actually want me as a daughter. One day, a man came into the facility looking for someone to adopt. The other kids in my building were about my age, some older, some younger, however none of them had been in there for as long as I had. He talked to a lot of the other kids. I simply stayed by myself pretending to read my book while actually listening to their conversation. I discovered that his name was Marcus and that he was originally from Italy. However, I soon grew bored of their conversation and went back to reading Pride and Prejudice. A few chapters later I felt a gentle tap on my shoulder. I looked up quickly into the eyes of the man that I learned to be called Marcus. To say that I was astonished would be an understatement. No one, and I mean no one, ever bothered to talk to me. "Hello, my name is Marcus, what do I have the pleasure of calling you?" he asked. After a quick pause to make sure that it was indeed me he was talking to and not some other kid I was sitting near, I answered, "Isabella, but most people call me Bella." It came out quietly in a monotone that basically screamed that I really didn't feel like talking. I half expected him not to hear me. Other adults had tried talking to me but soon found out that I was obviously not the kid for them. Oftentimes I felt the grim satisfaction when I would overhear them speaking about my eyes and how they were afraid I would attack them or something. After a few more questions about me, he seemed to be satisfied and rose to talk to Clara, the woman in charge. While pretending to read my book, I kept my eyes on the mysterious man. Something he said seemed to shock Clara, for she gasped and glanced in my direction before her eyes returned to Marcus's face. I read her lips, actually interested in the conversation now. "Are you sure?" He simply just nodded in response. I soon found out that the man actually wanted to adopt me. This came as a shock to not only me, not that I showed it, but the kids who had been there long enough to know that the chances of that happening were slim to none. A few days later I was following him out of the building, carrying only a backpack filled with the few possessions I had, some torn up books, a few saved up dollars and a sweatshirt. It didn't take Marcus long to explain to me what the real reason for adopting me was. He was a recruiter for Meyer Academy, a top secret spy school. He goes all over the country in search of people my age who seem right for the job. He told me about how he had a very good feeling about me, that I would accomplish great things. When I first stepped foot in Meyer Academy, I was astounded. Sure, Marcus prepared me for all the high-tech futuristic technology that was required to simply get into the school. But he didn't tell me about the size of it. It was fantastic. There must have been at least 10 floors that stood in the middle of nowhere. Meyer Academy resided in California near the Central Valley. People that were not aware of it being a prestigious spy school simply thought that it was a school for snooty rich kids. You were required to endure 5 years of classes at Meyer, including courses on computer technology and physical combat. I made up one of the 31st years to be attending that year. Everything was just as new to me as it was to them. However, after a short amount of time it was quite obvious that I would go much further. Only after completing all 5 years of training could an undergrad go on actual missions. I was the only exception in all of the university's existence to that rule. I managed to complete 5 years of training in just 1.5. I surpassed other students and even teachers when it came to physical combat. No matter whether they were male or female, I managed to take them down in no time flat. I have yet to find someone that could pose as an actual challenge to me. Even when it came to technology, I am the fastest hacker known throughout the university and some even think the country. I had designed and built the entire security system for the school that stop and identify an intruder before they even blink. I am a living legend that other students either admire or fear. It's mostly the latter when it came to the students who were in the lower classes than I am. I'm cold and unstoppable. I let my hatred for the life I used to live fuel my fighting and motivation. I was impenetrable, still seeing myself as the ugly duckling that my mother always claimed me as. I had no friends and spent all of my time training and practicing. I was the perfect killer, Nothing could faze me, and because I didn't care about anything, no one could use it against me. All of the other students avoid me, they part like the Red Sea in the hallways, silently watching as I pass by. I do nothing to provoke this, I'm simply not like them, and I accept that. I have no friends, I don't trust anyone, especially after what happened with Angela. My life circulated like this throughout my first 2 years at Meyer Academy. My third year is bound to be different though, seeing as I already know everything there is to know. I woke up and rolled over to see that my alarm clock read 5:30 a.m. Oh great, I slept in. I was supposed to be up at 5 o'clock to get my morning run in before the classes started. Nevertheless, I quickly got up and started searching my room for something decent to wear. Because of my status at the school, I had my own room. Usually this privilege was reserved for fifth-year students only, but the academy figured that I earned it, seeing that I might as well be in my fifth year. However, my guess for my lack of a roommate would be the fact that every other student was too afraid to spend the night in the same room as me. My room had a pretty basic decor, made up of mostly gold and black painted walls with a matching gold bedspread. I decorated it myself and loved every aspect of it. My parents never let me have a room this big to keep the few possessions they allowed me to have. Shaking away the memories that were threatening to invade my mind, I quickly shrugged on a navy blue t-shirt and my favorite pair of black running shorts with a white stripe down the side. On my way out, I grabbed a granola bar, iPod and a rubber band to keep my hair out of my eyes during my run. Before I left, I made sure to activate the security system I installed to my room during my first year here. Basically, the only way to gain access to my room would be to first scan my fingerprint on the screen on my door. Any fingerprint that the computer didn't recognize right away would run a scan through the school's mainframe to figure out who was trying to get into my room. Once the person is identified, the computer would notify me on my cell phone asking me whether or not to let that person gain access. It was very convenient and made me worry less about my stuff getting stolen. Being able to even outsmart most of the teachers oftentimes had its benefits in this school. More than once the newer and less mature students would use trying to get into my room as a dare during a game of truth or dare. Oftentimes I would catch first years trying to outsmart my security system. I would open the door to try to figure out what they were doing, but once they saw me they looked like a deer caught in headlights and hightailed it out of there. Not many people were awake at this hour, so I had the entire track to myself. It was a nice facility. It was all indoors with the entire inside of the track set up with mats for the physical combat class. I came here almost as often as I did the library. Here I could release a lot of pent-up frustration without anyone giving me weird looks. Well, I still got weird looks, but it wasn't because of the fact that I was kicking the crap out of a punching bag. I took out my iPod and put on Gives You Hell by the All-American Rejects and started at a slow jog. 6 miles and 45 minutes later, I decided that I needed to wrap up my workout and go take a shower. I trudged back to my room on the second floor of the school, only slightly out of breath from my run. I swiped my finger on the screen and immediately gained access to my room. I grabbed another t-shirt, this time white, a pair of comfortable jeans and a gray zip-up hoodie before heading into the shower. I used my strawberry shampoo and freesia body wash, making sure to fully wash off the layer of sweat from my skin before turning off the water and stepping out of the shower. I dried my hair and put it into a high bun, and continued to put my clothes on. Pocketing my cell phone, I headed out to walk around the campus and find something to do. It was the first day of classes, and my first day officially as a Year 3 student. When I reached the end of the hall, I punched in my secret ID number and scanned my fingerprint on the elevator's computer screen. Only certain areas were open to certain people, which increased with each year you spent at Meyer Academy. Most first years only had access to the floor with their dorm room on and the levels which included their classes. However, I had access to all 10 floors plus the underground floors that only a select few students knew existed, which I happened to know stored a mass amount of weapons to be used only on missions. The elevator had 8 hidden cameras that constantly followed your every move, and it's nearly impossible to identify where one is, let alone all 8 of them. I waited patiently for the elevator to bring me up to the 7th floor, which stored all the computers. I hadn't checked the school's security system lately for possible breaches and intrusions, even though the chances of that were highly unlikely. By now most of the students were up and about. First years running back and forth frantically searching for the right classroom, only to stop in their tracks when they caught sight of me. Word travels fast in a school with such few students, and the first years probably already knew all about me, the top secret agent who could literally kill you in seconds. They stared wide-eyed as I passed, whispering to their neighbors. I heard the occasional comment, most of the time being, "That's Bella Swan, the top agent," or my now personal favorite, "I heard she can kill someone just by looking at them." After I heard that last one, I couldn't stop the chuckle that escaped my mouth. Deciding to have some fun for once, I looked straight at the guy who said it and let my mouth twist into a menacing grin. He and his friends bolted down the hallway so fast you would have thought that they were running a 50-yard dash. The older students who knew all about me, or enough to know that I wouldn't hurt them unless they provoked me, simply saw me and moved aside. That was fine with me, and I just continued on my way to the highest level computer room. Here at Meyer Academy there were two different categories you could major in. The first one consisted more of a mental approach rather than physical. The people who chose this path build new technology that could be used by the Academy and its agents. Either it was designing hacking software, or building weapons for agents to use out on the field. Either way, most of these people didn't have to leave the comfort and security of their offices and workspaces. We classify these people as technological constructors, but we call them TCs for short. The other choice is the exact opposite of the TC path. It is much more physical and also splits up into two groups. Members of the first group are known as guardians. Their job is to protect. They are sent out when the Academy catches the hint of a possible attack on an innocent person. Oftentimes this is when a hitman is hired to kill someone who has done nothing wrong. The guardians are sent out to protect the person while staying completely undercover. The second group of agents that choose this major are classified as prowlers. They do the exact opposite of guardians. They are the ones that are sent out to make the kill. Their job is to quickly make sure that a specific person is no longer breathing within a certain amount of time. They have the emptiness and mindset that guardians lack. Killing people doesn't affect their conscience, and only the agents who have nothing to lose can become them. Yes, I'm a prowler. I have the skills that the other positions require, but I choose to take the one with the most risk. Half hoping that on one of the missions I'm sent out on I won't come back. But I know that that's impossible. I'm just too good at my job to slip up and return home without finishing the job. When I stepped foot inside the computer room, the other students who were there suddenly found something to do that didn't involve being in the same room as me. With a sigh, I made my way over to my personal computer in the back of the room. The teacher gave a questioning glance to the students who were all trying to pile out of the room at once. But once he saw me, a look of understanding came over his face and he went back to whatever it was that he was doing. The computers at Meyer Academy were unlike any other in the world. It consisted of a piece of glass that is stood up and used as a touch screen. It's completely see-through but made so that if you were to stand behind the computer you wouldn't be able to see anything. Everything was wireless, and you gained access to the internet through the school's Wi-Fi. The only way to log in was to scan your entire palm on the screen and then continue with punching in your 16-digit ID number. I am the only one in the history of the Academy to ever be able to hack into someone else's account. The administrators could never figure out how I did it. It keeps them on their toes, knowing that I could find out their whole life story in a matter of minutes. My security system stated that there was an attempt to hack into the system at 1:34 a.m. this morning. The computer was unable to tell me what it was that they were after. All I know is that they didn't get it. In the middle of trying to trace the hack back to its original source, I heard something peculiar. ag-nt, SW, I looked up to see a first-year girl staring at me wide-eyed and hyperventilating. Wow, this must be their new way of giving out detentions. I nodded at her to continue. Administrator, ARO, wants to talk to you. If it wasn't for my good hearing I wouldn't have been able to catch that last part. I sighed. It looked like she was going to start crying, afraid that my reaction to the message would somehow cause her pain. In an attempt to soothe her worries I gave her a small smile, but it must have come out as more of a grimace because she gave a small scream and sprinted out the door. With a sigh I logged off of the computer and headed towards Arrow's office. Wow, I can't believe they're giving me a mission so soon. Wonder who I have to kill this time. The security system going into Arrow's office was very similar to the one on my own door. Except instead of alerting someone on their cell phone that another person wanted to enter, my fingerprint scan alerted Arrow inside of his office. It told him who I was and asked whether he wanted me to be let in. Once inside, you had to enter your ID number and get a full body scan to make sure that it really is you and that it's only one person. After completing this, I stepped into his office preparing myself for whatever he had planned for me. He looked up when I entered and said, "Good morning, Isabella, long time no see." I winced at the use of my full name, but nodded to him all the same and sat in the chair across from him. Arrow was the type of man where you could never guess what age he really was. He looked to be in his 30s but seemed to know the knowledge of a 60-year-old. I got along fine with him. He wasn't afraid of me and knew that he was lucky to have me. I just did what he asked, and other than the occasional assignment of a new mission, we never even spoke to one another. "Okay, so Isabella, we are going to try something different from your usual type of mission. You may not like it, but just hear me out." With that, he handed me a manila folder across the desk. I warily took it and opened it up. I snapped it shut as soon as I saw what was written across the top in bold letters. "You're sending me out as a guardian." I yelled at him, knowing that no one outside could hear me through the soundproof walls. He winced at my reaction and made a motion with his hands that I assumed was supposed to be a calming gesture. "The other administrators and I were hoping to broaden your range, see what else you could do," he said. "I'm a prowler, for God's sake. This is like being demoted," I said, quieter but with as much ferocity as before. "No, of course not, you're just the perfect agent we have for the job. You're the only agent that is young enough to go on this mission and blend in," he responded. "And in what situation does this mission take place?" I replied with as much hostility as I could muster. I already had a guess at what his answer would be, but I was hoping that for once I was wrong. "High school, of course," he said. My eyes widened and I thought about protesting, but I already knew that I had lost this battle. And by the look on his face, he knew it too. I sunk back in my chair and reluctantly reached out to grab the folder I had thrown on his desk when I was yelling. "So who's the lucky person that gets to have me as their bodyguard?" I asked him in a sulky tone. "He lives in Forks, Washington and attends the local high school. His name is Edward Cullen. Flight 64 to Seattle is now boarding. Please collect all your belongings and have your ticket ready." I sighed and grabbed my one carry-on that only contained one weapon because the chances of someone attacking on an airplane are small, but still possible. At least I get to fly first class. One couldn't even imagine having to sit for multiple hours squished in between two other people. And with my luck, they would probably have ended up being someone who's airsick, or a woman with a crying baby, or both. As I stood in line, I thought back to how easy it was to get past security in this airport. Well, it was easy for me. I used my cell phone to momentarily deactivate the screen they used to see inside the luggage. But just a small enough glitch to let my baggage pass through unnoticed, then I reactivated it. The weapons I was carrying that weren't in the bag was a different matter altogether. I had to fighting, throwing knives strapped to my inner forearms, hidden by my long-sleeve shirt and jacket, and one longer one strapped to my back. Back at Meyer Academy, I had spent weeks in the lab developing a weapon that cut like metal but wasn't. It was insanely difficult to find something that sturdy that wouldn't break once it came in contact with anything else. Now I have my own personal weapons that allow me to get through the metal detectors without hassle. I handed my ticket over to the woman on the other side of the counter and continued on my way to the plane, shouldering my bag. I passed through the doors of the plane and saw one of the two pilots nod to me. I nodded back with understanding. He was the only one on this plane who actually knows about my job and that I'm not just taking an innocent trip to Seattle. The Academy informed him ahead of time to let him know that I was on the plane, just in case something happened. 1A, 1B, 2A, I glanced down at my ticket and took the next seat, 2B. I took my iPod out of my bag and was in the middle of scanning through my playlists when I heard the most awful sound. Excuse me, does anyone know where seat 2A is? I looked up to see that the nasally voice belonged to a girl around my age with a face coated in makeup and long brown hair with too many products in it and an airhead look on her face. I snickered at the person that was stuck sitting next to her for the plane ride. Then to my horror, someone looked at her ticket and pointed to the seat next to me. I ripped out my ticket again to double check that I was in the correct seat. But to my dismay, it said 2B on it in big bold letters. I looked up again to see her attempting to shove a giant bright pink carry-on into the little overhead compartment. You have got to be kidding me, I thought to myself. She finally shoved her carry-on in the compartment and sat down next to me with a satisfied smile on her face. If I thought she was just going to sit next to me quietly, boy was I wrong. She turned to me with a giant smile on her face and said, "Hi. I'm Jessica. What's like your name?" "Bella," I replied, with the least amount of enthusiasm, trying to give her a clue that I did not feel like talking with her, or in her case screaming. She had already managed to wake up a few passengers that were sleeping and make others turn their heads to stare at us. "Oh my god, I love that name. Why are you going to Seattle?" "I'm going home from the vacation my parents sent me on," she said. "Forks," I replied in a monotone. "OMG. She screamed, "Me too. I go to Forks High School. I'm just coming back from winter vacation." "Are you going there too?" she asked. "Oh my god, I think I'm going to shoot myself." "Oh well, she'll find out sooner or later." "Yeah," I mumbled in response to her question. She responded with another scream and continued with her 20, more like 100 questions. This was how the next 45 minutes went by, her asking questions while saying the word, after every word. I couldn't switch seats because the plane had already taken off and I was contemplating whether or not to simply just break open the window and jumping out. I sighed in relief when she told me that she had to go into the restroom to put on more makeup. And then I was hit with a brilliant plan. I checked back to make sure that Jessica was in the bathroom, then tapped on the shoulder of a passing flight attendant. I put a worried expression on my face and said, "Excuse me miss, I'm really worried, that woman that just went in the bathroom." I looked towards the bathroom in back and she followed my gaze. She was telling me about her plan to hijack the plane. She said that she has a knife in that bathroom and I'm really afraid. At this last part the woman's face snapped back towards me with an expression that I'm sure matched my fake worried one. "Don't worry, we'll take care of it, thank you for notifying me," she said, and then I watched as she scurried to the front of the plane to talk to a male flight attendant who was passing out drinks. She whispered in his ear the information that I passed along to her and he took a glance at the back bathroom. He headed towards the back, but not without grabbing another flight attendant to help him. I watched as the bathroom door opened and Jessica stepped out with a fresh coat of makeup on her face and she was now examining her nails. I saw with sweet satisfaction as the two flight attendants tackled her to the ground and tied her wrists behind her back. They put her in a chair in the back and one of the flight attendants stood guard while the other went to alert the captain. All the while Jessica sat there with her hands tied asking what the hell was going on. With another satisfied sigh I put in my headphones and leaned back in my seat, closed my eyes, letting my classical music flow through my ears. Finally some peace and quiet. I woke up with a start, the plane was wobbling around a bit. "Attention passengers, we are experiencing some turbulence," said the pilot's voice through the intercom. "No shit Sherlock. Please remain in your seats, we still have about an hour until we land in Seattle." I reached into my bag and pulled out my laptop, thinking that I should probably get some work done while I can. I turned it on and swiped my fingerprint, logging me on and giving me access to all my files. I decided that the best way to go at this mission would be to look at it as if I was trying to kill the person. I needed to find out everything about him, his habits, the places he spends the most, and the people he spends the most time with. I opened my email and downloaded the folder that Arrow sent me containing all the information that I would need to learn about Edward. Name: Edward Anthony Cullen. DOB: March 3, 1991, adopted. Current location: Forks, Washington. School name: Forks High School. People of association: Alice Cullen, sister; Emmett Cullen, cousin; Jasper Hale, Rosalie Hale, Tanya Denali. Other: dating Tanya Denali currently. The page of information was followed by a picture that made me gasp out loud. He was the most handsome guy the first had ever seen. He had bright green eyes that captivated me and a crooked smile that I'm sure has made many girls faint. His hair was a bronze color that made me want to run my hands through it. I memorized every part of his face, telling myself that it was only in case I needed to identify him in a hurry, when really it was because I couldn't look away. I finally snapped out of my ogling to realize that I had been staring at his picture for over 10 minutes and that I should probably look at the rest of the information. I took one last glance at the picture of Edward, and then pulled up the information about the next person on the list. Name: Mary Alice Cullen. D.O.B., July 15, 1991, adopted. Current location: Forks, Washington. School name: Forks High School. People of association: Edward Cullen, brother; Emmett Cullen, cousin; Jasper Hale, Rosalie Hale. Other: dating Jasper Hale. The picture that pooped up after this one was of a girl that could not be more than 5 feet tall. She had short spiky black hair and look in her eyes that made you think that she knew exactly how things were going to turn out. Name: Emmett Cullen. D.O.B., September 25, 1991. Current location: Forks, Washington. School name: Forks High School. People of association: Alice Cullen, cousin; Edward Cullen, cousin; Jasper Hale, Rosalie Hale. Other: dating Rosalie Hale. The picture of Emmett showed a very muscular man that would have been very intimidating to anyone until they saw the look on his face. He had dimples in his cheeks and a goofy grin on his face that let you know he was just as harmless as a teddy bear. He had short curly brown hair. Name: Jasper Hale. D.O.B., November 3, 1991. Current location: Forks, Washington. School name: Forks High School. People of association: Alice Cullen, Edward Cullen, Emmett Cullen, Rosalie Hale, sister. Other: dating Alice Cullen. Jasper seemed like the calmest in the group so far, and I can see how he would be the perfect match for Alice Cullen. He had long blonde hair that fell into his eyes, which were blue. Name: Rosalie Hale. D.O.B., November 3, 1991. Current location: Forks, Washington. School name: Forks High School. People of association: Alice Cullen, Edward Cullen, Emmett Cullen, Jasper Hale, brother. Other: dating Emmett Cullen. Rosalie looked like, well, she looked, okay, to tell you the truth, she looked like a complete ch. Her expression basically said, "Don't talk to me." She was gorgeous with bright blonde hair and a figure that a model would kill for. Name: Tanya Denali. D.O.B., March 3, 1991. Current location: Forks, Washington. School name: Forks High School. People of association: Edward Cullen, Lauren Mallory and Jessica Stanley. Other: dating Edward Cullen. She had bleach blonde hair to her waist and obviously hung out with Jessica. She had makeup coating her face and a look on her face that I think she thought made her look sweetie, but it was far from it. There was a final note in bold at the bottom. You are to under no circumstances to ever let any of the people you meet on this mission to know about the true purpose of why you are there. Good luck. I deleted the file, relying on my photographic memory to remember everything I just read, and turned off my computer. I put my headphones in my ears but made sure to keep my eyes open this time. It would not be good if I fell asleep again. After another half hour or so, the pilot told us that the plane would be landing soon and that the weather was actually nice in Forks. I looked out the window. Apparently they think that overcast is nice here. Later I headed of the plane, seeing 2 other men practically dragging Jessica off to be questioned. I chuckled to myself and headed towards baggage claim to collect my other weapons and such. Putting my 3 bags on a cart, I wheeled it outside to catch a cab to Forks. I waved one down and got in. When I told him where I wanted to go, he grimaced. I gave him an apologetic smile and showed him that I had the money I had with me. Once he saw my bundle of cash, his whole demeanor changed and he started driving. A few hours later he pulled up to the house that I would be using as my base. My story was that I was new to Forks with my parents, but they are going to be out of town for the next few months. Which, to my agitation, is how long I'm supposed to be staying here. I grabbed my bags and paid the taxi driver. I watched until he rounded the corner, then went up to the front door. The house itself was cute. It had an off-white paint job with white trimming around the edges. It was double-storied and had minimal windows. It was perfect. The house may have looked ordinary, but it was far from it. The doorknob was a palm scanner that unlocked at my touch. I looked around and walked into the living room that looked ordinary enough in case someone was to look through the front window. I decided to do a little exploring. There was a fully stocked kitchen, a bathroom and a few closets. I saved the garage for last. I opened the door and felt my jaw drop. Inside there was a brand new Maserati Gran Turismo in silver. On the windshield there was an envelope with the keys and a note saying, "You're welcome, After inspecting my new car, I dragged the bags of weapons up the stairs. There were 2 rooms up there. One would be the room I slept in that was in fact just a regular room. And the other was a room with 3 high-tech touchscreen computers and room to store my weapons. I went to the second room first because I didn't have much clothing yet. I was planning on going shopping soon. In the second room I opened up the walk-in closet and saw to my satisfaction that there would be plenty of shelves to store all the different weapons I had. After unloading everything from grenades to tasers that were provided by the academy, I was exhausted. I set the alarm code and locked up the room, then went across the hall to get some sleep. I would need it. Tomorrow I would be going to high school, again. Next I pulled up Edward's schedule to notice that it was, magically, the same as mine. Satisfied, I closed my computer. I got up and headed towards the shower. I got in and used my favorite strawberry shampoo along with my Freesia body wash. Stepping out, I grabbed a towel and proceeded to dry my hair, thoughts about the day to come flowing through my mind. I brushed my teeth and headed back to my room. After putting on a clothes and underwear, I went to my weapons room across the hall. I deactivated the security system and walked into the closet containing all my weapons. Flipping on the light switch, I decided to start with my knives. I grabbed my favorite throwing knives with 3.5-inch long blades and strapped them to my forearms with special bands that allowed me to release the daggers into my hands when needed. Next I went over to the shelves containing my guns. I grabbed one of my smaller ones and strapped it to my outer thigh. Walking back across the hall to my room, I put on a loose pair of black sweats so that my gun was concealed in a gray and black striped long-sleeve shirt to hide my knives. Double-checking to make sure that nothing was showing, I threw on my gray zip-up hoodie and pulled on my white Vans. After grabbing a rubber band to put in my hair sometime later, believe me, it is really hard to chase after someone with your hair flying in your face, I went downstairs into the kitchen and glanced at the clock. I only had a few minutes until I needed to leave. I grabbed a granola bar and $5 to pay for lunch at school. Grabbing my keys off the counter, I went into the garage. The excitement of getting a new car hadn't worn out since I last saw the Maserati last night. Climbing in, I turned on the car and listened to the sweet sound of a motor that could go from 0 to 100 km/h in a little over 5 seconds and has a top speed of almost 300 km/h. The car itself was pretty low-key as far as Maseratis go. It's a nice car, but it does stand out as bad as the others. I opened the garage door and grinned as I quickly backed out of the garage. Knowing my driving, I was bound to make it to school in 5 minutes tops. I arrived at the school and parked my car in an empty spot near the front office. I must have still been pretty early because there was hardly anyone there. I looked up at the school expecting to see a lightning storm above it like in scary movies. When my parents were alive, I was in my freshman year at high school and 14 years old. But once they died, I dropped out and went into foster care. The academy figured that because of all the reading I did and my test scores, I was smart enough to not have to continue my high school education and just come to the academy. I was now 17 and at the appropriate age to be in my junior year. The same year as Edward. Making sure that I had my cell phone in my pocket, it would not be good if someone were to find it. Not that they would be able to access anything without my fingerprint. I got out of the car. I walked over to the building labeled front office and opened the door, instantly being hit by a wave of heat. I walked over to the counter to see a woman in her mid-40s with a name plate on the desk that read Mrs. Cope. I cleared my throat loudly, trying to take her attention away from her computer. She snapped her head in my direction with an annoyed look on her face until a look of curiosity replaced it. "Hi, I'm the new student here, Isabella Swan," I said in a bored tone, wanting to get out of the stuffy room ASAP. "Oh, of course," she said, then quickly shuffled through some papers until she came up with the right ones. "Here is your schedule, a map of the school and a paper with your locker number and combo." I grabbed the papers she handed over, even though I knew that I wouldn't need any of them since I already knew what and where my classes were and that my locker number was 1023. Which was, coincidentally, located 2 down from Edward's. I turned to leave, but she said, "Oh wait. I almost forgot, here is a paper you need to get signed by all your teachers, then return here by the end of the day." "Great," I said sarcastically, but she must have thought I was serious because she smiled at me and said, "Have a great first day." Like that's going to happen. I pushed open the door to a much fuller parking lot and a group of 5 boys surrounding my car practically drooling. Apparently my car wasn't as inconspicuous as I thought. I sighed and walked over to them. "Excuse me, but do you guys think that you can stop drooling over my car long enough for me to get in?" At that all of them snapped their heads in my direction. "This is your car. You own a frickin' Maserati. Do you have any idea how nice this car is?" "Yes, I am aware of how nice my own car is. Now can you please move so I can get in?" I said, a little exasperated now. They seemed to get the picture and slowly took a couple steps back as if they expected the car to disappear if they blinked. I sighed, unlocked the car and got in. I backed up slowly too. Make sure that I didn't run over any of my car admirers. I followed the other cars to the student lot and parked in another empty spot next to a silver Volvo, which was the second nicest car next to mine. I took a deep breath and got out. Okay, now to find Edward. I walked through the double doors into the school's hallway pretending to be studying my school map even though I already knew where everything was. Lots of people were staring and whispering. The word, "new girl," came up quite a few times in their conversations. I ignored them and decided to head towards my locker, betting that this was where Edward was most likely to be before classes. I was right. Leaning against his locker was Edward Cullen, the person I was hired to protect, and he was lip-locked with none other than Tanya Denali, his current girlfriend, or so the file I read said. Her hands were behind his neck, pulling him even closer than they already were, while his hands were on the small of her back. He didn't seem as eager to be dotting her as she did him. All of a sudden he stopped dotting her and looked straight at me. His picture didn't do him justice. He was beyond perfect. He was more of a god than a human, and I felt something stirring in the pit of my stomach, but I just told myself that it was from hunger. As I got closer to him, I noticed that his eyes were no longer the bright green that they were in the picture of him, but a now darker, almost black color. I looked away from his eyes to notice that Tanya was grabbing his head with both hands and puckering her lips, trying to get him to continue with what he was doing before he saw me. I couldn't stop the chuckle that escaped from my mouth as I passed by. The scene was far too funny. Tanya seemed to notice me for the first time and turned to glare at me. If it wasn't for the fact that I could easily kill her before she even blinked, I might have actually been intimidated. Her face was coated in makeup and she had bright red lipstick on. She matched her profile picture perfectly. I just smiled back sweetly and strolled towards my first class, ignoring my locker for now. I rolled over and hit the snooze button on my alarm clock, which was flashing 6:45. I groaned but got up all the same. Grabbing the clothes I was planning on wearing today, I headed to the bathroom to take my shower. Once I got that taken care of, I let my hair air dry, not even combing it. I was one of a very few number of guys who could pull off the just rolled out of bed look. Heck, I could do anything with my hair and girls would still be all over me. But that's who I am. Edward Cullen, Mr. Popular and good looking. I was filthy rich and got all the girls I wanted. I pulled on a pair of baggy jeans, a t-shirt and a black zip-up hoodie. I was knocked out of my reverie by a loud knocking on my door. "Edward Cullen, get out here now. We have to get to school." I would recognize the voice of my sister Alice anywhere. She may be small, but you do not want to get on her bad side, trust me. I opened the door to see her fuming. "Why do you want to get to school so badly?" I asked her. "Because I just have a good feeling about today," she responded. "Whatever you say, Alice," I said, yawning, still not quite awake. "Oh, that reminds me, can you tell me why I caught Tanya leaving the house at 1:30 in the morning?" "Because I didn't want her to spend the night," I said in a smartass tone. "Don't you have any decency? I mean, you just broke up with Becky or whatever her name was 4 days ago. We didn't do anything, and besides, it's not like Dad cares. It's not like he ever cares. Whatever, just know that someday you're actually going to fall for someone and they won't actually fall for your cheesy pickup lines," she said, poking me in the chest with her finger. "Huh, Alice, you are so funny. Like any girl can't fall for my charm," I said, completely serious. She pretended to gag and said, "Just meet me in the car in 5 minutes or else." "Fine, fine," I said as I closed the door in her face. I went over to my desk and grabbed my phone, noticing with a grimace that I had 8 missed calls from Tanya and 3 voicemails. I don't even know why I'm dating her again. She's not even that good of a I've already dated all the good-looking girls at our school, some of them twice. I grabbed my black backpack and went downstairs and out the door to the driveway. Alice was already there, tapping her foot impatiently by the side of my Volvo, waiting for me to unlock it. As soon as she heard the click of the doors being unlocked, she hopped in and looked at me with an expression that pretty much said, "I will kill you if you don't get in the car right now." I sighed, got in and backed out of the driveway. I loved my car more than any of my girlfriends, trust me, I've had a lot of them. My dad was an extremely rich CEO of a multi-million-dollar company, thus allowing me to own any car of my choice. My entire childhood he was never around, relying on the nannies he hired to take care of my sister and I. My mom died when I was little. She was the one that wanted kids and convinced my father to adopt Alice and me, but once she died my dad stopped being in our lives. He was never actually at home and I only saw him probably once every few weeks if I was lucky. Maybe it was the lack of having real parents around that caused me to be the way I am, an egotistical player who dates girls only to dump them a week later. Sometimes I wonder what kind of person I could be instead of what I am, but then I just go and hook up with another girl and forget about it. Maybe it's the fact that there's a new student today. Alice said quietly to herself. "What do you mean, new student?" I asked her with a confused expression. I hadn't heard anything about someone new coming. "There's going to be someone new attending Forks High today. I don't know whether it's a guy or girl though," she said, still looking out the window. "Huh," was my response as I pulled into the parking lot. Alice seemed to snap out of her little self-contemplation and jumped out of the car and started looking around, but soon frowned when she couldn't find what she was looking for. "Damn, they're not here yet," she said, now sulking. "See, this is what we get for getting here so early, we even beat the new kid," I said to her, shaking my head. Fine, I'm going to see if Jasper's here yet. I think I see his car over there." She waved goodbye and headed towards one of the classrooms. I locked my car, making sure it beeped, and headed towards the school. I decided to get some stuff from my locker before heading to history class. As I was concentrating on entering my locker combo, I felt two manicured hands over my eyes and a high nasally voice say, "Guess who?" I wonder, I thought sarcastically. "Good morning, Tanya," I said, turning around to see a pout on her face that I'm sure was supposed to be cute but clearly wasn't. She was obviously upset that I managed to guess it was her. "Well, who else has a voice as annoying as yours?" Before I could even get another word out, her mouth was pressing on mine. I reluctantly let her keep dotting me. I put my hands on the small of her back and she wrapped her arms around my neck, trying to press her body even closer to mine. "This is getting really tiring. I have got to end this relationship soon. She's getting really clingy." I felt like someone was staring at me and looked up to see who it was and held back a gasp. That's when I saw her. She had to be the most beautiful girl I had ever seen. It was like watching one of those slow-motion movie scenes where the girl is walking in slow motion with her hair blowing back in the wind while all the guys stare after her longingly. Yet this was exactly like that, as I noted that I wasn't the only guy staring at her. She was staring right at me, and it was like everyone else had disappeared and that it was just her and me, like there was some invisible cord pulling me towards her. She had long brown, wavy hair that went to her mid-back and a heart-shaped face. The clothing she was wearing wasn't revealing at all, but it still didn't deter from her natural beauty. As she got closer, I noticed that she had the most beautiful brown eyes that I seemed to drown in, and full lips that were a light pink color. She wore no makeup but pulled it off unlike most girls. As I was noticing these features, I felt a stirring in the pit of my stomach that I was sure wasn't from just dotting Tanya. I was knocked out of my trance by the chuckle that escaped her mouth when she passed by me. Confused, I looked away and noticed that Tanya was glaring at her. Her facial expression scared me a little bit, but when I looked at the beautiful girl again, she just smiled sweetly back at Tanya and kept walking until she rounded the corner. As soon as she was out of sight, time seemed to kick back in motion, and I looked around to see the most of the male student body staring in the direction that the girl just left, practically drooling. It was remarkably quiet until one of the guys asked, "Who was that?" Some of the other guys standing around shrugged, at a loss. Then Alice came in, having Jasper firmly in tow, and skipped up to me. "Hey Edward," she said, completely ignoring Tanya, who was still trying to get me to make out with her again. "Guess what?" "What?" I said in a daze, still thinking about the mysterious girl from before, staring off in the direction she went. The new girl, my head snapped back to her face at the mention of this. Her name's Bella and she's in your first class. Yes. Finally a new girl to date. I mean, come on, she's got to be just like the other girls I've dated with looks like that. Right. I knocked quietly on the door to my history classroom and went in. A man in his late 40s looked up from his newspaper and said, "Ah, you must be Isabella Swan, the new student." Great, another student to fall asleep during my class. He mumbled the last part to himself, but with my good hearing I understood him. I responded to the comment I was supposed to hear with a simple nod and walked closer to his desk. I needed him to sign the paper I had to return at the end of the day. As I got closer I noticed that he was doing the daily crossword and he seemed to be stuck on one of them. I shoved the paper under his nose and he grumbled but took out a pen nonetheless. While he was signing it I read the question upside down, a 6-letter word for an extremely powerful rifle developed for the military, and smiled at how easy the question was. "Excuse me sir, but I was wondering where I should sit, seeing as I'm new." I asked him in a smug tone. "Anywhere is fine." He sighed. "I'm reassigning the students new seats today anyways." "Oh, and Ms. Swan, I do not tolerate bad behavior in my classroom, so choose your seat carefully," he told me in a strict tone. I just raised an eyebrow, grabbed the paper from him and turned to leave. Then, remembering the crossword, I turned back around. "Oh, and sir, the word you're looking for is sniper," I told him, pointing towards the crossword with a smug smile on my face. He looked surprised and seemed to go over the word I told him in his head. He grumbled when he realized that I was correct and wrote in the answer. Still smiling smugly, I went and took a seat in the back of the classroom, just to piss him off. I had a feeling that I wouldn't get along well with this teacher during my time at Forks High. I had literally been in my seat for a minute when the bell rang. I gulped and got ready for my own personal hell. The other students filed in but stopped in their tracks when they saw me sitting in the back. They would look at the seating chart on the teacher's desk, then shuffled to their new assigned seats, all the while still staring at me, occasionally whispering to their neighbors. "Wow, this is just like Meyer Academy, and these people don't even know who I am." I noticed that a lot of the boys seemed to frown after they saw where the teacher had them sitting. The seat next to me still continued to be unfilled, and I had a feeling I knew exactly who was going to be sitting in it. And of course, as soon as that thought went through my head, Edward Cullen himself walked through the door seconds before the bell rang. I immediately noticed that all the girls straightened and attempted to fix their hair or pulled out their mirrors to fix makeup. I rolled my eyes at them and looked back at Edward. His eyes roamed the classroom as if he was looking for someone, but they stopped once they settled on me. Once he saw me looking at him, a crooked grin came on his face that only became more prominent once he saw that he was going to be sitting next to me. Still grinning, he walked over to the seat next to me and sat down, throwing his backpack on the floor. I looked around to see I was getting glares from girls in every direction. Wow, hostile much. Once everyone was settled in their new seats, they started talking to the people around them. Edward, still smirking, turned to me and said, "Hey, I'm Edward, but you probably already knew that, even though you're new." "Are you serious?" Could he get any more egotistical? I said slowly in response without looking at him. He smiled and continued talking to me. "Oh good, so you have heard of me. I hear that all girls give me a good review after a day with me, or sometimes even night," he said, then winked at me. I held back a gag. Oh, they must have been talking about someone else, because all I see here is an egotistical jackass, I said, finally looking at him, and then went back to scanning the room like before. Of course I get stuck with looking after the biggest jerk in Washington. My answer seemed to shock him and the arrogant smile slowly started to fade from his face. And just when I thought he was finished talking to me, a smug smile appeared on his face. "So do you want to go out tonight? I can make it worth your while," he said suggestively, still smiling like a smart ass. I could not believe it. I mean, he had to be joking. "You have got to be kidding me," I said, turning to him. "Besides, who would date me?" A confused expression came over his face at my outburst. I had a feeling that no girl had ever actually rejected him before. "Why?" he asked slowly. "Are you a lesbian or something?" "No, actually I'm just rejecting you. I'm telling you this because I can tell it doesn't happen to you often," I said, gesturing to the girls who were openly staring at him, daydreaming. "Besides, I literally just saw you making out with some girl in the hallway." I said to him in a ferocious hushed tone because people were starting to look this way. And then the arrogant look came over his face again and he said, "Oh, so you're jealous, don't worry, it happens to girls all the time when I'm around someone pretty." He ran a hand through his hair and it made me wonder if it was as soft as it looked, but I snapped out of it by his next comment. "Besides, you're obviously attracted to me, just playing hard to get," he said with a smirk leaning back in his chair. I wanted so badly to wipe it off his face with my fist. But sadly I would probably end up killing him and that would be the opposite of my purpose for being here, I thought with a sigh. Instead I gritted my teeth and said, "Edward, I will not go out with you." My outburst was met with silence and I looked around to see the entire class, minus the teacher who could care less, staring open-mouthed at me. All the girls were staring at me as if I just threw a diamond necklace in the trash, and all the guys were looking at me with shocked expressions on their faces. I swear you could hear a pin drop. I sank into my seat with embarrassment and my face as red as a tomato. What the hell did I just do? I never lose my temper like that. Thank God the teacher came to my rescue by finally starting class. I took notes quietly on what he was saying, while Edward just sat in his seat next to me staring straight forward. My rejection must have shocked him, for he seemed to be having a mental debate with himself. This was how the rest of the period went by. Edward never said anything else, but he would occasionally glance at me when he thought I wasn't looking. Finally the bell rang and Edward sprinted out of the class before most people were even out of their seats. I guess he doesn't know that I'm going to be in his next class too. I grabbed my stuff and sprinted out of the classroom as fast as I could. I rushed into my next class, English, and sat down in my seat with a relieved sigh. She's got to be playing hard to get, I mean there's no other explanation. Yeah, I bet when she said she wouldn't go out with me just to give other people the idea that she wasn't into me. But that's ridiculous, I mean, who wouldn't be into me? As I was thinking this, the object of my thoughts herself walked through the door and talked to the teacher. Yep, by the end of today, she'll be eating out of the palm of my hand, just like every other girl at this school. I couldn't put on my charm and try to dazzle her right now because she was sitting on the opposite side of the classroom from me. And passing notes would also be incredibly difficult. If the teacher read some of the stuff I wanted to say to her, that would not be good. So my plan was to treat her like all the other girls at this school, and pretty soon she'll just be another notch in my belt. Besides, I like a good chase. Thank God Edward kept to himself during English. I don't think I could have taken any more of what happened in history. There was a 10-minute break before our next class, PE. My favorite. Finally somewhere to release my pent-up frustration. Too bad about having to wear uniforms though. That last thought stopped me short when I thought of the weapons that would become very visible if I was to wear shorts and a t-shirt. After entering the gym I went straight towards the office that I assumed was for my teacher. I knocked on the part-way open door and heard a gruff, "Come in." I pushed the door open the rest of the way and was greeted by the sight of a man in his late 30s wearing a sweatshirt that read Forks High and blue track pants. "Hi, I'm the new student Isabella Swan," I said. "Nice to meet you, let me get you a uniform for the class." He rummaged through some boxes on the floor of his office and handed me a pair of shorts and a t-shirt. "Actually, sir, I was wondering if I could have sweatpants and a long-sleeved shirt instead." At his questioning look I continued, "I get cold very easily." He seemed to buy it and reluctantly dug in the boxes again. He handed me a long-sleeved t-shirt and sweatpants that both said Forks High in large letters. "They're probably a little big for you. I'm usually giving the sweatpants to guys, so I try to get larger sizes," he told me. "Oh, don't worry, these will be perfect. Thank you," I replied, heading out the door and making my way over to the locker room. Once inside, I made my way over to my assigned locker and unlocked it. I looked around to make sure that no one else was there, then quickly started stripping the clothing covering up my weapons. I heard distant chatter that was becoming louder each second and I quickly threw on the long-sleeved shirt and pulled up the sweatpants. I got it all on just as the door burst open and Tanya and all her cronies piled in. These girls were just as bad as the ones that made fun of me when I was in high school last time, before I was an agent. They were all spoiled and stuck up with multiple coats of makeup on. They stopped once they got 5 feet from me. "Oh look, it's the new girl," Tanya said in a nasally voice that made me want to cover my ears. Isn't she the one that turned down Edward? Said one of the girls that had followed her in. This made Tanya angry, and I was reminded again that she was Edward's current girlfriend. Shut up, Lauren. Edward didn't ask her out, she's just spreading pathetic rumors. Tanya said in response to the girl's comment. Then she turned back to me with an icy glare. Listen, new girl, you're new, thank you, you already established that point, so I'm going to be nice and say this slowly. Stay away from Edward. He's mine. Then a small bell-like voice came from behind Tanya. Oh Tanya, give it a rest, we all know that Edward will just end up dumping you within the week. He will not. He just hasn't realized that I'm the perfect girl for him, and besides you're just jealous because he won't date you. Tanya retorted. Okay Tanya, let me say this slowly so that even someone as thick-headed as you will understand. Edward is my brother, it would be illegal for me to date him. Besides he only dates bimbos, said the bell-like voice which I now realized belonged to Alice, the girl in the file I read. Tanya seemed to have to think about what Alice said, then when she finally seemed to realize that she had been insulted she stormed over to the area where I assumed her locker was, followed by the other girls. Now that Tanya was gone I finally got to see Alice, and then I understood why it was so hard to before. She was tiny. Her face looked exactly like her picture but she must have been no taller than 5 feet. She was very beautiful and skipped over to me with grace. Hi, I'm Alice, she said in a bubbly voice. Bella, I said back in a simple tone that sounded pathetic after her peppy tone. My spiritless tone didn't seem to faze her at all and she continued talking to me. Just ignore Tanya and her followers, they think they own the school. She said looking in the direction that the other girls just went. I just stayed quiet, wondering why she was still talking to me, most people would have stopped by now. She'll figure out sooner or later and avoid me like everyone else. Then she turned to me with a questioning sparkle in her eye that immediately put me on my guard. So tell me, is it true? She asked me in a simple tone looking down at her fingernails. Even though her tone was innocent the first could hear the dying curiosity in her voice. Is what true? I said even though I knew exactly what she was talking about. Completely dropping the subtle, innocent tactic she looked up at me and flat out said, is it true that you said no to Edward Cullen, my brother, the guy that everyone besides me thinks is a god, when he asked you out? Still a little apprehensive at what her response would be I simply nodded in response. She surprised me even more when she tackled me with a hug. I had never been hugged before so I just stood there with my arms at my sides and a shocked expression on my face. She stopped hugging me when she realized that I wasn't hugging back and probably wasn't comfortable with her hugging me. Sorry, it's just that, no one has ever rejected Edward. And I'm so happy to have finally found someone that he hasn't corrupted with his supposedly irresistible charm. She told me smiling. Thank God you're in my class, I was going insane with the owned bimbos and my brother annoying me. She said with a scowl, but now I have you, and I can tell we're going to be good friends. She said smiling at me. Okay, I said warily. Oh shoot, the bell is about to ring. She said then scurried over to her locker which was a few down from mine and threw her clothes on. She then grabbed my hand and dragged me out of the locker room. The class had about 20 people, most of them being boys. I saw Edward leaning against the gym wall talking to some friends and Tanya with her cronies sitting on the bleachers trying to get his attention. They were failing miserably. Edward was wearing the school logo shirt that was tight enough to show off the muscles on his chest and arms. I hate to say it, but Edward looked good. Tanya and her followers were a different matter altogether. The uniforms they were wearing were more like Victoria's Secret lingerie. Their shorts were so small, you might as well have called it underwear. And the shirts were cut to show off their stomachs. I saw Alice roll her eyes at them, and then she dragged me to the other side of the bleachers and sat me down next to her. She turned to me and said, I knew this was going to happen. I knew that someday, someone was going to reject him. I am so happy. He's had his own head up his butt for too long now and he needs to get a clue. He's actually a really good guy once you get to know him, it's just that he would rather make out with girls than talk to them. She said all this in a rush and I was having a hard time following her so I just sat there with wide eyes as she continued talking without even taking a breath. Uh-oh, now I bet he thinks that you're just playing hard to get. This is bad, now he's going to act like an even bigger jerk towards you than before. But I can totally see why he would want to ask you out, she ended looking at me expectantly. What she said confused me. What do you mean? I can see why he would want to ask you out. She rolled her eyes and gestured to me with her hand like it was supposed to mean something. When she saw that I didn't see what she was getting at, she said, "You don't see yourself clearly, do you?" I just answered her with another confused look. She was about to keep going, but the PE teacher walked in to start the class. "All right, listen up. We are going to be playing volleyball today, but first I want you guys to run 4 laps around the gym." Wow, this must be a nice teacher. He hardly makes them run at all. However, my thoughts were contradicted by the sound of all the other students groaning and slowly getting up from where they were sitting. "Watch out, Bella. Edward and the other guys are going to use this as an opportunity to show off in front of you," Alice whispered to me. And sure enough, Edward passed by me, followed by his group of friends, and smiled that confident smug smile. "Don't worry, I'm pretty fast myself," I said, getting up and heading to the starting line with Alice following behind me with a suspicious expression on her face. I noticed that we were the only 2 girls who were going to run and that the other girls were still sitting on the bleachers playing with their hair. There were about 12 people running total, and we all lined up ready for the coach to give us the starting signal. Edward decided to annoy me some more and stood right next to me. "Hey Bella, are you sure you don't want to go sit in the bleachers with the other girls? I'm sure the view of me is much better from up there," he said in an arrogant tone. Alice saved me from giving her brother a black eye by stepping in. "Edward, get over yourself and stop treating Bella like a bimbo." I couldn't stop myself from saying something in response to his comment though. "Oh, don't worry Edward, I'm sure my view will be fine from down here. Anyone can spot your ego from a mile away," I retorted. He scowled and Alice smiled even bigger than before. The teacher blew the whistle and we were off. Edward was really fast, his strides were long and graceful, almost cat-like. He obviously ran a lot or was part of some school sports team. Yep, he was definitely fast. But I was faster. My strides weren't as long as his, but they were much quicker. Without pushing myself to my full running potential, I stayed close behind him, patiently waiting until the perfect moment. We had left the rest of the class in the dust and pretty soon we were on our second lap. Edward still had no idea that I was right behind him, and when he turned his head to see where I was, he got a little surprised. The expression on his face was priceless when he realized that I wasn't extremely far behind like he expected me to be. I felt that this was as good a time as any to pass him and picked up the speed. He watched, shocked as I quickly grew level with him, and then passed him altogether. I finished up the remaining laps in no time and leaned against the gym wall, barely out of breath from the run. The coach was looking at his timer with wide eyes, not believing that I could run that fast. Maybe I shouldn't have run as fast as I did. Edward finished up fairly soon after me, but he was being a sore loser and went and sat on the bleachers, his plan to impress me having backfired. Then again, I think it was worth it. Alice walked over to me, out of breath, after a few more minutes with an expression of awe on her face. "How did you do that? That was incredible," she asked me with wide eyes. "Do what?" I decided to play dumb and see if I could blow it off as no big deal. "Don't play dumb with me. You just beat Edward at running. He's the fastest runner at our school," she yelled at me. I then noticed that a lot of the other students in the class were also staring at me in awe. I just shrugged because I couldn't think of a good answer at the moment. "Okay, so like I said before, we're going to be playing volleyball. I'm going to split you into 2 teams of 6. The teams ended up being me, Alice, and 4 other guys that Alice pointed out to me as Mike, Tyler, Ben and Eric. Edward was on the other team with 5 other guys whose names didn't matter to me. And of course Tanya and her cronies just stayed in the stands cheering Edward on. The game was pretty mellow until the rotation had me at the front near the net, facing Edward. The arrogant smile that I hated so much was back on his face. And I was afraid that something he said was going to make the job of keeping him alive really hard. "So Bella, I see that you chose the nice uniform. I would have much rather seen you in the shorts," he said, smirking at me, or better yet, nothing at all. I tried to ignore him and gritted my teeth to stop my temper from flaring. He was talking quiet enough that no one could hear except for me. The volleyball was sailing over both our heads. "During the race, when I let you get ahead of me, it was so that I could see if the view of your behind was as good as the view facing you. He said, smirking, and it was. This made me angry, and it took all the restraint I had to stop from launching at him and using him for a punching bag. You know, we could skip next period and spend it in the janitor's closet. I'm sure I could find something fun for us to do, he said with a wink, the smirk still prominent on his face. That last comment was the final straw. I had to wipe that smirk off his face. Edward's team had easily received a serve from Mike and hit it back over to our side. Tyler then received it and bumped it upwards. The adrenaline was pumping through my veins as I ran, jumped and spiked the ball as hard as I could. My aim was true, as the ball hit Edward in the face with a loud smack. I smiled triumphantly, doing a victory dance in my head, as I saw that the smirk was indeed gone from his face. It was instead replaced by one of frustration, fury and embarrassment. All the other guys were laughing, clutching their sides, while all the girls were trying to comfort Edward from the stands, talking about how cruel I was. Alice was the only girl that was laughing right along with the guys. The bell rang and I ran to the locker room so that I could change before anyone saw my weapons. As the door was closing, I saw one of the guys on Edward's team say, "I like her, don't you, Edward?" Edward's response to this was to growl at him, which just set them off laughing again. I walked out of the gym with my regular clothes back on and started heading towards my calculus class. I stopped when I heard a small voice calling my name that was getting louder and louder. I turned around to see Alice running as fast as her short legs would let her towards me. She finally caught up to me, breathing heavily from her short run, and put a hand on my shoulder to steady herself. "You walk too fast," she panted. I simply smiled back at her, not wanting to stay on the topic of how fit and athletic I am. Once she caught her breath, we started walking down the hall again. "So, what class do you have next?" she asked me in a cheery voice that I would have thought annoying had it not matched her personality perfectly. "Calculus," I said simply. I inwardly grimaced at my habit of answering blandly. My answer seemed to excite her though, for her eyes widened and she squealed, drawing attention from many people passing by us. "Me too. Yay. Now I have someone exciting to talk to," she said, now practically dancing her way to the right classroom. I had to pick up my speed to keep up with her. Does she ever run out of energy? As we were walking in the classroom, she turned to me and whispered, "I hate to tell you this, but my brother is in this class with us," she said, scrunching up her face like she smelled something bad. "Huh, you don't say," I said with innocence, fully aware that I was going to be in every single class of Edward's. Then she seemed to remember something and her face brightened. I gave her a questioning look, asking what the sudden mood change was about. Still smiling, she said, "I just remembered that he isn't going to be in calculus today, and I have you to thank for it." At my still confused expression, she elaborated. "He told me that he had to go to the nurse's office because he's had a major migraine ever since PE. You sure didn't go easy on him during volleyball," she told me, now in a fit of hysterics. I gave her a fake smile but grimaced on the inside. I would be in so much trouble if word ever got back to the academy. After having the teacher sign my paper, Alice dragged me to the back row and sat me down next to her. The class was basic calculus and I followed the teacher's lecture easily, but I could tell that others weren't having the same experience as me. Alice was pretty smart and barely ever struggled with any of the problems. I guessed that she was at the top of the class. We had finished the assigned class work early and were sitting there while we waited for the rest of the class to finish up. I was looking around the room when I felt Alice's eyes on me. I turned and found her inspecting my clothing carefully. It seemed she was not too fond of my sweatpants. "What?" I asked. "I liked my sweatpants, they're a lot easier to run in than jeans. I need to take you shopping," she said, now finished with her inspection. She didn't give me time to refuse and quickly changed the subject. "You should eat with me and friends during lunch today," she said cheerily. I was just planning on eating by myself. I don't want to be a bother," I said quietly. "Don't be silly, you won't be a bother at all. Besides, I want to introduce you to my boyfriend, Jasper," she told me. "Okay," I said back quietly. I still didn't understand why she was being so friendly towards me. People at the academy avoided me because they were afraid of me. And everywhere else I was just ignored. I decided to find out, because I really was curious. Why are you being so nice to me? I asked in a quiet voice. She laughed and said, why wouldn't I be nice to you? I shrugged, not knowing what to say. You've had people be nice to you before, why is it such a big surprise now? She asked jokingly, all the while laughing and smiling. I didn't know what to say, so I didn't say anything, I just looked straight back at her. She noticed this and stopped laughing, and her smile was slowly starting to fade. I mean, come on, people have had to be nice to you at some point, what about your friends? She asked in a more serious but with a hint of hope tone. Just like before, I stared back at her, at a loss. You mean to tell me that you've never had friends before? She asked quietly, the smile now completely gone from her face. I just looked at her and shook my head slowly. None at all, she whispered to me sadly. I just shrugged and looked away, not knowing what to really think at the moment. It's impossible to feel sad about something that you've never had before. The expression on her face was so sad that I immediately felt bad about telling her. I don't even know why I told her the truth. I lie all the time, heck, my whole life is a lie. But I just couldn't help but trust her, knowing that in the end it will probably come back to bite me. Well, in that case, she said, and I turned my head back to her. You are definitely eating lunch with me. Alice and I walked into the cafeteria. Well, it was more like dragged for me. Alice was really excited about me meeting her friends. However, instead of taking me to the table straight away like I expected, she tugged me over to the food line. I followed her lead and grabbed a tray while we shuffled down the line. Hey Alice, do you mind not telling any of your friends what I told you in calculus? I asked her. The last thing I wanted was more pity. Of course not, if you don't want me to tell anyone then I won't. She said sincerely, giving me a small smile while grabbing a sandwich off the counter and placing it on her tray. I just grabbed an apple, I wasn't that hungry. She led me over to a table near the back of the cafeteria and waved to her friends. She sat me down next to her and started the introductions. Hey everybody, this is Bella, she's new here. She said, gesturing towards me with her hand. This is Emmett, Rosalie, and my boyfriend, Jasper. She said, pointing to each person in turn, unaware that I already knew who they were. Emmett's size was just as intimidating as his picture, but the dimples and goofy smile gave away what a softie he was. He offered me a handshake, which I returned with a smile. I turned to look at Rosalie, only to find her giving me an icy glare. I mentally shrugged. I'm used to it anyways. Lastly, I turned to Jasper to see him giving me a soft, friendly smile, which I returned in the same manner. I started eating my apple in silence, letting my mind wander. So Bella, where did you move from? Emmett asked me. California, I replied, looking at him. He seemed a little deterred by my brief answer and didn't ask me any more questions. It was pretty quiet at our table, well, except for Alice. She was talking to Jasper and trying to draw me into the conversation, without much success. I was facing the wall, sitting next to Alice while the other three were able to look around the entire cafeteria. About 10 minutes into lunch, Emmett started laughing, looking at something behind me. Curious, I turned around to see none other than Edward. The reason Emmett was laughing was because Edward had the lines that were obviously from a volleyball imprinted onto his face. And half of his face was still red from the impact of the ball. He didn't look too happy, and just because I couldn't resist, I decided to play with him. Hey Edward, how's your headache doing? I asked, barely concealing the smile that was trying to break across my face. Alice started cracking up next to me while the other three sat there confused. In response, he just turned to me and glared, not saying a word. What happened? Emmett asked, still smiling. Did Mike finally decide to get back at you for stealing all the girls? He finished, barely controlling his laughter. No, Alice started, but she couldn't finish her sentence because she was laughing too hard, so instead she just pointed at me. Emmett was also laughing too hard, so he just high-fived me across the table. Even Jasper was shaking with silent laughter, and Rosalie had a small smile on her face. Edward's scowl became more prominent and he took the only seat available, next to me. The laughter was starting to die down, except for Emmett, who was still chuckling for another few minutes, occasionally glancing at Edward. I just sat there eating my apple, thinking about nothing in particular. Alice had stopped trying to include me in the conversation a while ago, leaving me to my own thoughts. Edward started eating his lunch, which consisted of a sandwich, an apple and a diet soda. Emmett was talking to Alice about something, moving his hands around, when he knocked Edward's apple off his tray. I watched as the apple rolled off the table and onto the floor. I had to resist all of my instinct screaming at me to snatch it before it fell. The apple had rolled and landed near my foot and Edward leaned down to grab it. All of a sudden he felt very close. I could smell his scent. It was like he was wearing natural cologne that you couldn't buy in a store. He kept his eyes on me while he was reaching down. It seemed like time was going in slow motion, like we had been looking at each other for hours when really it was just a few seconds. He finally grabbed the apple and leaned back to his normal position, giving me a small smirk. The return to his usual self knocked me back into reality and I quickly turned away, biting into my apple. Alice glanced back and forth between Edward and me, then gave me a knowing look, which I promptly ignored. Not much talking was going on and there was only a few minutes left until lunch was over. I had finished my apple and was now just sitting there, trying not to lose coherency by just sitting next to Edward. Eddie. I would recognize that voice anywhere, Tanya. Edward grumbled something next to me about being called Eddie but got up all the same. I couldn't help but notice that he didn't look too happy to see his girlfriend. Eddie, why are you sitting next to her? She asked, pointing at me and scrunching up her nose. I swear I heard Alice growl. Edward merely grumbled, not responding, and guided Tanya out the cafeteria doors. Emmett broke the silence by saying, "Well, that was a weird lunch." And Alice nodded in agreement. How so? I asked, looking at both of them. Usually he has Tanya or some other girl on his lap the entire time while they trade spit. He said with a grimace. Alice gave me that same knowing look, but luckily I was saved by the lunch bell ringing. I grabbed my stuff and headed out of the cafeteria. Lots of people were still staring at me and whispering like this morning, so I tried to get out of there quickly. The halls were pretty full, so it took me a while to get me to my next class. I walked into the music room and was surprised at what I saw. There was a small room with a few chairs, with 6 or 7 doors leading off into more rooms. There was a man sitting behind a small desk reading a book. I assumed that he was the teacher. It was kind of hard to tell. I approached him and introduced myself. Hi, I'm Isabella, I'm new here," I said shyly. He put his book down with a smile and looked at me. "Well, it's nice to meet you. I'm going to be your music teacher for this semester," he responded. I nodded back at him in understanding and looked around the room, wondering what I should do. He seemed to sense my unease and said, "The other students are in the practice rooms at the moment. Edward must already be here then. It's not a big class, we have about 7 students, well now we have 8 thanks to you." He seemed pleased at the idea of an even number. "Do you play an instrument?" he asked me. I shook my head no. I was planning on just playing the triangle or something for this class. "Okay, then you can just sit in this room for today, until we figure out what would be best for you," he said warmly. He seemed like a very nice man that I could see myself getting along with. I nodded again and sat down in one of the leather chairs that were against the wall. Occasionally a student would come in, greet the teacher, then go into a specific room. I didn't feel like just sitting there for an hour, so I pulled out my iPod and asked him if I could use it. When he responded with a nod, my fondness of him increased. I put on my classical and sank deeper into my chair. I must have fallen asleep because I was woken up by the ringing of the bell. I pulled my headphones out of my ears and started packing up my iPod when Edward came out of one of the rooms. He stopped in his tracks when he saw me and a suspicious look came across his face. "Are you stalking me or something?" he asked me with a smile tugging at his lips. I noticed that the volleyball lines were starting to fade from his face. "That depends, what class do you have next?" I asked, playing along. "Biology," he said smugly, as if he didn't expect me to be smart enough to be in that class. "Then yes, I am stalking you," I said, getting up and walking out of the room. Thanks to my fast walking, it wasn't until I reached the classroom that he caught up to me. "You know, I think that you asked the school to put you in all my classes, because you couldn't stand to stay away from me," he said dramatically with that arrogant smirk on his face. He's close with the asking for his classes, but far from the truth with the second part, I thought with annoyance. His smirk became more prominent at my silence and he headed to the back of the classroom to his assigned seat. I went up to the teacher and gave him my slip to sign. Finally, the last class of the day, I thought with a sigh. After my sheet was signed, the teacher told me to go sit in the only vacant seat. I should have suspected that the only seat available would be next to Edward. I grumbled but knew that there was no other solution, although I'm sure any other girl at this school would be more than happy to sit next to Edward for a full hour. I dragged my bag over to the seat next to him and sat down on the stool. I looked up to the expected glares of the other girls in the class. I was getting really tired of it, and it hadn't even been a full day yet. I sighed and rested my head on the desk and closed my eyes, trying to block out all the nasty comments that I could hear the other girls saying. I really should be used to it all by now. This isn't exactly the first time I've been ridiculed. "Hey Bella, is my charm making you so weak that you have to take a nap?" Edward taunted me. "Shut up, Edward," I retorted, still keeping my eyes closed. However, my rest time was cut short by the teacher calling on me. "Isabella, can you tell me what phase this is?" The teacher asked me smugly, having caught me off guard. A lot of the other students were snickering at me for falling asleep and being called on. I looked up at the slide he had put on the overhead of the different phases of mitosis. Without even hesitating, I answered, "Prophase." He looked shocked that I actually got it right and cleared his throat uncomfortably, looking for the next person to call on. Satisfied that he wasn't going to call on me again, I resumed my previous action of resting my head on the table. I spent the next 50 minutes trying to stay awake and not drool on the table. The teacher never called on me again, thankfully, afraid that I might outsmart him again. There was only a couple minutes left of class when I felt a hand on my thigh. I didn't need to look up to know who it was. He has got to be kidding me. He must think that I'm asleep and can't feel him doing it. "Edward, get your hand off me," I said in a vicious, hushed tone. My warning seemed to have the opposite effect because his hand just traveled higher a few inches. I wasn't very worried about the fact that he was touching me. I was more worried about the fact that he was only a few inches away from the gun that was strapped to my thigh. I started to panic a little when his hand went another inch higher, because there are only so many excuses you can make up for having a loaded weapon strapped to your leg, and none of mine were very good. "Edward, move your hand off my thigh or I will remove it for you. And trust me, it will hurt less if you do it yourself," I warned him again in a ferociously hushed tone. "I don't know, Bella," he taunted, moving his hand even higher. "I think you like my han." He didn't get to finish whatever comment he was going to say because I kicked my leg out and slammed his chair. Not only did this cause his hand to no longer be on my thigh, but I kicked the chair hard enough for his body to slam into the table leg, where it hurts guys the most. He groaned in pain and I just smiled sweetly, gathering my stuff together as the bell rang. Edward was still obviously in pain from having his crotch slammed into the table, because he hadn't moved from the position he was in. I leaned over him and said quietly, "That's twice today, Edward. For your sake you probably don't want to risk aggravating me a third time." I smiled smugly, grabbed my bag and walked out of the classroom. Walking into the parking lot with the smile still on my face, I headed towards my Maserati. As I got closer to my car, I noticed Alice leaning against the silver Volvo that I assumed belonged to her brother. "Why are you so happy?" she asked me, smiling herself. "Oh, don't worry, I'm sure you'll hear all about it," I said as I saw Edward limp out of the school doors. I unlocked the door and got in. I backed up out of the space quickly and sped out of the parking lot, drawing attention from many people. Well, at least the day ended well. I hobbled out of the school's front door into the student parking lot, grimacing with each uncomfortable step. At the sound of tires screeching, I looked up to see Bella speeding out of the lot in her Maserati. She is definitely not like other girls. I finally made it over to my car to see Alice giving me a questioning glance and opened her mouth to say something. "Don't ask," I said, getting in the car. I pulled into the garage of my house and got out of the car. I locked it, making sure it beeped, and headed inside. Dropping my keys on the counter, I went into the kitchen to find something to eat. Instead, what I found was a package on the counter. This immediately put me on my guard. My suspicion heightened when my cell phone started ringing. I answered it. "Hello. Don't be alarmed, Agent Swan." I breathed a sigh of relief at the sound of Arrow's voice and the screen that popped up on my screen saying that it truly was Arrow. "You don't expect me to freak out when there is a mysterious package on my kitchen counter that wasn't there this morning?" I asked, still a little angry. "Don't worry, it's just some upgrades we thought you should have," he told me, trying to calm me down. I slowly went over to the box, taking my time. I heard Arrow sigh on the other line. Isabella, just open it. He sighed. Still uneasy, I opened the box, and found that the contents were disappointingly not as dramatic as I had hoped. I pulled out a shiny silver cell phone that was as thin as a piece of cardboard and the size of a credit card. The phone that you just pulled out is the absolute latest technology that the Academy whipped up. In fact, you're the first person to get one. This one not only makes you scan your finger to turn it on, but you also have to put in your agent ID number. We thought that your old phone lacked security that you may need during this mission, he said while I examined the new phone. It's indestructible, completely touchscreen and has faster internet than a supercomputer. He continued, obviously excited about the new product. Oh, and it also includes something special for this case. It has a built-in GPS tracker system that allows you to find out where 3 microchips are located on a pull-up screen. This way you can keep track of your person at all times without them knowing it. Awesome, I said only slightly sarcastically. It was actually pretty cool. Now, the other thing in the box. He said, it's a new security system for you to install in your weapons room. We felt that your security was not good enough, and if someone were to get a hold of those, you would not be in a good position. It's similar to your new phone's security but also involves a body scan. I nodded but then remembered that he couldn't see me and said, all right, I'll install it ASAP. Good, and one more thing, Agent Swan. We have no idea who exactly is out there that is working against us. So in order to make sure that everything goes okay, we stationed someone from the Academy in Port Angeles. They're close enough to help you if you're in need backup. There is a button on the back of your phone that you will see if you take off what looks like a battery cover. He told me. I did what he instructed by taking off the back part of the silver phone, and saw a red button that said push an emergency. By pushing this button, the agent that is stationed in Port Angeles will be alerted and immediately come to help you. It is very important that you do not press it by accident. All right, I'll be careful. So, how am I supposed to get these microchips on Edward? I asked, examining the 3 tiny chips that were in the box. He just laughed and said, I'm sure you'll figure something out, Agent Swan. I heard the click of him hanging up and hung up my own phone. Well, I guess I won't be needing this anymore, I thought, looking at my old phone. I turned on my new phone to make sure that everything was okay with it. Once I was satisfied, I pocketed it and grabbed the box containing my new security system. It only took me a few minutes to take out the old one and install the new system on the inside of the weapons storage room. Once that was done, I pulled out my old phone and examined it, then glanced at my weapons closet, a wicked smile growing on my face. I opened the closet and started searching for something suitable. Grenade, no too loud. Machete, no won't cut through. Aha. This will work, I thought as I held up a large metal mallet. Why do I have this in here anyways? I thought with a shrug. I shouldered the mallet and headed outside to the backyard. I set my old phone on the cement ground. It wasn't actually a bad phone, I said quietly to myself looking at it. Too bad I had to make sure that no one would ever access the information on it. I grabbed the mallet with both hands and brought it down on the phone. I heard a large crack and knew that no one would ever be able to turn it on again. I picked up the pieces of my old phone, making sure that the memory card was in more pieces than one, and discarded them in the trash bin. At a loss of what to do, I sat in my living room to watch some TV. I still had a few hours until nighttime, and I needed it to be dark if I was going to check out the Cullen house tonight. The drive home was fairly quiet, though I could tell that Alice was just about dying of curiosity. She did something, didn't she? Alice asked with a knowing smile, breaking the silence. Who? I asked, just to aggravate her, and plus I didn't really want to stay on this topic. Annoyed, she turned her entire body in her seat to face me. You know exactly who, Bella, of course, she said, her curiosity practically coming off of her in waves. At Bella's name my hands tightened on the steering wheel. Alice noticed this and said, you must have done something really stupid, she said in an angry tone. I just grumbled something unintelligent and stared at the road. With my good driving we made it home in no time. I pulled into the garage and pulled the key out of the ignition with a sigh. I opened the door and stepped out of the car with a groan. It still hurt like hell. Alice noticed my uncomfortable waddle, and a look of understanding came over her face, which was then followed by a smug one. I knew she had figured it out when she said, "I take it you're not going to invite Tanya over for some fun tonight." She laughed, enjoying my discomfort. "I bet you thought that you would have Bella wrapped around your finger by the end of the day. I hate to break it to you, but I don't think she's going to be making out with you anytime soon looking at all the injuries she's given you today," Alice said with a smile, shaking her head. "Oh, don't worry Alice, she's just playing hard to get, but pretty soon she'll be begging to be with me," I said in a tone that even sounded egotistical to my own ears. I turned off the TV around 11 o'clock, thinking that by the time I got ready and drove over to the Cullens they would all be asleep. I went upstairs and went to my bedroom. I put on a pair of tight black pants that were still flexible and a long-sleeved black shirt and threw on my black Vans. I still had on my weapons so I didn't need to make a trip to the storage room. I jogged down the stairs putting my hair into a tight ponytail and throwing my black messenger bag across my shoulder. Looking around to make sure that I wasn't forgetting anything, I spotted my cell phone and the 3 microchips. I pocketed my cell phone and put the 3 microchips into my bag. Other stuff in my bag included lockpicks, flashlight, and a pocket knife. Once I was all set, I grabbed my keys off the counter and headed into the garage. I smiled as I got into my Maserati, still psyched about getting a new car, and started the engine. I pulled out of the driveway and sped down the road quietly. I opened up my phone and turned on the GPS, letting it lead me to their house. I made sure to park my car a ways away from the house, just in case. Getting out, I started the few-minute walk to their house, being very careful to stay quiet. The chances of me getting spotted in the outfit I was wearing were pretty slim, especially since their house was practically in the middle of the woods. When I first caught sight of their house, I stopped short. To call it a house would not be accurate. It was huge. As I got closer, I started to notice the finer details. It was an old-styled house with a white paint job and a garden that was obviously well taken care of. It was obvious that the Cullens had a lot of money, and by the looks of things they didn't have a problem spending it. I stopped to think about how I would get inside. A house this big probably has a security system on the front door, so that was out of the question. But they probably don't have one for the garage door. With that thought, I headed towards the side door that leads to the garage. Using my lock-picking skills, I got in easily. I looked around the garage, immediately recognizing the Volvo from earlier today. There was also a yellow Porsche next to the Volvo that I guessed belonged to Alice. There was an empty spot to the left of the Porsche, must be their father's spot. I went across the garage to the door that obviously leads to their house. Reminding myself to be extremely quiet, I slowly cracked the door open to check if the coast was clear. Once I made sure that no one was indeed there, I opened the door the rest of the way and slipped inside. I marveled at the size of the inside of the house. The style was very old-fashioned but matched the outside very nicely. Mr. Cullen must be very rich to have such a nice home. The reason I was creeping around their home in the first place was in case of an emergency. If something happened to Edward here, I needed to know where everything is and how to access it. The other reason I was there was to possibly figure out why Edward would need protection in the first place. I walked around the downstairs and found nothing except a fully stocked kitchen, a family room, and a large dining room. I assumed that none of them slept on the first floor, so I quietly crept up the stairs, years of training helping me stay quiet and unnoticeable. At the top of the stairs was a narrow hallway with multiple doors on either side. The first few doors I tried were coat closets and a laundry room. I tried the third one down on the right side to find that it truly was a bedroom. This was where I had to be extremely careful. One wrong move could blow my cover. It was pretty dark in the room, but the moonlight coming in through the window gave me enough light to work with. As my eyes adjusted, I realized that everything was decked out in pink. I really hope this isn't Edward's room. To make sure, I looked at the bed and found that the sleeping form was Alice. She was bundled up in a pink comforter and surrounded by pink pillows. I grimaced at the sight. I hate pink. I poked around for a bit, but didn't find anything interesting besides the millions of shopping bags that littered her floor. It was like a minefield of clothes. I had to be careful where I stepped, occasionally dodging the stiletto heel that would be on the floor. Coming to the conclusion that I wasn't going to find anything interesting, I left her room and went out into the hall again. I closed the door quietly and continued on my way down the hall. I decided that the door at the very end of the hall looked the most promising and went to check it out. I cracked it open and crept inside. I was surprised to find it empty. Well, that explains the missing car. This must be Mr. Cullen's room. It was a fairly simple room. It was obviously missing a woman's touch. Arrow had told me back at the academy that Edward's mother died in a car accident when he was only a little kid. I looked around the room and found nothing out of the ordinary. There was a door on the other side of the room that I discovered lead to a small office. Going in, I closed the door behind me quietly, finally finding something interesting. Since there was no one in here, I pulled out my flashlight. I sat at the desk and started going through the drawers. There was no computer in the room, so I assumed that he just took it with him. I opened the bottom right drawer to find it full of folders. Taking out one of them, I opened it up and started reading the papers inside. I noticed that there seemed to be a pattern and that every few pages or so a name would come up with a large sum of money next to it. I looked in the drawer again and pulled out the bottom folder. Opening it up, I realized that it was similar to the other one, except these names had a large red stamp on it that said, "Paid," in big bold letters. Apparently Mr. Cullen owes some people a lot of money. I took out my phone and snapped pictures of all the names that didn't have the paid stamp on it. I sent the pictures to the academy as a list of possible subjects. My guess was that one of these people decided that they wanted their money faster and threatened Mr. Cullen. They figured that if they killed Edward, then Mr. Cullen would come to his senses and pay them back. Now the only question is, which person is it? There must be at least a half a dozen names. And why wouldn't Mr. Cullen be able to pay them back? He obviously has a lot of money. I continued searching through the drawers, hoping to find more information. I came across a folder labeled Cullen Enterprises. Recognizing this as Mr. Cullen's company, I opened it. It had the monthly income for the company, and by the looks of things his company was doing very well. Maybe he blew a lot of the money on something. Well, it doesn't look like I'm going to find any more information in here, I thought, getting up from the chair. I put everything back just the way I found it, covering my tracks. I left his office and bedroom, returning the main hall. There was only one door left and I assumed it was Edward's. I cracked it open and peeked inside. I didn't see any movement, so I opened it further and crept in. I was surprised at what I saw. Usually teenage boys' rooms are messy and unorganized, but Edward's was fairly clean. His room was mostly decorated with black and gold colors. He had a black couch against the back wall, dark gold wallpaper, and a black comforter. I stopped in my tracks as I examined the last part. His bed was empty. That was not good. If he were to come back to bed and find me in his room, I couldn't even begin to think of a good excuse. However, I had to get the job done, and I didn't want to have to make a second trip back to their home. I sneaked around even quieter than before, looking around at everything. One of his walls was completely covered with CDs and I went over to take a closer look. I expected it to be rap or rock, so I was pretty surprised when the first CD I pulled out was classical. Curious as to what else he might have, I pulled out a few more. I must not have been thinking very well, because when I pulled out the other ones, it caused a few to slip off the shelves. I lunged, catching them a millimeter away from hitting the hardwood floor, mentally slapping myself on the forehead. I breathed out the breath I had been holding and decided that it would be better if I just put the CDs back. I made sure that they were in the same order, then turned around to keep looking around. I noticed an electric keyboard in the corner, explaining the reason why he was in music class. After searching through his drawers, I didn't find anything interesting, so I looked under his bed. I grimaced at the sight of a few lacy bras that obviously didn't belong to him or his sister. I didn't spend much time looking under the bed and decided to start placing the microchips. I found his shoes and inserted one of them in the sole of the shoe where he wouldn't find it. I looked around and spotted his cell phone on his desk. I went over and took off the battery cover. I put the microchip in and shut the cover. I was thinking about having him swallow the last one. Arrow told me that they were indestructible, I thought with a mental shrug. I was putting his phone back in place when, to my utter horror, it started ringing. Who the hell calls at midnight? I looked at the caller ID and it was flashing, Tanya. Of course. I really started to panic when I heard footsteps outside the door. I quickly glanced around the room and spotted the closet. I dove in and closed the door quietly just as the other door opened and Edward walked in looking sleepy and dragging his feet. I opened the closet door a crack and looked out. He walked over to his desk, carrying a glass of water and picked up his phone, probably having the same thought I just did. He grimaced as he read the caller ID and just hit end, hanging up on her. I don't know why, but the fact that he didn't want to talk to her made me smile. I watched as he took another gulp of his water and walked over to his keyboard. He turned the volume down, so as not to wake anyone up, and started playing. I recognized the song immediately. He was playing Clair de Lune. I must say he was very good at playing piano, and I almost started humming along until I remembered that that would not be such a good idea, seeing as he doesn't know I'm in here. He played for a while, and it was very relaxing to listen to. After about a half hour he finally stopped and decided to go to bed. He stood up and stretched, letting out a big yawn. I was getting slightly tired myself just standing in the closet watching him. The more I thought about the situation I was in, the creepier I sounded. I mean, come on, here I was standing in this guy's room, hiding in his closet, while he has no idea that I was here. That's pretty creepy. He walked over to the side of his bed and I watched as he pulled off his hoodie. Oh my god, what is he doing? Then his jeans. Oh my god, please don't sleep, BPD. I thought. I was unable to look away once he removed his shirt though. I was mesmerized by the sight of his perfect body. His chest had very defined muscles, which I'm sure he got from playing sports and working out. He left his boxers on, thank God. He stretched again, revealing even more muscle, and I couldn't hold back the gasp that came out of my mouth. I immediately realized my mistake and clamped my hand over my mouth. He looked up at the sound and a suspicious look came over his face. As he started walking towards the closet, I panicked and backed up into the darkest corner, pressing my back against the wall, not even daring to breathe. I saw the handle turning slowly and all I could think of was how much this reminded me of a horror movie. A million excuses were running through my head, too bad none of them made sense. My mind stopped short at the sound of his cell phone. I heard him groan and go back over to his desk. He picked up his phone and by the grimace on his face I assumed it was Tanya again. I stayed stock still as I watched him yawn and turn his phone off. I breathed a small sigh of relief when I saw him crawl into bed instead of going back to the closet. I stayed in the closet for another half hour, making sure that he really was asleep before I slipped out of the closet and out of his room, not making a sound. I decided not to push my luck and to leave now. I crept out the way I came in and made sure to relock the door, noticing that Mr. Cullen's car was still not there. I jogged back to my Maserati and hopped in. Once I was safely inside I breathed a sigh of relief, started the engine and started driving home. I drove slower so as not to make so much noise, but I still made it home quickly. I yawned as I crawled into bed, tired from the night's work. I fell asleep with a small smile on my face with the image of Edward shirtless fresh in my mind. I was lying face down on my bed when my alarm clock started screaming at me to get up. Still keeping my eyes closed, I blindly swung my arm in the direction that my clock was in. After a few tries I finally came in contact with something and heard a thud that was followed by the silence of my alarm clock either breaking or turning off. After waiting a few minutes to let the sleep wear off, I rolled out of bed and decided to actually get up. I yawned and stretched, thinking about last night. I hadn't gotten in until around 1:45 in the morning and I had a feeling that I was going sleeping on my feet all day unless I did something about it. I took a quick shower in colder water than usual to try to wake myself up. I threw on my weapons that were sitting on my bedside table because I had been too tired to take them back to the storage room last night. I decided on wearing a pair of loose jeans and a Washington University sweatshirt. I had picked the jeans out specifically. They were baggy enough to cover anything you want covered, but were also pretty easy to run in. I glanced at the clock and realized that I had enough time to make coffee if I hurried. I didn't usually like to resort to coffee to keep me energized, but today was an exception because I wanted to keep alert. As I waited for the coffee maker to do its thing, I made myself a breakfast consisting of granola and yogurt. As soon as I heard the beeping that meant that my coffee was ready, I grabbed a travel mug and poured my coffee in, sighing as I inhaled the sweet aroma that was sure to give me a head start on the day. I was knocked out of my reverie when I glanced at the clock. I immediately ran to my car with my backpack and coffee in hand. I sped to the school and got ready for my second day of hell. I was driving my car on the way to school, fighting to keep my eyelids open. Alice on the other hand was as bright and cheery as spring. I still don't understand where she gets all her energy from. I spent a lot of time thinking about Bella last night. She obviously didn't fall for any of my tricks yesterday, either that or she was hiding it. Maybe I could try to impress her today, because obviously my charm wasn't working. I was brought out of my own thoughts when Alice started bouncing in her seat. "Why are you so excited?" I asked her. "Cheerleading tryouts are today, and I'm really excited," she told me with a large smile and continued bouncing in her seat. My sister and Rosalie were the only real cheerleaders at our school, the other ones were Tanya and her friends that only did it because they thought. They looked sweetie in short skirts. I wonder. "Hey Alice, do you think that Bella will try out for cheerleading?" I asked nonchalantly looking at the road. Oh my gosh, that would be so much fun if she joined. I should ask her, or at the very least try to convince her to join. Alice said, now in full Alice mode, more talking to herself than me. The thought of Bella wearing one of those short skirts made me smile. There was no way that she could say no to Alice. Alice was the mastermind of getting people to do stuff. I should know, one time she got me to go shopping with her and carry all her bags. I still don't remember how I lost that argument. And if Bella does try out, that means I'll be able to see her today while I'm at soccer practice. The cheerleaders practice in the same area as us. All of a sudden the day looked a whole lot brighter. The day had been pretty good so far. Edward came in 20 minutes late to first period, leaving the seat next to me empty for a while. My guess would be that he was having fun with Tanya by the way his hair was sticking all over the place. When he did come however, he seemed to be pretty tired. As I recall, he didn't go to bed until almost 1 in the morning. He didn't say anything to me and I wasn't going to provoke him into a conversation. English and PE passed by in a blur. I made sure to stay away from Edward during volleyball, just so I wouldn't tempt myself if he said anything. The next thing I knew, I was sitting next to Alice in calculus trying to help her solve a problem that I finished long before. She was concentrating really hard, and had this determined look on her face as she stared at the textbook, as if the answer would appear if she looked hard enough. "This is ridiculous," she shouted, pounding her fist on the textbook. "Why don't you take a break? We've been working for a while anyways," I said, leaning back in my chair. With a sigh she leaned back and turned her head to me. "How are you so good at this?" she asked me. I just shrugged and looked away, hoping to not draw attention to the fact that I was really smart. "And you're really good in PE," she said accusingly. "I don't know, maybe I'm naturally talented," I said, trying to get away from the topic. Maybe. Either way I have a brilliant idea." For some reason this put me on my guard and I looked at her suspiciously. "You," she said, pointing at me, "should try out for cheerleading with me today." I didn't even have to think about my answer. "No," I said flatly. "But, no," I interrupted her. "Why not?" she whined. "Because, I hate cheerleading. And my guess is that Tanya is also on the squad," I said back. That second one was plenty reason enough to stay far away. "But we would have so much fun. And you would get to wear a cute uniform and everything. I could even do your makeup," she said desperately, searching for something to say that would catch my interest, but I just continued to shake my head. She seemed at a loss of another reason, then another one must have come to her because she got super excited. "Edward will be there," she said hopefully, her eyes searching mine, to see if she had won me over. "Why? Is he trying out for cheerleading?" I laughed and glanced at Edward across the room. "No, but we'll be able to see him during practices," she said, relieved that she finally finding something she thought interested me. "Wait," I said, turning back to her with a questioning expression on my face. "Why did you think that by saying Edward will be there will convince me to try out?" I asked with a raised eyebrow. All of a sudden Alice seemed to not find words for the first time in her life. Instead she said, "We've been talking long enough, we should probably get back to calculus," she said in a hurried voice, trying to change the subject. I gave her a suspicious look, but decided not to push it. I sighed and went back to helping her with her work. Lunch came around and Alice invited me to sit with her again. I was in the lunch line buying my food. I decided on a bowl of soup for today. It actually didn't look too bad. Carrying my tray, I followed Alice to the table we sat at yesterday, except today we took the side that faced the rest of the cafeteria. Emmett, Rosalie and Jasper hadn't showed up yet, so Alice and I just ate in silence. She was still upset about the fact that I wouldn't try out for cheerleading. I thought back to last night and the 2 microchips I planted. I hadn't looked at them on my phone yet. I still had 1 microchip left and I decided that I would somehow have Edward swallow it. It was pretty small, and should be easy to swallow. I realized that now would be the perfect situation to have him take it. I just have to make sure that he doesn't realize he swallowed it. My eyes followed Edward as he entered the cafeteria, got in line, paid for his food and walked over to our table. He gave me a crooked smile as he sat down across from him, pleased that I was sitting at the same table as him. "Hello, Isabella. I see that you chose to sit at the same table as me again," he said arrogantly, as if I sat here to see him. "Hello, Edward. I see that you chose to be an A.S. again today," I responded looking up at him. His smirk faded at my comment. I think he was hoping that I would stop playing hard to get, as he put it yesterday. I glanced at what he was eating and saw happily that he was also eating the soup. Emmett, Jasper and Rosalie all sat down, bearing their trays. Now, how am I going to slip it into his soup, without any of them noticing? I'll need a distraction, I thought, looking around. Aha! I spotted Tanya walking towards her table with Jessica obediently following and carrying both of their lunches. Their table was further than ours, so they had to pass ours to get to it. If I was going to do this, my timing had to be perfect. I grabbed the water bottle off my tray, and waited, checking to make sure that everyone at my table was preoccupied. When I saw my opening, I rolled my water bottle on the ground hard enough so that it was in the perfect position for when they walked by. And sure enough, as Tanya was attempting to walk flirtatiously by Edward, and Jessica was concentrating on carrying 2 trays at once, Jessica slipped on the water bottle. At first I felt bad about using Jessica like that, especially after what happened on the plane. But I forgot about it quickly when I saw with satisfaction that the spaghetti that used to be on their trays had now ended up on Tanya. When Jessica had tripped, her trays went flying, effectively creating a diversion. Tanya screeched and immediately started to attempt to get the food out of her hair, yelling at Jessica all the while. Once I noted that everyone at our table was looking at the scene going on in the opposite direction, I quickly slipped the microchip into Edward's bowl. Then I sat back and enjoyed the show. The entire cafeteria was watching Tanya slip and slide over spaghetti and yell at Jessica for being a klutz. Jessica was being frantic and trying to pick the spaghetti out of Tanya's hair with a napkin. Eventually Tanya just stormed out, followed by Jessica uttering apologies every second. Everyone at the table was cracking up. Emmett was clutching his stomach from laughing so hard. Once everything calmed down, we all started eating again. I watched Edward closely, making sure that nothing went wrong. He was talking to Jasper about something, eating a spoonful after every few sentences. I noticed that one of the mouthfuls he ate seemed to be a little harder than the other ones. He got a weird expression on his face as if he was trying to figure out what ingredient it could be in his soup. He noticed me staring at him and threw me a questioning look. I hurriedly looked at something else but watched him from the corner of my eye. I was getting worried that he was going to spit it out or something, until I saw him make a big swallow and then continued to eat his soup. Satisfied that I got the job done, I went back to eating my soup. A while into lunch, Tyler came over to our table and leaned on it. "So Edward, are you going to tryouts today? You know that coach wants to make you captain." I looked up, interested at the new information. "Yeah, I've got my stuff in my car. It's right after school, right?" Edward asked. Tyler nodded and smiled, obviously excited about whatever sport they were talking about. I decided to find out. "What sport are you guys talking about?" I asked curiously. Tyler turned to me and smiled. "Soccer," he replied. "We're both on varsity. You have to be really good to be at that level." Edward replied egotistically. He was obviously trying to brag. Is that so?" I replied in an uninterested tone. "Yeah, only the absolute best get on the team. And I'll probably be captain," he said, pointing at himself. "Wow, then your team must be really bad," I said, egging him on. "You probably don't even know anything about sports," he said angrily, trying to stare me down. "I don't know, Edward, I seem to know a lot about volleyball." I said, giving him a look, reminding him of yesterday's PE incident. He was unable to think of a good excuse, so instead he narrowed his eyes and got up from the table. He left the cafeteria in a huff, followed by Tyler, who was amazed at the way I had talked to Edward. Well, if Edward's going to be on the soccer team, I need to have an excuse to be around the soccer field at that time. I turned to Alice and asked, "Hey Alice, do you guys have a girls' soccer team here?" She finished chewing her food and said, "No, the school is too small and not enough girls try out." Well, I guess I'll just have to try out for the boys' team then. The rest of the school day went by quickly and Edward continued to not talk to me. Apparently he was still upset about the sports comments I made. After school I headed towards the gym to talk to the PE teacher who was also the soccer coach. I went and knocked on the same office door as yesterday. I let myself in and found Coach Clapp sitting at his desk reading some papers. He looked up when I entered and said, "Hello Miss Swan, what can I do for you today?" I decided to come right out with it and said, "I would like to try out for the boys' soccer team." I could tell he was about to shoot me down, so I quickly said, "I have every right to try out. The rules are, if there is no equal team for the opposite gender, then you are allowed to try out for that team. In other words, I'm allowed to try out for your team." I said, determined. "Yes, I understand that you can try out. It's just that I'm worried that you would get hurt," he said, truly concerned. I was touched that he cared, but mentally laughed at the idea of getting hurt. "I understand that you think I would get injured playing against guys twice my size, but let me prove you wrong today at tryouts," I said with a serious expression on my face. He seemed to be weighing the pros and cons in his head, but eventually seemed to come to a conclusion. "All right, I'll let you try out, but only because I want to see if you play soccer as well as you do volleyball," he replied, and I nodded, smiling at my success. I headed to the locker room to change into my PE uniform. It was the only thing I had that I could use during tryouts. I jogged over to the field that would be used for tryouts. There weren't many guys there yet, so I ran over to the coach who was holding a clipboard. He saw me approach and said, "Don't think I'm going to go easy on you for being a girl," he said in total seriousness. "I wouldn't have it any other way," I replied. More guys were starting to show up and were now heading towards the coach to check in. I recognized Mike and Tyler out of the bunch, but other than that I had never met any of them. They were talking and laughing as they made their way over. One of them spotted me and nudged his friends and pointed. I rolled my eyes. Here we go again, it's just like the first day of school all over again. There were about 5 of them and I noticed that a mixture of emotions were passing across their face, from surprise, questioning, bewilderment and anger. By the time they reached the coach and me, most of their expressions had landed on anger. "This is a joke, right?" one of the guys that I didn't recognize asked. He had sandy blonde hair and was holding a soccer ball against his side. The coach sighed and rubbed his forehead. "No, she's trying out too." Shock returned to their faces and they started complaining. I rolled my eyes again at their childish whining. "Look, no buts, she's trying out and that's final," the coach said, now starting to get fed up. "But she doesn't even have cleats or shin guards." The blonde guy whined, desperately trying to get me evicted from tryouts. I decided to show them that I was trying out seriously. "Oh, don't worry, none of you will even get close enough to touch me, let alone injure me. But thanks for the concern," I said as I brushed past him, taking the ball that he was carrying. "Come and play goalie," I said to the blonde guy. The look on his face reminded me a lot of Edward when he's being arrogant. I went to the edge of the penalty box and pointed to the goal, instructing him to play defense. He laughed, obviously sure of himself, and went and stood where I pointed. I was a good 15 feet away, but I was pretty confident. I was aware of all the other guys watching, waiting to watch me fail. "Are you sure you don't want to go and try out for cheerleading?" he taunted. His friends all laughed in response. I just gritted my teeth and concentrated on figuring out which side would be better to aim for, calculating with physics which way would give me the better outcome. "Are you sure that's not too far a kick for you? I could let you come closer if you think it will help," he said, then laughed at his own lame joke. "Oh, screw physics." I pulled back and slammed the ball with my foot, watching with satisfaction as it soared, rebounded off his head and went into the goal. He had been too busy laughing to realize that the ball was coming towards him. I jogged back over to the group of guys to see that some of them had their mouths open in shock and the coach smiling. Okay, why don't you guys just start passing around until everyone else shows up? The coach said, passing around more soccer balls. I looked around hoping that one of the guys would k it up and be my partner. I sighed as I realized that I was the odd one out. I was about to ask the coach what to do when I heard a booming voice that could only belong to Emmett. No way. Bella, you're trying out for soccer too? Emmett said excitedly. Well, at least someone wants me on the team. I nodded in response and grinned back at him. I couldn't help it, he was just too likable. You wanna partner with me? He offered, holding up a soccer ball. Sure, I replied, grinning. We headed over towards the goal area to pass. He seemed to go easy on me, timid about injuring me. I didn't take it as an insult, just that he didn't want to hurt me. Emmett, don't worry about hurting me, go at your normal strength, I said, preparing myself to receive the ball from him. He seemed a little unsure but listened to me nonetheless. We were about 15 feet apart. I watched as he pulled back and hit the ball with a lot of force. The ball was pretty high, so I stopped it with my stomach. It stung badly, but I just shrugged off the pain and passed it back with as much power. He seemed surprised that I could handle it and continued to pass to me that way. I looked around and noticed that Edward still wasn't there. We had been passing for a while and I wanted to work on something else. I stopped the ball with my foot and said to Emmett, hey, do you think you can help me work on my bicycle kick? I asked him. You know how to do one? He asked, shocked. I nodded in understanding at why he would be surprised. It was a very hard kick. It involved throwing yourself in the air, kicking the ball, then falling on your back. Sure, he replied, obviously excited. I told him to stand in the goal while I stood 10 or so feet away with my back turned to him. I gave him instructions to kick it just over my head. I will wait and kick it, hopefully, into the goal. I prepared myself, watching over my right shoulder. I saw him pull back about to kick the ball. I learned in training back at the academy how to slow things down with my mind so I could time them perfectly. I looked forward again as I heard the sound of his foot making impact. I didn't need to see the ball to hit it, I just had to make sure that my timing was perfect, so I closed my eyes and waited for my instinct to tell me when to jump. I was putting all my concentration on the ball sailing towards me that I didn't notice anything else around me. So when I was tackled from the left side, throwing me to the ground with them on top of me, I was quite surprised. I opened my eyes up in shock and fury to find Edward smiling down at me, looking very proud of himself. What the hell was that for? I screamed at him, pushing him off me. He seemed deterred by my outburst and an uneasy expression came over his face. There was a soccer ball coming right at you, he said, as if expecting me to be grateful. Of course it was, you dumbass. How else am I supposed to kick it? I continued to yell at him. My second outburst seemed to confuse him more because he said, why were you trying to kick the soccer ball? He asked. He obviously hadn't figured it out yet. Well, that's what you do at soccer tryouts, I said, getting up and dusting myself off and running back over to Emmett to see him laughing at what just happened. I sighed and chased after the soccer ball. Before he got to tryouts, I was heading out of the locker room to soccer tryouts, which, glancing at my phone, I was already late for. I readjusted my soccer bag and headed over to the field. I saw the cheerleaders practicing and I looked, hoping to see Bella. I was disappointed when I just saw my sister, Rosalie, Tanya and her friends. When Tanya saw me, she gave me an air key, and I had to hold back a grimace. The only reason I hadn't broken up with her yet is because if I do, Bella will think of me as an even bigger player. And that would not be good on my part, because apparently she doesn't like players. Hi Eddie, Tanya screeched. I gave a short wave back and said, I gotta go to soccer practice. Not wanting to stay and chat, I continued on my way to where Coach would be, looking around at all the guys passing around. I stopped in my tracks when I saw Bella. She was just standing there, and from the looks of it her eyes were closed. What is she doing? My eyes widened as I saw that Emmett, who was standing about 15 feet behind her, was about to kick the ball at her. I immediately dropped my bag and sprinted in their direction. It didn't really occur to me to yell or something like that. I saw Emmett's foot make contact with the ball, he wasn't kicking it soft either, and picked up my speed. I tackled Bella to the ground just as the ball went whizzing by. That could have given her a concussion. Good thing I saved her. I was extremely proud of myself. Finally I did something that will put me on her good side. I thought triumphantly. I looked down at her, expecting to see her expression full of gratitude. Instead I found something else. What the hell was that for? She asked me in a furious tone, pushing me off her. I was really confused at her outburst and said, "There was a soccer ball coming right at you." If I expected her to be calm after that, boy was I wrong. "Of course it was, you dumbass. How else am I supposed to kick it?" She screamed at me. Wow, she looks good when she's angry. I thought, but then remembered what she said. Wait, why would she want to kick the soccer ball? "Why were you trying to kick the soccer ball?" I inquired, still not understanding why she wasn't thanking me for saving her from a trip to the hospital. "Well, that's what you do at soccer tryouts," she said, getting up and dusting herself off. Then it clicked, how could she be trying out for the guys' soccer team? I awkwardly picked myself off the ground. Another attempt to look good in front of her backfired. Well, this way she'll be able to see how good I am firsthand. Besides, she can't be good enough to make it onto the guys' varsity team, and when she doesn't, maybe she'll go join cheerleading. I thought, now with a much brighter outlook than before. I should have learned by now that my plans never seem to work when it comes to Bella. I was still scarping all the dirt off my shins and arms as I headed over to grab the ball that I never got the chance to kick. Stupid Edward. Leave it to him to think I'm not good enough to be on the team. I picked up the ball and looked around to see where Emmett had gotten off to. My plan of getting in more kicks was cut short by the sound of the whistle and the coach yelling at us to gather round. With the soccer ball in hand, I jogged over and joined the other guys that were making a circle around the coach. I spotted Edward on the opposite side with a very determined look on his face. I knew that look. It was the same look he got right before he tried to show off in PE. I inwardly sighed at his foolishness, wishing that he would just give up. It would make it a lot easier to protect him. "Alright, so, welcome to soccer tryouts," started the coach, getting everyone's attention. "By the end of today, we will hopefully know who makes our varsity team or not." I looked around. There seemed to be about 22 guys or so. My guess would be that the coach would have a limit of only 15 or 16 people for his team. I let my eyes travel across each of them, sizing up my competition. I could tell immediately who would or wouldn't make it just by the way they stood. I could also tell that some of them were pretty hardcore players and that they would be the hardest ones I would go against. "Okay, so why don't we start out with 4 laps around the field as a warm-up, then we can get into some drills," the coach told us. "And remember, this is a tryout, so give me your best," he concluded, looking at each of us. He brought us over to the corner of the field, where I assumed he was using as a starting point. I watched as he pulled out a stopwatch and set it to 0. "Okay, so here's the deal, 4 laps is 1 mile. I'm going to use this timer," he said, lifting up the timer for everyone to see how fast you can finish it. "If you get over 10 minutes, then I suggest you join a sport that doesn't involve as much running." I noticed that as soon as he said that last statement, lots of the guys glanced at me and snickered. I gritted my teeth. It wouldn't do well to lose my temper right now, and got into sprinter's position. As soon as I heard that whistle blow, I was off like a bullet. It wasn't until I was almost done with my first lap that I realized that I probably didn't want to be attracting so much attention. I let myself go into a comfortable jog that I could stay at for a very long time without getting tired. Glancing behind me, I realized that the other guys were at least half a lap behind. Edward was the closest one to me, but he was still behind at least a quarter lap. I smirked and pushed myself a little more. It can't hurt to show off a little bit. It didn't take me long to lap the other guys. And I won't lie, I enjoyed every second of seeing them stare at me in shock as I surpassed them and kept going. They were clearly out of shape and energy, a few of them were heaving. I just smirked and kept going at my easy pace, not even close to being out of breath. I saw Edward in front of me and decided to pay him a visit before I lapped him too. I lengthened my stride and quickly took the remaining distance between us away. I looked at him from the side and saw that he had glistens of sweat on his forehead. "How ya doin', Edward?" I asked him in a level tone, smiling. I saw his jaw clench when he finally noticed me and realized that I had already lapped him. "Just because you're fast doesn't mean you'll be good at soccer," he responded shakily through his teeth, obviously upset about the fact that he was being easily beaten by a girl. I sighed and decided to piss him off more. I picked up my pace a smidgen and pulled right in front of him. I then turned around and started jogging backwards so that I could talk to him face to face. I smirked and said, "You still doubt that a girl like me can be good at sports?" His jaw clenched even tighter at the fact that I could even outrun him going backwards. "Why are you trying out for soccer anyways?" he asked in short gasps, trying to increase his speed, but I easily matched him. I shrugged in response to his question and said, "I just like the sport." Sewer, he said, trying to annoy me. "Are you sure it's not because you wanted to be with me even more, because clearly every single class is not enough?" He was smirking now and I didn't like it. I narrowed my eyes and turned back around, jogging normally, not even giving him an answer. I looked back over my shoulder and said, "I have to finish kicking your ass at running, so if you'll excuse me." He frowned at my choice of words, but I just picked up my pace again, trying to put some distance between us before I really lost my temper and ended up injuring him. I only had about a lap and a half left and decided to stop fooling around and wrap it up. Lengthening my strides, I quickly left Edward far behind and continued running, not slowing down once. Running was always one of my favorite activities. It was the one time where I really felt free and alive. I loved the sensation of adrenaline running through my veins and the beat my feet made every time they hit the ground, creating my own rhythm. Before I knew it, I had finished my remaining laps and walked over to the coach, curious about the time I got. He was staring at the stopwatch with a look of awe on his face. He turned to me and said, "Were you on the track team at your old school?" Thinking it over in my head, I decided that it would work well as a cover-up and nodded in response. He seemed satisfied and showed me the stopwatch. I saw that it read 6:15 and grimaced. It wasn't even close to my best time. I looked at the coach again to see him watching the rest of the guys trying out with a frown on his face, clearly not happy at their running abilities. I sat on the grass, twiddling a piece in between my fingers as I waited for the other people to finish. Edward finished a minute or two after me and collapsed on the grass on the other side of the coach. He obviously didn't feel like talking to me at the moment. Not that he could. About 12 of the rest of the guys made it under 10 minutes, Emmett being one of them, and the rest came in after. I noticed with a smirk that some of the guys that didn't make the time limit were the ones that snickered at me earlier. They all either collapsed like Edward or chugged the entire contents of their water bottle. I was still sitting there smirking when the coach came up with a disappointed look on his face. "All right, let's hope that you can handle a soccer ball better than you can run," the coach said, looking specifically at the guys who finished after 10 minutes. "You're going to each take a ball and start dribbling up and down the field, making sure not to lose control." He blew the whistle and a lot of the guys groaned at the idea of more running. I jumped up and grabbed a ball and started dribbling. The others followed my lead and grabbed a ball. Emmett caught up with me and kept at my easy pace. "That was awesome what you did back there," he told me, giving me a dimpled smile. I smiled in response and said, "Thanks, but you're the only one who seems to think so. PSH, those idiots are just upset that you're better than they are. They'll figure out soon enough that we can win the championship if you're on the team." I smiled at the compliment. "And if any of them give you any trouble at all, I'll sort them out," he said, pointing to his chest with his thumb. I was touched at the thought of him wanting to protect me. I'd never had any siblings and Emmett seemed like the protective older brother that was missing in my life. After we ran that drill for a while, coach let us have a water break, then made us work on our ball handling. We had to weave in between cones, using as many different footwork techniques that we knew. I watched Edward as I was standing in line. It was his turn on the cone course and I was curious about what the supposed MVP could do. I watched as he weaved in and out of the cones, using taps and pullbacks and the occasional fake. The object of the exercise was to pretend that the cones were defenders and to try to get by them. I was intrigued watching him. He really was a very good player and soccer was obviously something he took seriously. This was probably the first time that I had really respected Edward for something. I'm sure he cares about other stuff as much as this, he just doesn't want to show it. I felt like I was seeing the real Edward for the first time. He seemed genuinely happy, and it made me see him in a new light. He was very handsome, but I could tell that there was more to him than his perfect hair and body. He finished his routine and smirked when he saw me watching him. "And the mask is back in place." Looking around, I noticed that the other guys were looking at him with admiration. Apparently he wasn't only popular in school. After we all finished our rounds, coach decided to spend the last 40 minutes or so on shooting. The other guys, minus Edward, seemed to ease up around me. I understood that it would take a while for them to get used to the idea of having a girl on the team that was just as good, if not better, than them. I figured that they were alright with having me on the team as long as I was good enough to keep my spot. The shooting drill was pretty simple. Basically, one person would line up to shoot and someone else would volunteer to play goalie for their shot. The positions switched every time so that everyone got a chance at everything. The drill was going smoothly, some people were making good shots, and some goalies would make good saves. That all came to a halting stop when it was my turn to shoot. The other guys remembered what I did to the guy with the blonde hair earlier. He still had a headache an hour later. I stood there waiting for someone to play goalie, holding the ball under my foot. I looked at each of the guys, but they wouldn't look back at me. Then Edward, who had missed the encounter earlier, decided to speak up. Why isn't anyone going in goal? A lot of the guys just shuffled their feet and looked in the opposite direction. One guy decided to let Edward in on what was happening. He talked quietly but I could still hear him. Why do you think Alex has a headache? He said, referring to the kid I rebounded the ball off of during warm-ups. Edward got an unbelieving look on his face and said, "Oh, come on. You guys are telling me that you're too afraid to play goalie because she's kicking the ball?" He asked, pointing at me. "Dude, you didn't see what she did before. You might be willing to stand in that goal, being you and all, but I think I'd like to keep my head," the same guy said, crossing his arms and shaking his head. "Well, at least they're not doubting me anymore. This is ridiculous." Edward continued heading towards the goal. "I'll play goalie." I watched as he got inside the goalie box and stood there, waiting for me to kick it. It was slightly insulting how he didn't even get into a defensive stance or anything. I noticed that the other guys were now smiling and watching with eager eyes. They obviously wanted to see one of us go down. Right now I wasn't sure which one of us it was. I looked back at Edward to see a smile tugging at his lips. He didn't seem very nervous or worried about me kicking it. "Just to let you know, Bella, it was because of me playing goalie that we won the championship 2 years ago." He taunted in a voice that was filled with arrogance. I raised an eyebrow at his proud tone. I was really tired of Edward's attempts at impressing me and making me fall for him. "Do you really believe that I'm the kind of girl that will fall for you if you keep telling me how big-headed you are?" I said in response. I heard one of his teammates say, "Ouch," in the background after hearing my comment. Edward seemed a little taken back by my comment and I saw something shift behind his eyes, a mixture between hurt and fear. But it was quickly replaced by the same look I had learned to expect from him, arrogance. I decided that I should just get it over with, because otherwise I would be here forever. I took a few steps back, ran forward and slammed my foot onto the ball. That slight shift that I saw behind his eyes earlier made me decide not to let him have the same fate as Alex. Instead I turned my foot slightly before making contact and extended to the side. I watched as the ball sailed to the left, hit the goalpost and rebounded into the goal. Satisfied, I turned around to find a very unsatisfied group of guys who had wished I had hit him. "All right, well, that just about rounds up tryouts," the coach said, getting our attention. "I'll post the list tomorrow on the door to my office. Congratulations to those who made it, and for everyone else, maybe next year." I went over to the sideline and grabbed my bag, glad that I would get to go home. As I was driving home I thought about the things I saw in Edward today. I could tell that there was a lot he wasn't showing anyone, and that he might actually be a good guy if he dropped the arrogant act. Alice told me that he can be decent, who knows, maybe someday I'll actually get to meet the real Edward Cullen. If I had any more doubts about Bella's soccer playing abilities, they were gone after she made that kick. Most people are only able to make that shot by accident and they're lucky if it actually manages to go in. I sat in my car resting my head back on the seat. I watched as Bella pulled out of the parking lot with an interesting expression on her face. It's been 2 days and she still hasn't fallen for me. It's so infuriating. The one person I want the most is the one that I can't get. I wasn't going to give up though, I was determined. With that thought in mind I started my car and drove home. It was just starting to drizzle as I was getting into the house. I trudged upstairs and entered my room, dropping my bag on the floor. I laid down on my black couch covering my eyes with my arm. I was exhausted. The sound of my door opening made me open one eye. I was greeted by the sight of my sister, Alice, entering my room. "So how was tryouts?" she asked casually, scooting my legs over so that she could sit down. "Pretty good. How was cheerleading?" I asked, closing my eyes again. "Rose and I had fun, but your girlfriend was a pain in the ass like usual," she said in an annoyed tone. "I really wish that Bella would have come. She seems to like getting exercise, she would have had fun." "Oh, don't worry, she'll be getting plenty of exercise," I said. "What are you talking about, Edward? Please don't tell me you're just planning your future, life," she said in a disgusted tone, pulling my arm off from on top of my eyes. "I wish. No, I was talking about the fact that your dear friend Bella tried out for soccer today," I told her, letting out a sigh. "But we don't have a girls' soccer team," Alice said with a confused expression. I just gave her a pointed look, waiting for her to catch on. I could practically hear the click in her head when she got it, and a look of understanding came over her face, which was quickly followed by one of unbelief. She jumped off my couch and yelled, "Bella's trying out for the boys' soccer team." I sighed and nodded, wishing she would talk quieter. She seemed to sense my annoyance and continued in a quieter voice, "Why didn't she tell me?" I just shrugged, not knowing myself why Bella decided to try out. "So, was she any good?" Alice asked eagerly, continuing her 20 questions. "She was all right," I said, not wanting to stay on the topic of Bella's athletic ability. Alice gave me an unbelieving look and said, "I think you're lying. I bet she was really good and you just don't want to admit it." "Look, Alice, I'm really tired, and I have a lot of homework to do," I said, getting up, avoiding the topic. She jumped up and said, "Aha. I knew it. She must have been extremely good. No wonder you're all pissed off." She seemed very proud of herself for being right. She noticed my unhappy attitude and stopped jumping around. "Why are you so upset about her being on the team? You'll be able to see her more this way," she asked, looking at me. When I didn't answer, she talked again. "Wait, you're not upset because she's better than you at soccer. You're upset because she still won't go out with you, and that none of your tactics are working to draw her in." She looked at me and, by the expression on my face, knew that she had poked the right spot. She shook her head at my absurdness. I felt foolish and ashamed of myself. "Let me ask you this," she said, looking me in the eye, "what is Bella to you?" By the expression on her face, I could tell that my answer would settle something for her. Her question stopped me short, and for some reason I couldn't just say one of my usual answers. If she was asking the same question about anyone else, I would have easily responded with something along the lines of, "Just a girl," or, "Just a date." But for some reason Bella felt different. Whether it was the way she seemed immune to things that have let me sail through life easily before now, or the fact that she sees things about me and calls me out on them. I would never admit it to anyone else, but the fact that Bella saw right through me scared me. She frustrated me, and that frustration led me to say things that made her hate me even more. I felt vulnerable around her for some reason, and I felt like I was on the borderline of hate and attraction towards her. I couldn't tell Alice the answer to her question because I didn't know myself. She seemed to sense the mental debate I was having and said, "When you figure it out, come tell me. Let's just hope it's not too late." With that, she got up and walked out of my room, leaving me to my thoughts. I tossed and turned all night thinking about what Alice said. I still couldn't answer her question. I knew that Bella was not like the other girls I had dated before. But I was hesitant to open myself up like that. I was afraid of letting go of the image I had created to cover myself for a long time. People knew me as the popular, rich player Edward Cullen who is always scoring girls. They don't know me as Edward Cullen, the guy that loves to play piano, enjoys spending time with his sister, and misses his mother. I was afraid that if they got to know that Edward, then I would lose everything I had worked so hard to gain. I sometimes wish that I could be that Edward, just so that I could see how different my life would be. I had a decision to make. What was more important to me, being who I currently am, or maybe getting a chance with Bella? One thing was for sure, I couldn't have both. I grabbed my car keys and headed out the door to go to school. The coach said that he was going to post the team roster this morning, and I was anxious to see it. If I didn't make the team, it would mean I would have to try out for cheerleading. I had bought shin guards and cleats last night, hoping that I would get to use them. I pulled into the parking lot and saw that there were very few cars. I had decided to come early to check the list. I hopped out of my car, shouldering my bag and headed towards the gym, making sure that my phone was still in my pocket. Last night I had tried out the GPS system on my phone. I was able to see exactly where the 3 microchips were, which could definitely come in handy later. I had also put aside some time to hack into the security system of his house. I had reset it to let me know the second someone tried to break in. But I also connected it with my GPS system so that it would tell me if the microchips left the house. I figured that way, I would be able to make sure that Edward stayed in his house and that no one came and got him. It was starting to drizzle, so I picked up my pace and pulled my hood over my head. I finally made it to the gym and wiped my feet on the mat, trying to shake the water off. I walked over to the coach's office nervously. I scanned over the list slowly, only to let out a sigh of relief when I saw Swan, Bella written second from the bottom. I gave myself a small smile and looked at the list again to see who else made it. Cullen, Edward of course. Cullen, Emmett, Cheney, Ben, Crowley, Tyler, Newton, Mike. Those were the only ones I recognized, and the other ones I didn't really care about. I was about to head out when I heard a voice from inside the office say, "Isabella." The voice was followed by Coach, poking his head out of the door and smiling when he saw me. "Oh good, you saw the list," he said, motioning his hand toward the door and now coming fully out of his office. "Yeah, I'm really happy I made the team. I wasn't really sure I would make the cut," I said truthfully. He looked at me strangely and said, "Of course you made it, you were by far the best one out there. I would be an idiot not to put you on the team," he said, smiling at me warmly. "Actually, I'm glad I caught you this morning. I have something to ask you," he told me. I nodded at him to continue. "How would you feel about being captain of the team? You showed tremendous skill yesterday and I think you would do well as the team captain," he told me, still smiling. I was ecstatic at first when he asked me, immediately thinking of ways I could benefit the team and led them to victory, but then I remembered something. Edward. The smile that had appeared on my face moments before started to fade away as I thought of how badly Edward wanted to be captain. I couldn't do that to him. Coach noticed my sudden mood change and threw me a questioning glance. "Could I possibly get back to you with my answer? I'd like to think it over first," I asked him. He seemed confused at my weariness. I'm sure he was expecting me to jump at the opportunity, but he nodded at me all the same. I thanked him, grabbed my bag and headed out of the gym. I walked to the hallway where my locker was. I needed to grab a couple things. I closed my locker door and was surprised when I was met with the sight of an angry Alice 5 inches from my face. I didn't like having my personal space invaded, so I took a slight step back, which only caused her to take another step forward. "Hey Bella, did you forget to tell me something yesterday?" she asked, examining her fingernail, trying to sound inconspicuous but wasn't fooling anyone. I racked my brain for possible things I left out yesterday, but when nothing came to mind, I looked back at her confused. Noticing my clueless expression, she said, "Are you sure? So there's nothing important you forgot to tell me yesterday?" She looked me in the eye, trying to make me catch on. I shook my head, because I really didn't have any idea what she was talking about. "So you mean to tell me that it just slipped your mind to tell me that you tried out for the boys' soccer team?" she said, getting louder with each word. I flinched at the sudden increase of noise and took another step back. I looked around to see if anyone was paying attention to our conversation. They were. I saw about 5 people staring in shock at the information that Alice just screamed. I noticed with a grimace that one of them was Jessica Stanley. She seemed to snap out of her shock the quickest and whipped out her cell phone, which she started punching away at furiously, occasionally glancing at me. I groaned, turning back to Alice, "Why did you have to do that? Now Jessica over there is going to make sure that the entire student population knows all about me trying out for the team. As if I wasn't getting enough stares already. Because, you didn't tell me that you were trying out yesterday. It's kind of something you let your friend know," she said, giving me a look that pretty much told me I was an idiot. I was taken back when she used the word, "friend." Is that what we are? I asked myself. I had never had a friend before, so I couldn't really tell if this was a friendship. She sighed and said, "Well, did you at least make the team?" she asked. I nodded, still thinking over the word, friend. Rolling it over in my mind. I figured that it would be okay to be friends with someone, I just couldn't let myself get too connected. That way when they left I would still be able to keep going like I always have. I take it my brother made the team too? She asked, trying to get me to talk more. Yeah, was my brilliant reply. He's sure that he's going to be captain this year, she said as if she had heard him say it a million times. I bit my lip and looked away, knowing that I was holding back information from my new friend. Alright, well I should get going to class, I said, trying to edge away from the conversation. Okay, I guess I'll see you at lunch. I can't wait to see everyone's reaction to you being on the team, she said with a grin. I grimaced at the reminder that I would be the hot topic of the day. Well, they would have found out sometime. I said goodbye to Alice and headed toward history. The bell was close to ringing, so the classroom was pretty full already. It was alive with conversation, but once I stepped inside it went dead silent. Here we go again. I ducked my head and shuffled to my seat. As I was passing by I heard the occasional whisper. OMG, did you hear, she tried out for the team. I bet she didn't make it. She is so weird. Why would she want to try out for soccer? That last comment stung, but years of practice kept me from showing it on the outside. I sat in my seat and put my head on the desk to hide my now red face. I heard the chair move next to me and I saw Edward sit down. Uninterested with whatever comment he was going to throw at me today, I went back to putting my face on the desk. After a few minutes I felt him staring at me. I expected him to stop, so I didn't say anything. After another minute or so he still didn't look away and I was getting annoyed. I picked my head up and glared at him. Catching him off guard, I said, "Is there a reason you're staring at me?" He seemed flustered at being caught and said, "Nope," then quickly looked somewhere across the room. That was weird. Mentally shrugging, I sat back in my seat, seeing that the teacher finally entered the classroom. I walked into class, still thinking about last night. I looked to my seat and saw Bella with her head down on the desk. She should be happy. I just looked at the roster and she made the team. My confusion at her upset attitude was made clear when I listened to the whispering that was going on. Maybe she's psycho, that would explain why she tried out for the team. That comment made me frown. Instead of listening to more, I headed towards my seat. I put my backpack on the ground and sat down in my seat. Bella opened an eye, but that was all she did to acknowledge my presence. I saw out of the corner of my eye as she went back to hiding her face from the class without saying anything. As hard as I tried, which wasn't very hard, I couldn't keep my eyes off her. Her hair was spread out on the desk, and I wanted to reach out and run my hands through it to see if it was as soft as it looked. She was so different from any of the other girls here. She was so much more real. Maybe it wouldn't be too bad having her on the team. This was going to be a good season. I would finally get to be captain. I had worked hard to get that spot. I figured that maybe if I got to be captain, then my dad would recognize my hard work and devotion. He might even come to a game. There were two things that I didn't have that I wanted the most. My father to realize I exist. Bella. Speaking of which, I was still staring at her. I was trying to memorize every aspect of her. My eyes traced everything from the curve of her ear to the freckle on the back of her neck. All of a sudden she snapped her head up and glared at me. "Is there a reason you're staring at me?" I felt embarrassed at her catching me staring, so I quickly just said, "Nope," and looked at nothing in particular across the room. The day flew by pretty quickly. The news that Bella was on the team spread like wildfire. At lunch she sat opposite me, next to my sister. They were talking the entire time. Well, my sister was. Bella was mostly just listening to her and nodding occasionally. Emmett was talking to me about some soccer play he had come up with that he thought we should run. I wasn't doing a very good job listening because I was watching Bella. Emmett gave up on getting me to respond and tried Bella. "Hey Bella, tell me what you think of this play." Then he went on to describe his insane play to Bella, making her laugh at its ridiculousness. I smiled when she did, but I also noticed that something seemed to be off about hers. I looked at her eyes and noticed there was something hiding behind the happiness she was showing. She noticed me looking at her and said, "What?" "Nothing," I replied, still puzzled about her eyes. Lunch ended and music class went by in a flash. Pretty soon I was sitting in biology next to Bella, listening to the teacher drone on about photosynthesis. I glanced over at Bella and noticed that she was doodling in a notebook. Curious, I leaned over a little and looked closer. She seemed to be drawing some sort of intricate crest. It was in the shape of a shield, and I watched as she drew vines around the rim and wrote MA in curvy letters in the middle. It was really good, so I leaned over a little more, trying to get a better look. She seemed to notice that I was looking at her drawing because she snapped it to her chest and glared at me for the second time today. "What?" she said, annoyed that I had looked at her drawing. "What are you drawing?" I asked, trying to peek at it again. She just held it tighter and said, "Nothing that pertains to you." I was about to argue, when my phone started ringing. I freaked out and pulled it out of my pocket. The screen was flashing. "Tanya. What the hell? Why is she calling me during class?" I immediately hit the off button and looked up wearily. I was met with the sight of a very angry teacher and a snickering class. The teacher stormed over to me and snatched the phone out of my hand. "Detention, Mr. Cullen." He spat at me. "But I have soccer right after school," I said, not believing what just happened. "Well, lucky for you then that there is a second detention around 5:30. That way no one has an excuse to miss it." He put my phone in his drawer with a smug expression on his face, and then continued his lecture. I glanced at Bella to see a very sour expression on her face. I was sitting in biology next to Edward. The teacher was giving some lecture on photosynthesis that I already knew. I pulled out my notebook and a pencil, deciding that doodling would be a good way to pass the time. I let my mind wander as I was drawing, not really sure what I was drawing at all. I must have been thinking about the academy because when I looked at my paper I saw the school's crest. I had drawn it just as I remembered it, vines surrounding a shield, and in the middle were the letters MA for Meyer Academy. I think I might have been getting a little homesick, but I snapped out of it when I saw Edward out of the corner of my eye trying to look at my drawing. I snapped it to my chest and glared at him. "What?" I asked, annoyed at him for looking at my drawing. "What are you drawing?" he asked, still trying to get a look at it, but I just held onto it tighter. "Nothing that pertains to you," I told him, still clutching my paper. "I probably shouldn't have drawn that." He opened his mouth to say something when his phone started ringing. He freaked out and quickly pulled it out of his pocket. I glanced at the screen and gave a small chuckle when I saw that it said, "Tanya. Why would she call him during class?" He pressed the off button and looked up. Apparently I wasn't the only one who noticed his phone. I watched as the teacher stormed over and snatched his phone away. "Detention, Mr. Cullen," the teacher yelled. At those words both Edward and my expression turned to ones of disbelief. "Aw man, if he gets detention that means I have too. I have to follow Edward everywhere except his house. Damn it, Edward." I sat there matching Edward's furious expression, planning how I was going to get the teacher to give me a detention. I unwillingly came up with a plan and waited for the perfect time to put it into action. I would have to wait a while to make it look real. At the right time, I tore off a piece of paper from my notebook and wrote a message on it. I watched as the teacher walked around the class still lecturing. When he was behind our desk walking towards the front of the class, one slid the piece of paper across the desktop to Edward. I slid it slowly, giving the teacher plenty of time to see it. I started to get worried when the paper was only a few inches away from Edward. Then I had to keep the smile off my face when I had the smack of the teacher's hand as he put it over the paper. He took the bait. "Passing notes, are we, Ms. Swan?" he said, picking up the note. He seemed very proud of himself for catching me in the act. "Police, I could pass a note to the person on the other side of the room without you noticing." I watched as he unfolded the note and read it. His confident smirk turning first into a frown and then a weird expression that I think was supposed to be anger. My note basically made fun of him and his lecture. I had to lay it on thick to get the results I needed. "Well, Ms. Swan," he said angrily, folding up the piece of paper, "it looks like you will be joining Mr. Cullen in detention." I nodded, and he seemed a little upset at my lack of reaction to his punishment. There wasn't much time left in the period, so I just sat in my seat thinking about nothing in particular. As soon as I heard the bell, I jumped out of my seat and hurried out of the classroom. I had stored my soccer gear in my locker this morning, so that's where I headed. I grabbed what I needed and headed towards the locker room to change. Once inside, I made sure that no one was around and slipped into the sweatpants and long-sleeve Adidas shirt I brought to practice in. Double-checking to make sure that everything was covered, I put on my shin guards and cleats. Shouldering my soccer bag, I headed out to the field, ready for exercise. As I was walking onto the field I heard a commotion. Looking to where the cheerleaders practiced I saw Edward talking to Tanya, who was screaming at him. I kept my eyes on what was happening as I kept walking over to where the rest of the team was gathering. I put down my bag and nudged Emmett, who was also staring in the same direction. "What's going on?" I asked him, gesturing towards Edward and Tanya. "Not sure," he replied smiling, "but I think Edward is breaking up with his girlfriend." For some reason this caused a small smile to break out across my face, but I got rid of it as soon as I realized it was there. The entire team was watching the show, but they quickly pretended to be doing something else when Edward started walking back over. Any chance at asking questions was cut short by the blow of a whistle. We all turned towards the coach, who was smiling. "Welcome to soccer practice." After soccer was over I stretched my sore muscles and headed towards the locker room. After I was back in my regular clothing I walked out to see Edward leaning against the wall. He stood up when he saw me and said, "Come on, we don't want to be late for detention." I followed him out into the parking lot. I got really confused when I saw him unlock his car. He noticed my confusion and said, "The classroom for detention is on the other side of campus. It's a long walk from here and there's another lot to park in over there." I nodded in understanding and dug out my own keys. He put his key in the ignition and started the engine. The sound of his engine made my eyebrows furrow up in confusion. It sounded different yesterday. Maybe something's wrong with it. I made a mental note to check out his car and climbed into my own. I followed him as he drove to the other lot and reparked. We both got out and locked our cars. He started walking towards one of the buildings and I followed. Of course he would know exactly where the detention room is. We walked into a room that had only 5 or so desks for the students and a regular one for whatever teacher got stuck staying after school to watch them. The teacher that was at the desk asked our names to check off a list, then pointed towards the desks. We both took our seats without a word. There was only one other guy in the room and he was sleeping at his own desk. I sighed and decided to follow his lead. I didn't fall asleep, but the rest felt good after just having practice. Instead of using my eyes, I listened to what was happening in the room. I could hear the scratching of a pencil on paper as the teacher worked on the daily Sudoku on the paper. I heard the steady breathing that was coming from the guy that was sleeping. And I felt Edward staring at me again. I looked up at him and raised an eyebrow in silent questioning. He just looked away like he did the first time I caught him. With a sigh I rested my chin on my hands and closed my eyes. I heard the teacher put his pencil down, get up and walk out of the room. Maybe a bathroom break. I opened one eye when I heard the guy that I thought was asleep get up and leave as soon as the teacher was out of the classroom. I watched out of the corner of my eye as Edward looked back and forth between the door and the desk the guy was just at. "Don't bother, Edward," I told him, clearly guessing his intentions. "Why not?" he replied after he got past the shock from me practically reading his mind. "Because of that," I said, pointing towards the hidden video camera that I spotted the second I walked in the door. "Apparently they don't trust their students here." "Oh," he said, embarrassed, finally seeing the camera. After that we fell into an awkward silence. "Hey Bella, why'd you try out for soccer?" Edward asked, looking at me. "You already asked that," I said in response. "Yeah, I know, but you didn't exactly elaborate. All you said was, 'I like the sport,'" he said. I sighed and turned to look at him. "All right, well I guess it's also the feeling I get when I run. You know, when you feel untouchable," I said, waiting for him to laugh or something. Instead what I got was, "Yeah, I know what you mean. Why did you move here in the first place?" he asked, excited that I actually answered a question. "What is this, 20 questions or something?" I asked him. "It can be, it's not like we have anything better to do." I sighed in defeat and said, "Fine, but I'm not promising to answer them all. I moved here with my adoptive parents from California." That was half true. He nodded and asked, "What are your parents like?" I grimaced on the inside. My parents were a touchy topic for me. "They're like regular parents, I suppose," I said, for lack of a better description. No one had asked about my fake parents yet, so I hadn't really come up with anything. "I take it they bought you that car?" he asked. I just nodded in response. "Yeah, my dad bought me mine too." "Well, I picked it out, he just gave me the money." Edward saw it and I could detect a hint of sadness in his words, as if there was more to the story. "What do your parents do for a living?" he asked. I struggled to come up with an answer for a second or two but eventually said, "My dad's an architect and my mom is an editor." "What kind of editing does she do?" he asked, smiling, genuinely curious. I felt bad about lying to him so much, but I had to do it. All sorts, books, magazines, newspapers. I was running out of ideas. "I think that's enough questions about my parents, what about yours?" I asked. At my question the smile that had been growing on his face steadily with each question faded. He looked away and said, "My mom died when I was 5. And my dad, well, let's just say he isn't much of one." "I'm sorry," I said. I already knew about his mom, but I had no idea about his dad. "It's just that, my entire life he has never been there," he said, raising his head to look at me. "After my mom died, it was almost like he didn't want us anymore. He's ignored me my whole life, but I'm hoping that he'll notice me now," he said with a little bit of hope in his eyes. "Why now?" I asked quietly. "Because I'm going to be team captain this year. And then he'll appreciate me as his son," he said with a smile, truly thinking that his plan was flawless. I on the other hand froze at his words. There is no way I can be captain. It would kill him. I put a small smile on my face, trying not to let him see the expression that was on the inside. The conversation ended after that. The teacher returned to tell us we could leave. I stretched and yawned, getting out of my chair. Edward followed me into the hallway and said, "All right, well, I have to go to the bathroom, but I'll see you tomorrow." He gave me a small smile. I waved goodbye and headed outside. Because it was winter, the sun set earlier, making it pretty dark outside. I shivered against the cold air and put my hood up. I was about to unlock my car when I remembered Edward's across the lot. Might as well check it out now. I jogged over to where I remembered it was, pulling out my Swiss Army knife so I could pop the hood. Once I got it open, my eyes widened at what I saw. A bomb. No wonder it sounded funny before. We had learned to deactivate bombs back at the academy, but that takes time, which I wasn't sure I had. Being very careful, I looked closer, seeing if there was anything to go by. On the back side I found what I was looking for, the screen that read the countdown. I saw with horror that it was at 30 seconds left. I immediately closed the lid and started sprinting back towards the buildings in my car. There was no way that I could deactivate it in time, and I had to get clear. I squatted on the other side of my car, nervously waiting for what was to come, counting down in my head. It was getting darker as the sun was going down more, but that didn't prevent me from seeing Edward jogging in the direction of his car. Oh shit. I immediately chased after him, still counting down in my head. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Damn it. We were about 50 feet away when I tackled him to the ground. We rolled into some bushes just as I heard the explosion. To say he was shocked would be an understatement. If he had been a few feet closer, who knows what could have happened. It was dark enough that I was sure he didn't recognize me, especially with my hood on, but I still didn't take any chances. As soon as I made sure he was safe, I got up and sprinted around the side of the building. I let out a large breath and examined myself. I had a few cuts here and there, but other than that I was fine. I peeked around the corner and tried to make out what was happening. I think Edward was examining the remaining parts of his car. Chances are that he probably called the police. People were coming out of the building to see what had happened. Apparently there had been some sort of event going on not too far from us. Which means that he will be taken care of. Which also means it's time for me to get out of here. I manually unlocked my car and started it. Edward was too preoccupied to notice the sound of an engine, which I was thankful for. I kept my lights off until I was far enough away that he wouldn't see them. I let out another sigh as I made my way home. Thank God I can run fast. I groaned as I rolled over to turn off my beeping alarm clock. I got a pretty bad bruise yesterday when I tackled Edward to the ground last night. Maybe I landed on something. I yawned and stretched my arms as I got out of bed. I would have to investigate the explosion. Obviously the person doing this isn't kidding around. With that thought in mind, I continued getting up and got ready to leave for school. A while later, after I was sure that I had everything I needed, I grabbed my keys and headed out the door. I also had to carry the soccer bag that they gave out yesterday at practice to everyone on the team. I would just have to stick it in my locker or something until after school. I pulled into the parking lot, not failing to notice the even shinier Volvo that occupied the spot a few away from mine. Getting out, I grabbed my bags from the backseat and started walking. I watched out of the corner of my eye as I saw Edward get out of his new car and started twisting his head in every direction, obviously looking for someone. Once he spotted me walking in the direction of his car, he quickly tried to pull a casual look by leaning against his car with his arms crossed and looked in the other direction. I rolled my eyes. You didn't have to be a spy to be able to call his bluff. New car? I asked with a raised eyebrow as I walked past his car. At my comment, he turned his head to look at me as if he was just now noticing me for the first time. I mentally rolled my eyes at his bad acting skills. He gave me a crooked smile and tried to keep his cool act by blowing it off as no big deal. He switched positions to keep looking laid back, placing his hand on the front of his car to support his weight. However, he didn't seem to realize that the hood of his car was still wet from last night's rain and his hand slipped, causing him to slam his forehead on the car. He quickly scrambled up, embarrassed, brushing his hands off on his jeans, almost like he meant to do it. Smooth, Edward, Alice said, brushing past him and walking over to me. I had to cough back a laugh, especially when I noticed the big red mark Edward had on his forehead. Alice linked her arm with mine and started towing me towards the school. I turned my head to give Edward a small wave goodbye, but he was too busy muttering to himself about being an idiot. I turned my head back around to find Alice inspecting my clothes for the second time. I really need to take you shopping, these jeans aren't cute at all, she said, finally looking at me. Instead of arguing, I changed the topic. So, your brother got a new car? Yeah, didn't you hear what happened? She asked. I shook my head. I was curious at what they thought had happened. His old car blew up yesterday, she said as if she didn't believe it herself. You're kidding, I said, acting the appropriate level of surprised. She shook her head excitingly, happy to have someone to gossip with. They think that there was something wrong with the engine and that could have caused it to explode. Is he okay? I asked, already knowing that Edward was fine except for maybe a few bruises from me tackling him. Yeah, he's fine, thank God he wasn't in the car when it happened, she said. I nodded my head in agreement, happy that he was safe, and also because I would have been so fired if that had happened. Apparently, Edward saw that some crazy guy tackled him then ran off right before it happened, she said, giving a small laugh at how absurd it sounded. I was a little miffed and couldn't help but ask, how do you know it was a guy? Believe me, Edward saw that the person tackled him hard enough to be a linebacker, it was definitely a guy, she said, opening her locker. I smiled a little mentally at the compliment, but on the outside I held the same stone-cold expression as always. The day was going pretty well. I was on my way to PE when I glanced at my watch. My eyes widened when I realized that I was running out of time if I wanted to make sure I changed by myself. I picked up the pace and soon walked into the locker room. I unlocked my locker and started stripping. I had gotten on my sweatpants and was about to pull off my shirt when I heard the bell ring, followed by the sound of the door opening. Shit. Pushing up my sleeves, I ripped off the knives that were strapped there, and shoved them inside my locker. I wouldn't have had enough time to swap shirts, so that was the next best thing I could think of. Just as I was checking to make sure that the blades were covered, Alice came strolling around the corner. Hey Bella, aren't you usually changed by now? She asked as she unlocked the locker next to mine. Yeah, I was running a little late, I replied, closing my locker door a little more just in case. I was still standing there when she asked, aren't you going to get changed? Oh, right, was my brilliant reply, as I carefully opened my locker door a little wider and cautiously dug inside for my PE shirt. I pulled my shirt over my head with my back turned to Alice and threw it into my locker. I was about to put my PE shirt on when I heard Alice gasp. I spun around quickly, thinking that she had spotted the knives. I was about to say something when she said, where did you get those scars? She asked, turning me back around so that she could take a closer look at my back. What? Oh, I fell through a window when I was a little kid. I had to get a lot of stitches, I said, letting the lies roll off my tongue. She seemed to be suspicious at first, but the look on my face must have convinced her to drop the topic because she didn't say anything else and continued changing. I quickly threw my shirt on and locked my locker, trying to push back the memories that a lot of those scars came with. It was definitely no window that gave me those scars. Alice didn't notice, but they weren't only on my back, I had numerous scars, some small ones on my arms, some across my chest. I even had one on the side of my face, but my hair managed to make it unnoticeable. The other people back at the academy just thought I got them from missions I went on, where the situation left me with a few stitches here or there. They were partially correct, some of them were from missions, but the rest were from long before I was an agent. There was one scar in particular that I didn't like to think about. I remembered the day perfectly. I was 12 years old, still with my parents in Phoenix. I had been doing homework one night at the kitchen table. My mom was passed out upstairs in her room, so the house was fairly quiet. The silence was broken, however, by my dad slamming the front door open and swaggering in, still carrying a beer bottle. I was sure that it wasn't his first drink of the night. I knew not to mess with him when he was drunk, so I tried to pack up my homework as quietly as I could so I would be able to slip upstairs unnoticed. I must have made a sound, however, because his head snapped in my direction and a furious expression appeared on his face. I was standing up holding my backpack to my chest with the expression of fear clearly shown on my face. I knew that there was no way I was going to be able to go upstairs anytime soon, so I just braced myself for the approaching storm. "You told someone," he boomed, stomping towards me. I shook my head in fright. I had never told someone all the things that happened at home. I was too afraid. He didn't believe me. He never did. His response was to slam his beer bottle on the counter so that all he was holding now was the top with a now extremely sharp other end. "Then why did I get a phone call at work today from the nurse at your school saying that you had suspicious bruises?" he yelled now in my face. I was horrified that she had called him. "I didn't say anything," I stuttered. "Liar," he yelled and hit me across the face, sending me sprawling to the floor. He leaned over me and got in my face. I could smell the alcohol on his breath and shied away. He grabbed my face and roughly pulled it so that he was looking me in the eye. "Believe me, after tonight you're going to have more than just bruises," he said as I watched a sadistic smile form on his face. That night he had used the broken beer bottle and gave me that 5-inch long scar that is now on my right shoulder blade. During PE I didn't talk to Alice much. I was still trying to push away the memories that kept crawling back into my mind. However, by the time lunch rolled around I had shook myself out of it and returned to normal. I was sitting at the lunch table taking a bite of my sandwich while listening to Alice talk. She paused the one-sided conversation when an announcement came on the loudspeaker. "Attention students, this is just a reminder that the dance is this Friday. It is formal wear only, so make sure you dress appropriately." Alice squealed next to me and immediately started going on about different dresses and shoes, which I had no desire to listen to. Instead I turned my attention over to Edward, who was talking to Emmett about soccer. "I'm so psyched for practice today," coach is announcing captain. Edward saw Ed with a smile on his face. I winced on the inside and decided that now would be a good time to tell him. Even though I wasn't going to take the spot, I didn't want him to be caught off guard. Interrupting whatever Emmett was going to say, I said, "Hey Edward." "Eddie." The voice that cut me off was none other than Lauren trying to pick up where Tanya left off. Edward grimaced and turned to face her. "Yes, Lauren. I still need a date for the dance, and I'm sure you and I could have a lot of fun together," she said suggestively with a wink. I gagged as I watched her drop a slip of paper containing her number and walk away, not even giving Edward a chance to respond. Edward grimaced at the piece of paper and said, "Well, I'm going to head to class before anyone else comes around and gives me their number." With that he got up, grabbed his bag and left the cafeteria. "I'll just ask the coach not to say anything about it today at practice." School ended and I was heading out of the locker room now in full soccer gear. When I got over to the field, coach was in a serious conversation with someone, so I put off telling him about the captain thing until later. After everyone arrived and coach finished his conversation, we started practice. He had us run a mile. Everyone managed to make it in less than 10 minutes, and we did some more shooting exercises and he would occasionally throw in some drills. It wasn't until practice was over, when most of the guys were soaked with sweat and breathing hard, that coach gave us a water break. We were all sitting around drinking from our water bottles or just catching our breath when the coach came over to talk to us. "I have some very important news to announce," coach said, getting everyone's attention. "Uh-oh." I saw out of the corner of my eye that Edward had a smile on his face and he sat up a little straighter. I am going to announce the captain for this year's team, he said excitedly. I tried to stop him before he went any further. Coach. About that. Hold on a second, Isabella, I just want to announce this, he said, cutting me off. I've decided that the captain this year should only be someone with the best playing ability, someone that can really lead this team, he said, much to my growing dread. So, for this year's captain, I have chosen Isabella, he concluded with a smile. I immediately looked over at Edward, and immediately wished I hadn't. His expression was heartbreaking. I winced at the sight, barely even noticing that everyone else was leaving now that practice was over. We were the only two that stayed where we were. I didn't say anything, just watched anxiously as he sat there. All of a sudden he stood quickly and roughly threw his bag over his shoulder. He started walking away, but not before sending a glare that made me wince for the second time. I jumped up and went after him, grabbing his arm and turning him around. Listen, Edward, I was going to tell you, I said, pleading with my eyes for him to believe me. Tell me what? That you decided to take the one thing I wanted the most away from me, he said angrily, clenching his jaw. No, Edward, that's never what I meant to do, you have to believe me, I pleaded. You knew how much it meant to me. That was the one chance I had at getting closer with my father, he yelled, getting in my face. I said nothing, ashamed that I didn't tell him, pleading with my eyes for him to forgive me. I bet that's what you wanted all along. You took the captain's spot away from me so that your perfect life could be even more perfect, he yelled. At that comment all the pleading and regret disappeared from my face. You think my life is perfect, I said in a voice that pretty much screamed, don't mess with me. Oh, I know it is. With your perfect car, perfect grades, and perfect parents. I'm sure getting captain was nothing new to you at all, he yelled, getting louder with each word. You know nothing about me, or my life, I said gravely, getting up in his face, my fist itching by my side to hit him. Oh, but I do. I'm Bella, I'm too good for any of the guys at this school, so I just sit there and don't talk to anybody, he said in a horrible imitation of me. I bit my tongue and replied, fine, you think I think I'm too good for everybody, I'll prove you wrong. I bet that I can get asked to the dance by 10 different guys tomorrow. All right, you're on. There's one more day until the dance, and I know for a fact that no guy will even get close to you since you turned me down, he replied with a triumphant smirk. I gritted my teeth and brushed past him, saying, well, we'll see. I was furious as I unlocked my car and got in. I sat in the driver's seat and took a deep breath, trying to calm myself down. What did I just get myself into? I pulled out my cell phone and dialed Alice. Hello, she said, picking up. Hey Alice, I need a favor, I started. What kind of favor? She asked, curious. I was thinking that maybe we could take that shopping trip you wanted to go on so badly, I said, trying not to let the grimace that was in my mind get into my voice. Really? She asked excitedly. Sure, do you think that we could go tomorrow? How much are you against cutting class for a while? I asked. I like where this is going. All right, how about we go to the mall early tomorrow morning? Perfect, I replied. I said my goodbye and started the car to take me home. Practice was ending and coach let us off to get some water. I was too excited to get out my water bottle, so I just sat there, anxiously waiting. I have some very important news to announce, coach said, getting everyone's attention. I smiled and sat up straighter, not wanting to miss anything. I am going to announce the captain for this year's team, he said excitedly. Bella spoke up and said, coach. About that. Hold on a second, Isabella, I just want to announce this, he said, cutting her off. I've decided that the captain this year should only be someone with the best playing ability, someone that can really lead this team, he said, much to my growing happiness. So, for this year's captain, I have chosen Isabella, he concluded with a smile. The smile on my face melted. I thought that I had heard wrong, but the way that coach was smiling at Bella proved I was right. I just sat there, unmoving, still getting over the shock of having my dreams crushed. It didn't occur to me to blame the coach or anyone else. No, all my hatred went straight to Bella. I glared at her and got up, grabbing my bag as I went. I had started walking away when I felt Bella's hand on my arm, followed by her roughly turning me around to face her. Listen, Edward, I was going to tell you, she said, regret and sadness in her eyes. Tell me what? That you decided to take the one thing I wanted the most away from me. I yelled back angrily, venting out all my frustration. I was so angry at her for betraying me. No, Edward, that's never what I meant to do, you have to believe me. She pleaded. You knew how much it meant to me. That was the one chance I had at getting closer with my father. I yelled, getting in her face. I had trusted her, told her about my father. That was obviously a mistake. I bet that's what you wanted all along. You took the captain's spot away from me so that your perfect life could be even more perfect. I yelled. There was a little voice in the back of my mind that was telling me that I was going too far, but I ignored it. It seems my subconscious was right because every ounce of guilt dropped from her face and was replaced by ferocity. You think my life is perfect? She said in a voice that pretty much told me to stop now if I valued my life. But again, I didn't want to listen to it. Oh, I know it is. With your perfect car, perfect grades, and perfect parents. I'm sure getting captain was nothing new to you at all. I yelled, getting louder with each word. There was no turning back now. You know nothing about me, or my life. She said gravely, getting up in my face threateningly. Oh, but I do. I'm Bella, I'm too good for any of the guys at this school, so I just sit there and don't talk to anybody. I said, mocking her. Fine, you think I think I'm too good for everybody, I'll prove you wrong. I bet that I can get asked to the dance by 10 different guys tomorrow. She said, trying to end the argument. All right, you're on. There's one more day until the dance, and I know for a fact that no guy will even get close to you since you turned me down. I replied triumphantly. I knew that every guy at Forks High was too afraid of her to ask her out or to the dance. She seemed to bite back a remark and brushed past me, saying, well, we'll see. I was still angry as I stormed to my car and got in. I sat there for a while thinking over everything that happened. I don't think anyone has ever been able to make me this angry before. I started my car and drove home, wanting to go to bed. Tomorrow is going to be a long day. The following morning I had determination set on my mind. No matter what I did, I couldn't shake off the angry feeling I got every time the argument that Edward and I had pulled up in my mind. It made me want to smash something. The plan for today was for me to meet Alice at the mall, where we were going to spend time getting me a new wardrobe. Afterwards we would get my makeup done somewhere there. I mentally winced at the last part of the plan. I hated makeup. I would just have to make this sacrifice so that I could prove Edward wrong. By the end of the day, he was going to eat his words. At 7:45 I pulled out of the driveway and headed in the direction that my GPS told me. In no time flat I pulled into the parking lot of the mall and parked next to the bright yellow Porsche that I recognized as Alice's car. Getting out, I locked my car and threw my bag over my shoulder. Because of the fact that I was going to be changing into a lot of clothes, I decided to put my weapons in the bag. I don't think I could get away with the knives strapped to my inner arms while wearing a tank top. Alice spotted me and got out of her own car smiling, just as energetic as always. It should be illegal to have so much energy in the morning. So are you excited? She asked, linking her arm with mine and pulling me in the direction of the double doors that led to the mall. I grunted in response and started looking around for a coffee shop so that I could get a jump start on the day. No matter how persistent Alice was in trying to drag me into the nearest store, I was still stronger. I easily towed her into the Starbucks I spotted. I stood in line and noticed that she was narrowing her eyes at me. I sighed and said, let me just get some coffee, and then you can drag me wherever you want. Her eyes widened and smile formed on her lips. What did I just get myself into? After that she stopped complaining and even got herself a coffee. I sat down to drink my caramel macchiato and she sat across from me. She fiddled with the lid on her cup and I could immediately tell that she wanted to say something. I just sipped my coffee and waited for her to get it off her chest. Hey Bella, she started. MHHM. I replied, taking another sip, happy now that there was caffeine in my system. It's not that I'm totally psyched that you want to go shopping with me, but why did you ask me? As far as I could tell, you aren't a big fan of buying clothes. She asked with a curious expression. Setting down my cup of coffee, I started telling her about what happened between Edward and I yesterday. By the end of my story, her expression was similar to the one I had on my face the day before. I can't believe he did that, she said in a hushed, angry tone. So you see my dilemma. I said, taking another sip. Oh, don't worry, I'll make sure that by the end of today, you'll have every guy drooling over you. She said, not that they haven't been already. What? I asked. She had mumbled the last part and I didn't quite catch what she said. Oh, nothing. She said, feigning innocence. Why don't we get going? We have a lot of work to do. Do we have to? I whined as we stood in front of Abercrombie and Fitch. Yes, we do. You are in desperate need of clothing and this is one of the best places to get it. She said, tugging me into the store. Fine, I said in defeat and allowed her to drag me into my own personal hell. I had never been in an Abercrombie before. Most of the clothing I wore was given out by the academy. The clothes were specially made or reinforced to help us on missions. And I don't think that a pink mini skirt has ever been standard issue for any mission. Okay, start looking around and tell me if you find anything you like. She said, shoving me to the right side of the store. I have to admit, shopping was a little out of my league. It's not like there was a course at the academy that was called Shopping 101. And my parents didn't exactly like to take me out. Unsure of what I was supposed to be looking for or doing, I started randomly searching through clothes. When Alice found me again, she wasn't happy. She took one look at the beige pants and dark green long-sleeve shirt that I was holding and immediately snatched them out of my hands. I watched as she chucked them on top of a random rack of clothes and gave me a disapproving look. Okay, so obviously letting you choose your own clothes was a mistake. Here, why don't you just go into the dressing room and I'll bring you stuff to try on? She said, pointing towards the direction in which I assumed was the dressing room. You're the expert, I said as I dutifully followed her instructions and headed towards the back of the store. I had only been inside the stall for a few minutes when garments of multiple colors started flying over the door. A majority of them were pink and I grimaced at the sight. I know you're not happy, but just try them on, Alice said, obviously detecting my sour mood. I sighed and dug through the pile she threw over the door. I found a pair of jeans that weren't too bad and threw on one of the shirts that wasn't pink. Stepping out of the dressing room, I faced Alice and raised an eyebrow, silently asking her opinion. The jeans aren't too bad, much better than what you usually wear, but I think we should go with something a little different for today, she said with a small smile on her face. She sifted through the massive pile of clothing that she had picked out and came up with a dark pink skirt and a lighter pink top. She either didn't notice the grimace on my face or didn't care about my opinion, because she forced the clothes into my arms and shoved me back into the dressing room. I sighed, knowing that I wasn't going to be let out of the dressing room unless I tried it on. I pulled on the skirt first, followed by the shirt. I ignored the mirror, knowing that my opinion wouldn't make a difference anyways. If Alice didn't like it, there was no way I was leaving the store with it. I opened the door feeling very self-conscious. I had never worn a skirt before and I kept pulling down the hem, trying to make it feel longer than it actually was. I'm not sure about this, Alice. Are you sure that we can't just go with jeans and a long-sleeve shirt? I mean, it is pretty cold outside. I whined, trying to convince her to let me wear something more comfortable. Are you kidding? You look fantastic. There is no way in hell that I'm letting you wear jeans after putting this on, she said, moving her fingers in a command to spin so that she could see how it looked from a different angle. Does that mean I have to get more skirts? I whined, all the while spinning in a slow circle, letting her have her inspection. Oh, don't complain. Did you even look at yourself in the mirror? The shirt fits great too. Why don't you go back in and I'm going to go grab you some more things to try on, okay? She said with a smile, obviously excited about the clothing. I nodded in response and watched her disappear around the dressing room corner. Sighing, I returned into the dressing, preparing for another round of clothing. I glanced at the mirror and had to do a double take. The reflected image was not one I was used to seeing. The pink skirt that ended a little lower than mid-thigh made it look like I had long legs, and the color made my skin seem tanner than usual. Next, I examined the shirt. It was a halter top that flowed out at the bottom. The neckline was lower than I was used, making it seem that I actually had cleavage. I think calling myself pretty would be going too far, but I had to admit I definitely looked better than before. I soon found myself turning, trying to look at my new image at every angle. I didn't even notice Alice until she spoke up, knocking me from my reverie. Fond of your new outfit, Bella? She said with a knowing smile on her face. I couldn't help but nod in response. She smiled even brighter and said, Good, because I've got a lot more skirts here for you to try on. We left Abercrombie with 4 bags stuffed with clothes. Alice had taken pity on me and allowed me to purchase the jeans along with the rest of the skirts that occupied the rest of the space in the other bags. I had charged it all to the Academy credit card. It had an unlimited amount and I was allowed to use it whenever I needed it. Alice had tried to convince me to let her buy all the clothing, but I was relentless and didn't let her anywhere near the cashier. I ended up wearing the pink skirt outfit out of the store. I needed to wear something to school. Alice next dragged me in the direction of Macy's and again shoved me into one of the open dressing room stalls and gave me direct orders to stay put. Minutes later Alice returned with her arms loaded with dresses in all shapes and colors. I threw her a questioning glance. She responded by saying, "You have to have something to wear to the dance." As if it was obvious. "Oh, right," I said. I had almost forgotten about the dance. My first dance. It goes without telling that I was beginning to feel a little nervous. We went through dozens of dresses. Pink, red, orange, lavender, periwinkle, lilac and so on and so on. Some with bows, others with sparkles. None of them seemed right though. I began to tire and eventually just started grabbing dresses at random. Snatching one from the ever-growing pile, I pulled it on and stepped through the door, ready for Alice's opinion. "It's perfect," Alice said immediately with a smile on her face, inspecting the dress. "You sure?" I said. "You don't think it's too much?" "I don't know." "No, it's perfect," she said with finality. "Do we have to?" I whined, trying to put off the inevitable. "Yes, we do," Alice said, dragging me by my right arm towards the makeup department. She was surprisingly strong for such a small person. She shoved me into one of the chairs by the brightly lit counter. I looked around and grimaced at the sight of eyelash curlers and lipstick. Alice waved over one of the employees and started talking in a language that I had no way of following. I would occasionally hear the word eyeliner or mascara, but other than that I was at a loss of what was planned for my future torment. The next 30 minutes was one of the worst of my life. No matter how much I squirmed and complained, Alice would just glare at me and instruct the professional to continue with her work. I tried looking over at the small stand-up mirror on the counter, but Alice just grabbed my chin and told me that I had to wait till it was finished. After having just about every part of my face painted or prodded, the woman brought out a curling iron and I shrank back into the chair. "Oh Bella, relax, she's just going to curl the ends to give your hair some volume," she told me in a voice a parent would use when talking to a stubborn child. I grumbled but allowed the woman to come forward and curl my hair. After what felt to me like forever, Alice told me that I was finished. I opened my eyes, which I had been scrunching together from the beginning, and saw Alice with a very pleased look on her face. She grabbed my hand and led me over to the full-length mirror a few aisles down. I looked at the reflection, and was at a loss for words. After a few moments I manages to get out one word: "Wow." Alice nodded in understanding, seeming very pleased with the outcome of her latest project. "What now?" I asked, looking at her in the reflection. "Now, we go to school," she said with a wicked smile growing on her face that I couldn't help but reflect. It was now lunchtime and there was still no sign of Bella. The scene on the soccer field kept replaying in my mind like a broken record. My anger at Bella seemed to grow every time I remembered the words that coach announced to the team. I swept my eyes over the entire cafeteria, searching to see if I had passed over her by mistake. But no, she was nowhere in the lunchroom. Maybe she chickened out. I mean, did she really think that she could get asked to the dance by 10 different guys, the day of the dance? I thought with satisfaction, though it didn't seem to make me feel any better about what happened yesterday. News had traveled quickly around the entire school and our argument seemed to be the hot topic of the day. I internally flinched every time I heard her name roll off the tongues of my fellow classmates. I was soon joined at my table by most of the cheerleaders, minus Alice and Rosalie, along with some of my fellow teammates from the soccer team. Lauren slid into the seat across from me. "So Edward, I hear that you still don't have a date for the dance," she said, not even trying to be subtle. I nodded in response. She was right. A few days ago I had planned on asking Bella to the dance, but that was way out of the question now. Tanya was also no good. I had just broken up with her yesterday. "So, why not? Would you like to go with me?" I asked in a tone that made it clear that I was not asking because I was interested in her. Her eyes immediately lit up and she said, "Really? I thought you were going to ask someone else. But I would love to go with you." I didn't need to ask to know who she thought I was going to ask. Just that thought brought up the anger that had been boiling inside of me ever since yesterday. I gritted my teeth and concentrated on not crushing the soda can in my hand. Who knows, maybe I'll actually enjoy the dance. It's not like Bella's going to go, she's not even here today. I closed my eyes as I took a sip of my soda, trying to get rid of the migraine that had risen up in that last bout of anger. I listened to the sounds around me, chairs scraping against the linoleum floor, people yelling the occasional profanity across the room at one another. I let these sounds flow through my head. It was during a large sip of my soda that I realized that the noise level had died down dramatically. Confused, I opened my eyes and looked around, following the gazes of everyone in the room to the cafeteria door. What I saw made me spray the soda that was in my mouth across the table, covering Lauren in sticky layer of orange. She screeched, but I wasn't paying attention to her. For across the cafeteria was none other than Bella Swan. But this was not the ordinary Bella that we had all seen before. Every eye followed her as she made her way across the room carrying a tray in both of her hands. She was nothing like what we were used to seeing. Instead of the usual sweatpants and baggy shirt, she was wearing an outfit that could have come straight out of every guy's fantasy about her. She was wearing a skirt that made her legs seem miles long and a top that revealed the soft skin on her shoulders and the cleavage on her chest. As she got closer, I noticed the fresh coat of makeup that layered her face and the soft curls that framed her face. She was wearing a smoky eyeliner that made her eyes even more enticing than before, and a light pink lipstick that left to the imagination. She seemed unfazed that every eye and whisper was focused on her. She just floated by, not even sparing a glance at anyone except for the girl trailing behind her, who I immediately recognized as my sister Alice. The talking grew louder as she got farther away. She and Alice finally chose a secluded table next to one of the windows. It was increasingly difficult to remember the fact that I was angry at her. Throughout lunch I couldn't help but sneak glances at her. I did not fail to notice the long line of guys waiting to talk to her. No doubt wanting to ask her to the dance. Remembering the dance, I looked back at my date, who was still covered with orange soda. She was hopelessly dabbing at her shirt with a wet paper towel trying to get the orange out. To anyone else, Lauren may seem pretty, but to me, after glancing back at Bella, she was nothing in comparison. "Are you sure about this, Alice?" I asked for the 100th time as we made our way down the empty hallway towards the cafeteria doors. "Don't worry, it'll be great. Just think of the looks on their faces once they see you," she said, guiding me toward the door. "That's what I'm afraid of," I said back with worry in my eyes. "I'll be right behind you the entire time. Just think about what Edward saw yesterday, don't you want to prove him wrong?" she said in an angry, bitter tone. I nodded my head, took a deep breath, and pushed open the doors to the cafeteria. Not many people noticed my entrance at first, but those that did nudged their neighbors and pointed towards my direction. I took another deep breath and allowed Alice to guide me towards the food, where I grabbed a tray and put random items of food on it, going rather quickly. Alice and I turned back towards the cafeteria, which was starting to focus on us. I swallowed audibly and started walking towards the back of the large room. Whispers followed my steps as more people's heads shot up to look at me. I was used to people whispering as I would walk by, but this time I was positive it was for a different reason altogether. Keeping my expression cool, I scanned the room with my eyes as I walked. My hands began to tremble, so I gripped the tray I was holding securely with both hands. It took me a while to find Edward, but I was able to spot him by the large amount of soda that sprayed out of his mouth when he saw me for the first time. It took all my willpower to look away from him and not crack a smile. Although, I noticed with a glance backwards that Alice couldn't help it, as a grin seemed to be plastered to her face. I continued what seemed to be the longest walk of my life and finally sat down at one of the empty tables on the far side of the cafeteria with a sigh of relief. Alice scooted into the seat next to me with the same grin still plastered onto her face. "That was so cool," she said, trying to get me to join in on the excitement. "Yeah, but do you think they like it?" I asked, still trying to get the worry out of my voice. Alice looked at me as if I was stupid and motioned with her hand for me to look back at the cafeteria. Confused, I looked up to see a few dozen of the guys getting up and quickly making their way over to our table. My eyes widened and I looked back over at Alice. She seemed to be digging in her bag for something with a determined look on her face. A look of satisfaction came over her face as she pulled out a clipboard and a few pencils. I raised my eyebrow in question and she replied, "Well, someone has to keep track of all the guys that are about to ask you to the dance, and since it seems that you're going to be pretty busy for a while, I'll do it," she told me with a smirk. I was about to retort when I felt a tap on my shoulder. Turning, I was met with the sight of a guy with bright blonde hair and green eyes, and a nervous expression on his face. I raised my eyebrow in response to the shoulder tap. Do you think that I could possibly, join you for lunch?" he asked, ending in a quick breath. I glanced at Alice, who had a small smile on her face. She gave me an encouraging nod and I turned back to the guy. "Sure," I said, gesturing to the empty seat across from me. He smiled a large smile and quickly ran around the table and took the seat, as if I was going to tell him to leave if he moved too slowly. I was about to ask him his name, when I was cut off by Alice. "What's your name, grade level and phone number?" she asked, not caring if she was being abrupt or not. I rolled my eyes and looked at the guy, who began rambling off all the information, which Alice quickly wrote down on the clipboard. The reception that he received seemed to indicate to other guys that you wouldn't be greeted with rejection if you came over to our table. It wasn't long before our entire table was swarmed. Guys were trying to shoulder their way forward so that they made sure that I saw them. "Hi, I'm Jackson," said one guy with long dark hair. Another shoved him out of the way and introduced himself as Daniel. I lost track of the number of guys that offered to be my date for the dance, but I was sure that it was getting close to the number of times I had blushed in the last 10 minutes, which was getting higher and higher every second. Alice was writing down numbers so quickly that some of them were barely legible. I received offers of food and drinks. They were like moths attracted to a bright light. I had never been popular before, so the sudden decrease of personal space was a little unnerving. Much to the disappointment of the guys surrounding my table, the bell rang. Oh, I still have to pick one of them. I looked over at Alice for guidance, but she just handed me the clipboard with a smile on her face. She looked over at the guys who were still gathered around our table, waiting to see who got picked and said, "Excuse us a moment." We both got up from the table and walked over to a secluded spot of the cafeteria that was now emptying out slowly. "So which one do you like, Bella? We have to pick one quickly," she told me as her eyes roamed over the long list of names. "It really doesn't matter to me, why don't you just pick?" I said uninterestedly as I searched through the crowd of people waiting to file out of the double doors at the back end. "All right, if I had to choose, I would go with Jason," she told me, referring to the guy that was brave enough to come to our table first. "He seems pretty nice, and he's cute." I shrugged in response and said, "All right, it really didn't matter to me who my date was, as long as Edward saw that I had one." We headed back over to the table to let them know who we decided on. The news was received with many groans and one loud, "Yes," from Jason. I watched as the disappointed guys shuffled out of the room, some still glancing at me hopefully. Jason came scrambling forward and told me that he would pick me up at my house at 8:30, but I shook my head and told him that it would be easier if I just met him here. He had a goofy smile on his face as he shrugged, trying to act nonchalantly, and not pulling it off. Once everything was settled, he grabbed his stuff and gave me one last smile before rushing out the door to his next class. I was already bound to be late to mine, and Alice hers. I sighed from exhaustion and collapsed onto the table bench. I glanced over at Alice to find that she was still grinning from ear to ear. Still chuckling, she said, "Did you see what my brother did when we first walked in?" I nodded and couldn't resist the grin that appeared on my face. "Come on, we should probably get to class," she said, pulling me up from the bench and handing me my bag. We headed down the now almost empty hall, towards our next classes. We parted ways with one last smile and I shouldered open the door to the music room. The teacher looked up and I stated my apologies for being late. He waved the tardiness off with a wave of his hand and motioned towards the coach that I had become used to sitting in every day. I sat there for the next hour patiently, but shut up as soon as the bell rang. I was one of the first ones to my last class of the day and I made my way back to the familiar seat at the back of the room. It took me a while to remember that Edward would be occupying the seat next to me for the next hour. Well, this should be interesting. The rest of the class shuffled in and took their appropriate seats. Many of the guys would smile at me or wave, hoping that I would choose them instead. Edward was one of the last ones to file in as he made his way over to his seat next to me, getting many jealous looks from other guys. I couldn't read the expression on his face as he sat down. It seemed to be one of anger, pain and longing though. I mentally flinched and looked away, towards the front of the room. There was still a lot of talking going around. The teacher had not come in yet, when Edward saw Ed without looking at me. "So, who are you going with?" "Jason," I said, not looking in his direction either. He didn't seem to have much reaction, so I continued the small conversation. "You?" "Lauren," he replied, and I thought I could detect a hint of regret in his voice, but told myself that I was just imagining things. "All right class, I'm going to come around and collect your homework, then we're all going to head over to the library for some research time," the teacher said, getting everyone's attention. Whoops, I thought. I hadn't done the homework last night, I was too stressed out. And glancing over at Edward, he seemed to be thinking the same thing. When the teacher arrived at our table, I looked at him sheepishly and received a disapproving look in return. "Did neither of you two do the homework?" he asked, looking at each of us. We both shook our heads in silent response. He sighed and said, "Well, then I guess you two will just have to stay here while the rest of us go to the library. You needed to do last night's homework in order to be prepared for today." Neither of us said anything in response, so he just sighed and headed over to the next table. Soon the entire class, minus me and Edward, was shuffling out the door. The teacher gave us both one last accusing look, then shut the door and locked it behind him, leaving Edward and I by ourselves. Neither of us said a word, letting the silence carry on. I breathed out a large sigh and rested my chin on the table, closing my eyes. I felt Edward staring at me, but I was too exhausted to tell him off. The silence was finally broken when he said, "So, you went shopping with my sister this morning?" His tone wasn't accusing, just curious, so I opened my eyes and looked at him. "Yeah, we went to the mall," I replied, leaning back in my chair, stretching my legs out, which were starting to fall asleep. I let my head fall back and I looked at the ceiling, letting out a large sigh as I did so. Edward didn't think I saw him, but I could practically feel his eyes roaming across my body. Feeling slightly self-conscious, I pulled myself forward, causing Edward to glance away quickly, so as not to let me know he was looking at me. Yesterday's fight kept replaying in my mind, over and over again. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't push it away. It was starting to make me feel sick to my stomach. "I wasn't going to take it, you know," I said quietly, looking down at my hands, which were resting on the table. A confused expression came over Edward's face and he quickly looked at me. "What?" he asked, scrunching his eyebrows together. "The captain's spot. I wasn't going to take it," I said, still looking at my hands. "I knew how much you wanted it, so I was going to tell the coach that you should have it." He didn't say anything in response, just moved his eyes from my face, back to the front of the room, an intense look on his face. I figured that he thought I was lying, so I didn't say anything else and just watched the clock as time ticked by, waiting for this class to be over. 45 minutes later, the bell finally rang and I quickly gathered my stuff and swept out the door of the classroom. I rushed over to my locker. I was trying to go as fast as I could. I desperately wanted to get out of there. I was on the last digit of my combination when Edward seemed to finally catch up to me. He startled me, so when I opened my locker up, all the notes and papers that guys had shoved inside my locker flew out, landing on the floor by my feet. I gave an exasperated sigh and started to pick them all up. There must have been at least 4 dozen of them. Some with phone numbers and others with suggestions that made me grimace. The next thing I knew, Edward was on the floor next to me, helping me pick them all up. When we had all of them gathered in our arms, I gave him a confused but thankful look. "So, do you want me to stick all these in your backpack?" he asked, reading some of them with one eyebrow raised. "Hardly," I said as I dumped the pile that was in my hands right into the garbage can. This seemed to give him some satisfaction for some reason and he dumped his in right after mine. Dusting my hands off uncomfortably against my skirt, I said, "Well, thanks." I turned away quickly and went back to my locker, trying not to trip in the process. I could feel Edward's eyes on me as I moved, except this time he was looking at my face for once. He leaned against his locker, which was just 2 down from mine, and observed me while I grabbed the binders I was going to need, making me feel self-conscious. When finished, I closed my locker door with a bang and spun on him. "What?" I asked. For once, his cool composure seemed to have been faltering. "I just, wanted to say that I'm sorry about yesterday, and how I acted towards you before. And that I think you should take the spot as captain," he said, completely serious, with a little bit of sadness in his eyes. This caught me off guard. I didn't think that apologies came very easy to him. "I already told you that I don't want the spot, it's yours," I said, shouldering my bag and turning away. He immediately reached out, putting a hand on my shoulder in urgency and turned me back around. It felt like a spark had gone through my body when his hand made contact with my bare skin. I looked down at it resting on my shoulder, and he seemed to realize what he had done and quickly took his hand away, feeling as if he might have crossed a line. The flow of electricity stopped, and it felt like something was missing. In urgency he talked quickly, trying to get what he wanted to say across, just in case I decided to turn away again. "What if we shared the captain's spot?" he asked, searching my eyes, with hope gleaming in his own. Shifting my bag from one shoulder to the other, I rolled the idea over in my mind. That could work. That way, Edward gets to show his father that he's captain, and I get to give my input at games and practices. "All right, I'll be co-captain with you," I said, and a relieved expression came over his face. "We should tell the coach though, he still thinks that I'm captain," I continued. "Okay, cool, we'll tell him at practice on Monday." A grin formed on his face, similar to the one that Alice seemed to have all day. Must be a family thing. With that, he gave me one last smile and headed down the hall in the other direction. I watched him go, leaning against my locker. I was pretty transfixed, so when Alice came up behind me, I nearly had a heart attack. "Who are you looking at all dreamy-eyed?" she asked, peeking around me to look down the hall. "No one," I said, turning around to face her. She gave me a disbelieving look, but changed the topic nonetheless. "So how did your class with Edward go?" she asked, wanting all the juicy details. "It was fine. He was actually nice. I think we worked things out. When he apologized, Wait, did you just say he apologized?" "Edward never apologizes," she asked unbelievingly. I nodded in response and told her what had just taken place just 5 minutes ago. By the end she was smiling, that smile that I had come to realize meant trouble. "Well, we can continue this story later, because right now we need to get started on your makeup for tonight," she said, tugging me towards the direction of the parking lot. I grimaced but allowed her to drag me, knowing that there was no way to stop her once she got an idea in her head. I followed Bella out of the classroom. God, she was fast. It had taken me the rest of the period to figure out that she wasn't lying. And that she was in fact going to turn down the offered spot. I felt like an idiot and a jerk for what I said to her yesterday. It was now or never. I had to try to make it up to her. By the time I caught up with her, she was already opening her locker. When she noticed me standing there, she got a shock and her locker opened abruptly, spilling papers all over the ground. She sighed and bent down to pick them up. I immediately swooped down to help her. She was surprised to see me helping and gave me a confused look. I looked down at the papers that were in my hands and read some of them. Most of them contained names and phone numbers, but some were very suggestive and made me raise one eyebrow. It took me a second to realize why she had all those in there. Apparently I wasn't the only one that noticed her new look today. "So, do you want me to stick all these in your backpack?" I asked. "Hardly," she said as she dumped the pile that was in her hands right into the garbage can. I followed her lead and dumped my pile in as well, grinning at the fact that she was rejecting them all. She seemed to become very uncomfortable suddenly and said, "Well, thanks," and turned to go back to her locker. I watched her face as she moved, trying to memorize every aspect of it. When she finished digging in her locker, she shut her locker quickly and spun on me. "What?" she asked. This caught me off guard and I stuttered a little bit over what I wanted to say. "I just, wanted to say that I'm sorry about yesterday, and how I acted towards you before. And that I think you should take the spot as captain," I said, completely serious. "I already told you that I don't want the spot, it's yours." I said, shouldering my bag and turning away. I immediately reached out, putting a hand on her shoulder in urgency and turned her back around. A flow of electricity went through me as my hand made contact with the soft skin on her shoulder. She was looking down at my hand and I immediately drew it away. What if we shared the captain's spot? I asked, searching her eyes. She seemed to roll it over in her mind, trying to see if she liked the idea or not. All right, I'll be co-captain with you, she said. We should tell the coach though, he still thinks that I'm captain. She continued. Okay, cool, we'll tell him at practice on Monday. A huge smile broke out on my face and I was relieved that she was willing to be captain with me. I gave her a smile and turned away, walking down the hall at a swift pace. I made a point to stop at the grocery store on my way home from school. I was running low on food at the house and I didn't want to have to resort to pizza being delivered. Alice was meeting me at my house later, so I figured that I could just make dinner for the both of us before we left. I strolled down the colorfully decorated aisles, cans of every shape and color with stickers telling me that they were on sale. I settled for buying some pasta for tonight. I could cook it fast enough that I would still have plenty of time to get myself ready for the dance. Just the thought of the dance made my stomach clench uncomfortably. This was the first mission I had ever been on that involved wearing a dress to stay undercover. I pushed the thought out of my mind until later and continued my shopping. With a basket full of food hanging on my arm, I got in line at the cash register. I placed my basket on the conveyor belt and pulled out my cell phone. I opened up the GPS tracking system, just to make sure that everything was still okay. And sure enough, all 3 GPS trackers were flashing on my screen at the location labeled, Edward's house. The woman in front of me paid for her groceries and started walking away, allowing me to move up to the front of the line. Pocketing my cell phone and grabbing my wallet, I looked up with a friendly smile, only to have it fade away immediately. It was just my luck that Mike happened to be working at the exact grocery store, at the exact register, at the exact same time that I decided to go shopping. He smiled at me, and I could see the lust in his eyes as his eyes roamed over my outfit. I held back a grimace and shifted on my feet uncomfortably, wishing I had brought a jacket in. Hey Bella, I didn't know you shopped here, he said, acting nonchalant, leaning his hand against the counter. Yeah, was my reply, not wanting to provoke him into a long conversation. Much to my disappointment, he seemed to lean further in, and I immediately felt my personal space be invaded, making me take a half a step back. So, do you have a date for the dance yet? He asked hopefully. I felt very relieved when I was able to say, yes, I am going with Jason. The smile faded on his face, making me think that he was finally going to let me pay for the groceries and leave. But, I should have known better, and that same puppy dog smile was right back up on his face as he said, well, maybe we could do something tomorrow together. I don't know, I'm going to be really busy doing homework. Wow, that sounded lame even to my own ears. I was saved from a response from him by the woman in line behind me asking if he could possibly stop flirting with me long enough to let me pay for my groceries. I silently thanked this woman for saving me from making more lame excuses and grabbed my groceries, leaving Mike behind the counter with a tinge of pink on his face. It took me a while to get home, on account of the fact that it nearly took me 20 minutes in the store's parking lot trying to figure out how I was going to stuff all the grocery bags in my car, when most of the space was already taken with shopping bags. It was already way past 4 o'clock by the time I pulled my Maserati into the garage. I took my time unloading the groceries into the various cabinets in my kitchen. By the time I was finished, the kitchen had an almost lived-in feeling to it that made me smile. I was running out of things to do before I had to start making dinner, so I decided to plop down in front of the TV for a while. I must have dozed off though, because before I knew it the clock read 6:05, making me jump up and run to the kitchen to start boiling the water for the pasta. I had just started stirring the pasta around inside, when I heard a small knock on the door, followed by the doorbell. Putting down the wooden spoon I had in my hand, I walked down the hall and opened the door to a very excited Alice. She had a large smile on her face and her eyes seemed to look around, curious about my house. She had her dress and other things in a bag that was tucked under her arm. We had agreed that it would be easier if she just changed here as well. I let her in and directed her towards the kitchen, where I went back to work on dinner. "So Bella, aren't you excited about the dance? It's going to be amazing." Her excitement rubbed off on me a little and I smiled back at her. She started poking around, suddenly very curious about my house. I had spent a lot of time beforehand making sure that there was nothing out that I didn't want her to see. "I love your house, Bella. Are your parents still out of town where are they again?" she asked, turning back to look at me. "Toronto." I blurted out. It was the first thing that came to mind that made some sense. Though why my parents would be in Canada is beyond me. She seemed to buy it though and headed back into the kitchen, where she picked right back up on her excitement for the dance. I finished cooking the pasta and heated up some ready-made sauce. I ate in silence, listening to Alice talk about Jasper and how great he was going to look in the tux that she picked out for him. I smiled into my bowl of spaghetti, feeling quite a bit of sympathy towards Jasper for the shopping trip that must have been. She glanced at the clock once we were done and immediately told me to get my dress on, because we still had to do my makeup. I took a quick shower, blow-drying my hair so that it would be easier for Alice to work on later. Walking into my room, I pulled out the dress I bought at the mall this morning with Alice. Slipping it on and tying the straps behind my neck, I admired myself in the mirror. The dress was a deep blue color that accented my skin nicely, making it glow. It was longer than the skirt I wore at school today, going to about mid-shin, but the cut on the bottom was angled up on one side, going to about knee height. It had a slit that went up on the shorter side, reaching a little lower than mid-thigh. Alice had thought it was perfect at the store. I thought I looked okay, and I was sure that other girls were bound to look much better than me. The only reason I agreed to Alice making me buy this dress was because the style could prove useful to me, in terms of protecting Edward. Opening my door quietly, I tiptoed across the hallway and went into my weapons room. After going through all of my security measures, I opened the closet that always made me smile. Thinking about the dress I was wearing, I went straight past the gun section and stood in front of the section on the wall that had knives of all shapes and sizes. I smiled to myself as I thought about another good reason for buying this dress. I pulled down one of the lighter, thinner blades and put it in a holster that could be strapped to a thigh. I strapped it on and pulled the dress back to its original fit and smiled at the result. The blade was completely unnoticeable. I had placed the hilt of it downwards, just about the slit in my dress. It did seem a little bit risque now that I thought about it. But it was better than nothing. And besides, there would be no way of me hiding a gun under this dress, seeing as it seemed to hug my skin. Satisfied, I left the weapons room, making sure to lock everything up as I went. It would be very bad if Alice were to stumble in here by accident. I walked downstairs to find Alice already changed into her dress, having used the downstairs bathroom. "You look fantastic, Bella. Just wait until your date sees you," she said. I smiled at the compliment and looked at the dress she was wearing. It was a light pink one that went to just about her knees with thin spaghetti straps on her shoulders, and for lack of a better word to describe it, I would just say that it was very Alice Y. She looked like a supermodel compared to me, though Alice could probably look perfect in anything. I looked down at my own dress and felt incredibly inferior. "Okay, now I get to do your hair and makeup," she said gleefully, dragging me in the direction of the bathroom downstairs that I hardly ever used. 45 minutes later, after Alice had coated every single spot on my face with makeup and pulled my hair until it finally cooperated, she finally deemed me acceptable. We were almost ready to head out when she shoved a pair of stilettos in my hands. I looked up, starting to protest, but stopped myself by the look I saw on Alice's face. It was clear that I would not be leaving without these shoes strapped to my ankles. I looked at myself in the mirror, now that my ensemble was complete. As I thought about it, it seemed to shock me how much I had changed already since I got here. I wondered what the people back at Meyer Academy would think if they saw me, the infamous Bella Swan, the killer with no emotions, in a dress and heels on my way to a high school dance. The more I thought about it, the more ashamed I felt about myself. Dressing like this goes against everything I felt and believed in before coming on this mission. I sighed internally and just told myself that I had to do whatever was necessary to get the job done. "Are you almost ready to head out?" Alice asked me after checking in the mirror to make sure that her makeup was still perfect. Which it was. "Yeah," I said with a smile. I was starting to catch the excitement that Alice seemed to bring with her wherever she went. It didn't take us long to get there, me in my Maserati, and Alice in her Porsche. Alice got out of her car and came up next to me. She was nearly doing jumping jacks, she was so excited. We started walking towards the sound of loud music and followed the large group of people that were heading towards the gym. My palms were starting to get sweaty from nervousness. This was going to be my first dance, and quite frankly I wasn't sure what to expect. Oddly, the fact that I had a lethal weapon strapped to my leg brought me a lot of comfort as I continued walking along with the large amount of people. It was a security blanket of sorts that I knew I could rely on, as strange as that may be. I had to keep glancing at my feet to make sure that I wouldn't trip. Curse Alice for making me wear these. I looked up to the sound of my name being called and almost fell flat on my face. I was saved from embarrassment though by Jason, who had reached out and steadied me. I gave him a grateful smile, steadying myself enough that I wouldn't need his help to stand. "You look incredible, Bella," he said, linking my arm with his. I blushed at the compliment and took the opportunity to see what he and everyone else was wearing. Jason was in a nice black suit with a black bow tie. Jasper, who was now looking at Alice lovingly, was in a black tux, making them look perfect together. I caught a glimpse of Rosalie as she headed off with Emmett, and felt my self-confidence drop like a rock. She looked like she should be on the cover of a magazine. She was wearing a long red dress and had her hair up in a fancy bun. I didn't get a good look at Emmett though, but I assumed that he was wearing a tux as well. After handing our tickets over, Jason and I headed inside the gym, which seemed to shake with the beat of the music coming out of the speakers near the DJ on the other side of the room. As we made our way over to one of the tables on the side of the dance floor, I got many looks of incredulity, while Jason got ones of jealousy. I realized, looking over at him, that he seemed to be loving all the attention the two of us were getting, soaking up the popularity. To add to the effect, he wrapped his arm around my waist. This seemed to set off a small feeling of unease, but I shook it off. Unlike him, I wanted to go crawl in hole. I had had enough people whispering about me lately. There was a prickling on the back of my neck as I felt someone staring at me. It was different from the other people looking. Curious, I turned my head to look at who it was. And there, across the room, with Lauren wrapping herself around his arm, was Edward Cullen. He didn't seem to even notice that she was there. Our eyes connected and I could still feel the pull that his gaze had on me, even from 20 feet away. He gave me a small smile, which I couldn't help but return. It seemed as if my body did not want to listen to me today. He was wearing an obviously expensive tux, a dark black one that was the perfect color on him. I had to admit that he definitely looked very smooth. I looked back up to his face to see his smile had faded and his gaze had shifted to Jason's arm wrapped around my waist. I walked into the gym with Lauren clinging to my arm uncomfortably. I was starting to regret coming to the dance, especially with Lauren as my date. I had spent all last year trying to avoid her. Yet here I was at winter formal with her clinging to me like glue. The only upside was that maybe I would have a chance to see Bella. I was glad that I had been able to talk to her and work things out. I still felt like an idiot though for accusing her and then saying all those awful things. I was surprised that she was even talking to me. But right now I'd be happy to have her as a friend than have her hating my guts. I ran a hand through my unruly hair, trying unsuccessfully for it to get into some sort of order. I looked around, noticing that the place was starting to fill up quite a bit more, finally getting somewhere. I craned my neck up trying to get a glimpse of the door over all the people heads on the dance floor. "Who are you looking for, Eddie?" Lauren whined, pulling on my sleeve like an annoying child. I grimaced at the name Eddie and tore my gaze away from the door to look back at her. "I was looking for my sister. Yeah, I wanted to make sure that she has a ride home tonight," I said, lying through my teeth. "I'm sure she could take your car tonight," she said. At my confused look she elaborated, "You could come home with me," showing me what I assumed she thought was a seductive smile. I tried not to grimace. Instead of responding, I turned my head back to the other side of the room, continuing my search for Bella. I got excited when I saw my sister, knowing that Bella had to be close by. My eyes quickly scanned over all the people in that area, until they landed on a girl wearing a blue dress. That's when my mind almost went blank and my mouth went dry. She was stunning. She looked even more amazing than she did when I first saw her this afternoon at school. The blue dress she was wearing illuminated her skin, making it seem as if it was glowing. Her hair was set so that the sides were pulled back in a clip while the rest of it flowed down the exposed part of her back that was revealed by the dress. She was wearing stilettos, probably my sister's doing. They had that same effect that made her legs seem tantalizingly long. She shifted slightly, exposing the slit in the side of her dress that sent a shiver down my spine. She seemed to sense me ogling her because she turned to look at me. Even though we must have been 20 feet away or so, I could tell that she was looking straight at me. The pull from her eyes seemed to draw me in like a fishing line. I couldn't help the involuntary smile that formed on my face, and my heart nearly flipped when I saw her smile in response. It was a perfect moment, that is, up until the point where I realized that she had someone's arm around her waist, making the smile fall from my face. The arm belonged to Jason, and I couldn't help but frown. This seemed to make time tick back into place, and all of a sudden I became aware again of Lauren on my arm, still clinging to me. I realized that she was trying to ask me to go dance with her, which was the last thing I wanted to do right now. Instead I sat in one of the chairs on the side and tried to keep my gaze from sliding back to Bella every 5 seconds. I was very unsuccessful. I regretfully turned away from Edward's gaze to find Alice in my face with Jasper firmly in tow. "Come on Bella, let's go dance," Alice said, wrenching me out of Jason's grip. Of which I was slightly thankful for. At first I was pretty uncomfortable on the dance floor. I wasn't really sure what to do. I had never really danced before. But after a while of watching Alice, I got the hang of it and started letting myself go. I surprised myself when I admitted to Alice that I was actually having a good time. At some point Alice had dragged Jasper and Jason onto the dance floor to join us. I kept looking around but I didn't see Edward on the dance floor. I got a little worried, so I left the dance floor, telling Alice that I wanted to take a break. My worries were settled though when I noticed Edward sitting in one of chairs watching the people dancing. Lauren was sitting unhappily by his side. Obviously she wanted to dance. I watched as plenty of girls walked up to him and asked him to dance, only to be glared away by a hostile Lauren. It was the part of the dance when mostly slow songs were playing and I watched Alice and Jasper dance. Their relationship was very sweet and made me slightly jealous. Every few minutes or so I would have to turn down an offer to dance by some guy, obviously hoping that I had left Jason. The first slow song ended and was immediately followed by another, when Jason came into my line of view. "Hey, I've been looking for you Bella. Want to dance?" he asked, motioning with his head towards the dance floor. "Well, he is my date," I thought with a shrug. He obviously took that as a yes and led me onto the dance floor. I wasn't exactly sure what to do, so I just sort of put my hands on his shoulders awkwardly. The looks from other guys that I had just turned away not 2 minutes ago made me feel a little guilty. It was not what I imagined slow dancing to be like. Is it supposed to feel this awkward? As the song progressed I was acutely aware of Jason's hand sliding further down my dress, making me feel uncomfortable. Removing one of my hands from his shoulder I grabbed his wrist and brought it back up to my waist, giving him a warning look. Thinking that that was the end of the problem I continued to awkwardly shuffle along with him. However, when his hands started to move again, I had it. Obviously he didn't get the hint the first time. And I thought he looked like a nice guy this afternoon, I thought, almost laughing to myself. I grabbed his wrist and twisted it until his face was contorted in pain. He stopped feeling me up immediately. I shoved past him, giving him a vicious glance as I passed him. Furious, I leaned against the gym wall, brooding to myself. Alice seemed to have followed me off the dance floor and asked me what happened. When I relayed the story to her, she got angry and seemed like she wanted to go after him herself. Instead, she said, "I'm sorry Bella, I thought he seemed like a good guy earlier today." "It's not your fault Alice. Why don't you go back out there and dance with Jasper?" I said, nudging my head in the direction of the dance floor. "I don't want to leave you here by yours," she started but was cut off by a voice behind me. "Hey Alice, Edward Saeed, Bella," he continued after I turned around. "Well, this is perfect," Alice exclaimed. "Edward, you can dance with Bella." "What?" we both exclaimed at the same time. I turned to face her, giving her a fierce glare, which she promptly ignored and shoved me towards Edward. Edward and I watched as Alice disappeared into the crowd to find Jasper. Embarrassed, I looked back at Edward. Not quite sure what to do. So, he said, clearing his throat uncomfortably, do you want to, dance? He asked, not looking at me. Well, I don't think your sister gave us much choice, and I don't think we want her coming back here, I said with a smile in my voice. With that said, he started walking onto the dance floor, checking behind him to make sure that I was following. We found a fairly open spot, and for the third time that night I was at a loss of what to do. Edward seemed to sense my unease because he took my hands lightly in his and placed them on his shoulders. Once he had his hands situated on my hips, where I could feel the electricity flowing through, he said, "So what happened to your date, Jackson or whatever his name was?" He asked using very poor acting skills. Jason, I stressed the name, turned out to be a beaked pig. I growled. What about Laura, or whatever her name was? I asked using the same tactic as him. Same problem. He replied sulkily, until he couldn't help it and a smile broke out on his face. The smile was both breathtaking and contagious because soon I had an identical one on my own face. We fell into a comfortable silence after that. His hands didn't move once, and for that I was grateful. I was remembering back to the first day when Edward couldn't seem to keep his hands to himself. Apparently I'm not the only one who's changed. I felt comfortable in this position, which surprised me because I wasn't a big fan of having my personal space invaded. I had spent the entire length of the song avoiding the pull of his eyes, but now I couldn't seem to help it. It was that same familiar feeling of time stopping. His green eyes were mesmerizing, and yet again I felt that familiar pull that wasn't bothersome or comforting at the same time. I couldn't hear the music or the people surrounding us anymore, and all of a sudden he seemed to be very close. I could have sworn I was having some sort of hallucination when he started to lean his head closer. He was only a good 5 inches away from my face when reality snapped back in place in my brain. I stumbled backwards out of his grasp and stammered, I need to get some air," as I rushed towards one of the side doors out of the gym. I was hyper aware of Bella's hands around my neck. I looked down at her face, the angle of her jaw, the heart shape of her face, her lips that were coated in some of my sister's lip gloss, making me want to run my thumb across them to see if they felt as soft as they looked. I saved her eyes for last, knowing that I would get lost in them as soon as I looked. And sure enough, I had that same feeling as if she was reeling me in. I was drowning in her eyes. I slowly started to lean forward, close enough to feel her breath fanning my face. And then just like that, the moment was popped like a soap bubble. She stumbled backwards, releasing herself, and stammered, I need to get some air." I didn't know what to think as I watched her turn and hightail it out of the gym, out one of the exits. I ran after her, taking a different door, hoping that I might be able to cut her off. I ran outside, breathing in the fresh air after having been in that stuffy room for a few hours. Much to my disappointment, there was no one around, no Bella. Bella, Bella, I called, walking around, hoping to figure out why she ran off. Belle, my shout was cut off when something heavy came in contact with the back of my head, making me fall into what seemed to be a never-ending darkness. Bella's name still on my lips. I was thinking about leaving it there, but how awful would I be, leaving you with a cliffhanger like that? But no worries, I continued, cheeky smiley face. I ran out one of the exits, breathing in the fresh air that was rapidly helping my head clear. I shook out my head, trying to get rid of the questions that constantly came up in my mind. I took a deep breath and pulled out my phone to check what time it was, hoping that it was an acceptable time for Alice to let me leave. I unlocked the touch screen and was met with the sight of something other than a digital clock. I had left the GPS system running on my phone, and as I stood there watching the screen, the 3 GPS chips were moving at a fast rate away from the gym. This cannot be good, I thought, immediately making my way towards the direction of the microchips. I really started to get worried when they moved towards one of the parking lots that I knew for a fact that Edward's car was not parked in. I immediately picked up my pace, cursing Alice under my breath for the shoes, which took me about a second to take off my feet and chuck somewhere behind me, as I now started off at a full sprint towards the indicated parking lot. The only thing that was going through my mind was that I was thanking God that this dress had a slit in it so that I could run, otherwise it would be ripped very interestingly. It didn't take me long to get over there at a full sprint, and I just made it out to the parking lot as I saw a large black van start to leave. Without a second thought I sprinted as fast as I ever had and jumped onto the back, hanging onto the metal bar on top for dear life, just as it pulled out of the lot at close to 30 miles per hour. I had absolutely no plan as I gripped the bar with a death grip, using one hand to unsheath the knife from where it was strapped to me leg once we stopped at a stoplight. This has got to be one of the stupidest things I have ever done in my entire life. I cursed myself. I had to find some way to get inside. I wasn't sure how much longer I would be able to hold on, especially if I didn't want anyone to notice. Thankfully the streets were deserted at this hour in such a small town. I shuffled over as much as I could on the railing and looked for the keyhole in the back of the van. Once I found it I set to work with my knife, trying to either pick the lock or destroy it, hoping that one of those two options would get me inside. I jerked the knife back out after hearing the satisfying click that I had come to know and love when it came to breaking locks. I had absolutely no idea what I was about to go up against as I wrenched open the door and jumped inside. I thanked God for the second time that night when I discovered that there was only one guy in the car, minus Edward. My relief was short-lived when I realized that my entrance did not go unnoticed by the man driving. I flattened myself in the emptied-out back of the van as bullets started sailing my way. This is ridiculous, I thought, looking down at the blade in my hand, which seemed pathetic in comparison. My only advantage was the fact that he had to try to keep driving and shooting at me at the same time. I army crawled over to Edward, who had been thrown in the back like a sack of potatoes, grabbing a hold of his arm and dragging him down beneath me before he got shot himself. For a second I thought he might be dead already, until I felt his pulse beating as I bent my head down to avoid another round of bullets. Even though I was in a risky situation, I still couldn't help the blush that came over my face. I was knocked back into reality when a bullet went through the floor of the car, not 3 inches from me leg. I swear to God, if you damage this dress, I yelled. I had grown fond of the thing. Okay Edward, I think it's time to go, I whispered, knowing that he couldn't respond. I slid open one of the side doors and was extremely happy to see that it was grass on the side, not rocks or trees or something else that could do permanent damage. I dragged Edward over to my side and shifted my knife to my right hand. In less than a second I had whipped it towards the driver's seat, though I didn't look to see if it actually made contact. Instead I grabbed Edward and jumped out the side door. No matter how many jumps I've made like that, they all feel just as crappy. Lucky Edward wasn't conscious to feel it. The familiar thump when your body makes contact with the ground, and then the rolling that continues afterwards for a good 15 feet, going over rocks and twigs and who knows what else. That's fun stuff. I kept a firm hold on Edward the entire time. Who knows where he might have ended up if I hadn't. Our bodies finally came to a stop and I groaned at the soreness in all of my muscles. I shoved Edward's body off of me and checked to make sure that nothing was broken. I got lucky this time, no breaks, but I was sure to be black and blue everywhere tomorrow. I looked down the road, trying to catch a glimpse of the van. Surely if I had hit him then he would have crashed somewhere. Either way, I didn't want to stick around here. Which, looking around, was a pretty good distance away from the school. I leaned over Edward, who was still unconscious, and found a rather large bump on the back of his head. I winced at the sight. That must have hurt. Against my protesting muscles I stood up and tried to pick Edward up. That was a mistake. I nearly collapsed from the pain in my arms. Okay, so that's obviously not going to work out. I eventually decided to drag him alongside the road by his arms. I wasn't going very fast, but at least we were moving. At one point Edward seemed to come back from his unconscious state and started mumbling stuff. I couldn't have him waking up and wondering where the heck he was, so I did the only thing I could think of. I made a quick jab to the side of his neck, hitting one of the nerves, making him drop back into unconsciousness immediately. Sorry Edward, I said guiltily as I continued to drag him, my arms protesting more and more with each step. This must be an interesting sight to see, I thought as I saw a silver truck coming down the road. I did a double take and nearly jumped for joy. I flagged down the car, which pulled up on the side of the road. It was a woman in her mid-20s, wearing a store uniform of some sort, obviously on her way to work, I assumed the night shift. Are you two okay? What happened? She asked, actually pretty concerned. My boyfriend here, I said, pointing to the unconscious Edward at my feet, got drunk at the dance and ran out here. I chased after him and he passed out on me. Do you think that you could possibly drop us off at the school? I asked in my best pleading voice. I smirked inwardly at the thought of Edward getting drunk and passing out. Sure, I guess I could do that, she said, much to my relief. She got out of her truck and helped me carry Edward into the back seat of her truck. She looked at his neck and said, "What's that red mark on the side of his neck?" I looked at what she was referring to and immediately recognized the mark of the jab I used to make him unconscious. "It's a hickey," I said, all seriousness. She seemed to be embarrassed by my response and didn't ask any more questions. I suppose we did look pretty suggestive. We probably both had twigs in our hair and dirt on our clothes, and with Edward now having a hickey on his neck, I'm sure this woman thought we were having out there. We got Edward loaded in safely and I enjoyed the quiet ride back to school. It only took about 5 minutes in the car, but it probably would have taken me up to an hour to drag him that same distance. Once there, I thanked the woman many times and she helped me carry Edward over to one of the benches outside of the gym. I found my cell phone where I had chucked it earlier along with my shoes. I texted Alice, telling her that I found Edward passed out outside, and that he seemed pretty exhausted. I was the same way, so I headed home. I knew this news would make her come outside to check on her brother, so I was positive he would be safe for the rest of the night. After tonight though, I wasn't so sure about. I woke up the next morning to sunlight streaming in my window right on my face. With a groan I rolled out of bed, only to fall right back. It felt like I had been run over by a truck. What the hell? I tried to think back to last night, wondering what could have caused me to be so sore. But all I could remember was nothing. I frowned and rubbed the sleep out of my eyes, groaning as I stretched my arm. I took a deep breath and forced myself out of bed, stumbling slightly as I did so. Looking at myself in the mirror, I saw that I was still wearing my tux from last night, except I had dirt smeared all over it. And I had a few twigs in my unruly hair. I swung open my door to find Alice with her hand poised as if she was about to knock. "Oh good, you're up. I was about to come and get you. It's already 12 o'clock, I thought you were going to sleep all day," she said in a voice way too cheery for my ears. "We should go shopping today. I need to get some more clothes. We really haven't gone shopping in a long time." "Alice, stop talking for a second," I said, cutting her off. "My head is killing me." "Really? Why?" she asked in a curious and concerned tone. "I don't know, I'm sore all over." "Do you know what happened?" I asked, holding my head in my palm, trying to relieve the pounding headache. Then for some reason she smirked. "Well, all I know is that I saw both you and Bella leave the gym. Then about an hour later I get a text from her saying that you were asleep on the table outside. And now you telling me you can't remember what happened. Reet," she said, using air quotes around the "can't remember" and stretching out the last word. "We didn't do anything," I said, giving her a fierce glare. "Then what's that?" she asked with one eyebrow raised, pointing towards my neck. "What's what?" I asked back, walking back into my room to look in the mirror. I immediately saw what she was talking about. Among all the bruises and scrapes was a mark that was eerily similar to a hickey. I put my hand over the mark, trying to see if it wasn't just a scratch. "I don't think we did anything. I would hope I would remember something like that." I turned around and looked at Alice with an honestly confused expression on my face. Honestly not knowing what to say, she threw up her hands and said, "Fine. If you're not going to tell me, I'll just have to ask Bella." She left my room, only to immediately poke her head back in and say, "But we're still going shopping today." And then leave once again. Damn, I had woken up on Saturday morning sprawled on my bed with my dress and shoes still on. All my muscles had been sore, but I didn't have nearly as many bruises as I thought I would have. For that I was thankful. Though there was one rather large one on my arm that I think came from hitting a rock. I probably wasn't nearly as bad as Edward though. I didn't try to call him, though I did spend a lot more time looking at the GPS on my phone, just to be careful. I spent the rest of the weekend stretching out my muscles and using one of my special balms that helped to heal bruises. By Monday morning I was feeling like new again. I had barely gotten out of my car when I was attacked by Alice. She has been texting me all weekend, trying to find out what happened. I think she believed that something happened between Edward and I. I couldn't blame her for thinking it. There are only so many things that a teenager can do when unsupervised. I smiled innocently and started walking towards the school. Alice wasn't having any of that, so she immediately ran after me. "Are you going to tell me what happened after the dance, or not?" she said, trying to get me to talk. "What do you mean? I found Edward asleep on one of the tables and sent you a text," I asked, glancing at her. "So let me get this straight. It took you an hour to wander around the school and find my brother lying on the table?" she asked in a, "that is total crap," type of tone. "Yep," I said, glancing at my watch. I did not want to stay on this topic. She seemed to sense that she wasn't going to get anywhere with this and gave me a small glare. "Well, I gotta go to class. I'll see you in PE," I said, scurrying off. "This isn't over," she yelled when I was roughly 100 feet away. I blushed crimson at all the stares I received. I spent the rest of the day dodging Alice, and the next thing I knew I was sitting beside Edward in biology. I smiled at him as I took my seat. He gave me a nervous one in return. He must have no clue what happened. And God only knows what theories Alice has given him. "So we're going to tell Coach about the whole co-captain thing at practice today, right?" I asked, trying to ease the tension. He seemed to snap out of whatever he was thinking because he smiled and said, "Yeah, sounds like a plan. I'm really excited for our first game of the season tomorrow." I smiled back but wasn't able to respond on account of the teacher starting his lecture. Seeing Edward reminded me about what really happened at the dance. That was a close call. I don't think that the guy driving the car was the actual person out to get Edward. He was probably just hired for the job. I would bet a lot of money that he isn't the only one who was hired though. One major downside is that now whoever it is that is out to get him, obviously knows that someone is messing with their plans. I also figured that they have aborted the original plan of just killing Edward. Now they probably want him as a hostage. They'll get more money that way. It made me edgy to know that that is all the information I have. No name, no place, nothing. The teacher gave us the few minutes before the bell rang as free time. Edward took this as an opportunity to talk to me. "So, Alice says that you're the one who found me after I passed out," he said with a questioning look. I merely nodded in response. He took that as a sign to keep going. "So do you know what happened? Because I can't remember a thing. I just remember running out of the gym after you left and then waking up in my bed the next morning. Alice seems to think we, did something, together." I had to contain the fit of laughter that bubbled up. Instead I said, "No, sorry, I just found you lying there. You probably fell down those stairs near the gym and hit your head." He seemed to look almost disappointed. The bell rang and I grabbed my stuff and left, not wanting to answer any more questions. I was sitting in biology, waiting for the class to begin, when I heard the chair pull out next to me. I looked up to see none other than Bella, the girl who's been on my mind all day, smile at me. Kept in my breath at how beautiful she looked when she smiled, and I couldn't help but give her one in return. It was just too hard not to. I was still thinking about the things that Alice said to me this weekend, wondering if what she suggested was true. "So we're going to tell Coach about the whole co-captain thing at practice today, right?" she said, breaking me out of my reverie. "Yeah, sounds like a plan. I'm really excited for our first game of the season tomorrow," I replied, my mind going blank when she smiled at me again. She seemed like she was about to say more, but was cut short by the teacher. I sat through the entire period trying to recall even a single ounce of memory from that short amount of time, but to no avail. The teacher gave us the few minutes before the bell rang as free time. I took this as an opportunity to talk to her about it. "So, Alice says that you're the one who found me after I passed out?" I asked, hoping to get some information out of her. She didn't say anything, just nodded, so I kept going. "So do you know what happened? Because I can't remember a thing. I just remember running out of the gym after you left and then waking up in my bed the next morning. Alice seems to think we, did something, together." By now my cheeks were probably red, and I gave her a nervous glance. Instead of getting a laugh in response, she surprised me by saying in a completely serious tone, "No, sorry, I just found you lying there. You probably fell down those stairs near the gym and hit your head." "Well, that settles that, I guess." The bell rang and I started putting my stuff away. I can't believe I even hoped for a second that she would be interested in me that way. I feel like an idiot. She's probably right, I probably slipped down the stairs chasing after her. Wait, stairs. There are no stairs near the gym. I quickly turned around to tell her this, but she was already gone. I wore it changed into a long-sleeve shirt and shorts for soccer practice, and ran out onto the field. Edward was already there, along with about half of the team. I looked at Edward and pointed towards the coach who was scribbling on his clipboard. He nodded in understanding and followed me as I made my way over. Surprisingly, the coach was fine with the fact that the two of us wanted to share the captain spot. He seemed to think that it was a good idea. Coach ran us pretty hard, and before I remembered why I was wearing a long-sleeve shirt, I rolled up my sleeves. It didn't take long for Edward to notice the large bruise that had started to fade, but was still clearly visible. His brow crinkled in confusion as he asked, "Where'd you get that bruise?" Noticing my mistake, I immediately pulled down my sleeves, hiding the bruise from view. "I must have fallen," was my brilliant excuse. He looked skeptical but seemed to let it go, much to my relief. We finished up practice and were packing up all the gear when it started to rain. Thinking about the game tomorrow, I expected everyone to be upset. Instead, the sudden downpour made everyone, including Edward, smile. I gave him a questioning look and he simply said, "Mud." The next school day went by in a flash, and before I knew it I was walking towards the locker room in my soccer uniform, hearing the schmuck sound of my shoes sticking to the mud with each step. I was really excited for the game. It's been a while since I've done anything really competitive. I almost laughed as I opened the door to the boys' locker room. I was allowed in there only because that's where coach talks to the players before the game. Luckily all the guys were already changed and I was the last to arrive. Coach stood next to a whiteboard with wheels on it, pen in hand. Once he saw me enter, he started talking. "All right, this is the first game of the season. As you all should know, this is a big deal. We are playing the Sequoia Bears today. They got second in the league last year," he said, looking everyone in the eye. "It's up to you guys to knock them out of that position if you want to take it all this year." Without even realizing it, I had begun to set myself into my competitive way of thinking. I usually reserved this only for missions, but to me, this right now felt like a mission. "All right, I'm going to head out there and hand it over to your two captains to tell you what to do." With that said, he tossed the marker to Edward, who caught it easily in one hand. We both walked up to the front of the group, immediately getting the attention from the rest of the team. "All right, so, does anyone have any ideas?" Edward started off. I gave him a disbelieving look and grabbed the pen out of his hand. "All right, listen up. I'm going to tell you which position you're going to go to," I said and began to draw out a field on the whiteboard. By the time I was finished, the entire board was coated with markings and symbols. I turned around to find Mike open his mouth to complain. However, he quickly shut it by the look I gave him. "Now I know that these aren't your usual spots, but I've matched up your abilities with a specific position, and I have a feeling it will work out better this way," I said, turning back to inspect my work. "I've placed Edward in center forward. He's going to be in charge of the offense. While I will playing stopper, center forward defense, I'll keep an eye on the defense. That way, we have both sides of the field covered, and we can adjust as needed," I finished, turning back around to find a stunned audience. Edward was the first to snap out of it. "Works for me, let's go." We hustled out onto the field. Edward and I went straight for the center ring. Since we were the captains, we were responsible for representing our team for the coin flip. The other team's captains were already there, thought the ref wasn't. Once they saw me, the other two guys burst out laughing, making me scowl. "So Edward, are you guys that desperate, that you're bringing girls onto the team?" he said in between laughs. I growled and took a step forward, only to be held back by Edward. "Ooh, feisty are we?" the other one asked with a sadistic smile. "Shut it, Seth." Edward said, taking the offensive but still not removing his hands from my shoulders. "Let's save it for the game, gentlemen," said the ref as he walked up. "And lady," he added, nodding towards me. We settled down enough for him to flip the coin, allowing them to start off with the ball in the first half. Angry, I stomped my way over to my position on the field. I could feel the anticipation and anger running through my veins, looking for an outlet. I looked over at the sideline, scowling when I saw the other team's captain pointing me out to the rest of his team and then laughing. I glanced at our fans, which was actually quite a large number of people, and noticed that even they seemed a little skeptical about me being on the team. Edward saw me brooding and jogged over. "Don't pay any attention to them," he said in a soothing voice, "besides we'll be the ones laughing when we kick their butts." I gave a short laugh at his choice of words. I could definitely agree on one thing with him though, there was no way in hell I was going to let them beat me. The game was going to start soon, so I left Bella's side and ran up to my position on the field. The ref blew the whistle and the other team started off. My attempt to steal the ball away was easily fielded and their forwards blew right past me. The ball was no longer in my area to get, so I turned around to see what was happening with our defense. I was worried that Bella wouldn't be able to stop them, but she didn't seem to have any worries at all. She stood in a slight crouch with a look of fierce determination on her face as she watched the three players come at her. It was only when they got to be around 20 feet away that she began to move. What I saw was incredible. She started sprinting towards the one kicking the ball, all the while yelling out orders for the rest of our defense, telling them to get into the correct position. It looked like she was a general commanding an army. She looked vicious and deadly, yet at the same time beautiful. She clashed with the guy who had possession of the ball. It was nearly impossible to see what was happening with all the mud flying everywhere, but in the end Bella was sprinting up the field with the ball in her possession, covered from head to toe in mud. She didn't seem to be injured at all. In fact, she seemed to be having the time of her life. I immediately took off running, accepting the pass that she sent towards me from quite a ways away, allowing her to drop back to the defensive side of the field again. I continued sprinting up the field, dodging those that came my way, even jumping over one player who tried to slide tackle the ball away. At about 15 feet away from the goal I kicked the ball with all my might and sent it sailing into the net. I was rewarded by the sound of the crowd cheering for me. I sprinted back into position and got ready for the next kickoff. Bella congratulated me on my goal, but I told her that it was only possible because of her defense. I smiled when she blushed at the compliment. The game went back and forth for remainder of the time. The game was tied at the half. I was planning on staying in all 4 quarters, keeping an eye on the defense. It didn't take long for the other players on my team to figure out that I knew what I was doing and that they should just do what I say. In fact, I think they were a little bit afraid of me. Edward did exceptionally well at offense. I was itching to get up there with him, but I was afraid that I would get too much into it and my training would kick in and I would hurt someone. So I figured that it was just better if I stuck to defense. I would be less likely to break someone's arm or kill them from back here. At halftime we got the honor of watching the cheerleaders perform. I cheered for Alice, she was actually pretty good at the flips. And she got to be the one on top of the pyramid because she was so tiny. But watching Tanya and her cronies was a different story. I tried not to gag at the sight of them. We were still tied when we took the last break, in between the 3rd and 4th quarters. My blood was pumping and I could feel the adrenaline rushing through my veins. I must have been some sight, covered in mud and grass stains. I noticed as I looked around that I was by far the dirtiest. Must have been that slide tackle through the mud puddle that I did in the 2nd quarter. Edward didn't seem to mind though because he gave me a big smile, which I couldn't help but return, cracking some of the dried mud on my face. Our fans no longer seemed to have any more doubts about me. I know for a fact that the other team no longer thought of me as an innocent little girl. The coach on the other side looked furious as he yelled at his team, continuously pointing at ours. "Okay, since we're ahead, I'm going to have Bella go up front and play offense for this last quarter." Coach, are you sure? I mean, shouldn't we just leave it how it is?" I asked, biting my lip. "No, we're going to try something new," he said with finality. We headed back out onto the field to our assigned positions. This time with me next to Edward on the offensive line. The other team didn't seem to like having both Edward and me near their goal. The other team seemed to come up with a new set of plans for the last quarter. Make sure that Bella can't score any goals. Score a goal for ourselves. I spent the entire time jumping over people slide tackling towards me, obviously going for my ankle, not the ball. I had to dodge kicks, shoves and trips. One time one of their players actually managed to trip me, sending me face first into the mud. That is it. I chased after the ball I had just lost, shoving the player out of the way. I sprinted towards the opposing goal, using twists and turns to avoid contact with their defense. I put all that adrenaline to good use as I ran my fastest, blowing past everyone. When I was close enough to the goal, I pulled my foot back and slammed it against the ball, sending it flying past the diving goalie. The whistle blew, signaling the end of the game. We had won by 1 point. The crowd went wild. Apparently we didn't win very many games last year. Edward and another player from our team came and hoisted me up onto their shoulders. I laughed and cheered right along with everyone else. By the time they let me down and most of the crowd had headed home, the sun was starting to set. Edward and I were standing in the parking lot, smiling and talking about the game, when someone shoved past me, making me stumble. Edward caught me and glared at the guy who shoved me. I recognized him as one of the captains of the other team who had insulted me earlier. "What's your problem, Seth?" Edward asked in an aggressive tone, setting me back up on my feet. "My problem is that you guys are nothing but a bunch of low-life cheaters." He spat. Furious, I took a step forward and glared at him while saying, "We cheated. You guys were the ones who were trying to break my ankle with your cleats." He looked at me like I was a piece of gum he found stuck to the bottom of his shoe. "And I don't even know where to begin with you. You shouldn't even be allowed to play, you stupid ch." He sneered. I was about to send my fist flying, but Edward beat me to it. He brushed past me and swung his fist, hitting Seth in the jaw. However, he hardly seemed fazed by it and he sent his fist flying right back with tremendous force, hitting Edward in the face, making him stumble and fall backwards. I winced and knelt next to Edward. "Are you okay?" I asked sincerely. He nodded, but winced all the same. "Good, because I'm going to go kick his ass," I said hurriedly standing up. "No belladon," he tried to say, fearing for my safety. "I'll be right back, I promise," I said, cutting him off. I was touched. No one ever cared about me like that, no matter how pointless it was. I started running after Seth. "Hey you!" I yelled at his retreating figure. He turned around and started to laugh. He was about to open his mouth to make some sort of insulting comment, but I didn't give him the chance. I tucked my thumb under my fingers and threw my fist forward, hitting him square in the face. I heard the crunch of his nose breaking, causing blood to start pooling out. "That was for hitting Edward," I said. Then I kicked him where it hurts guys the most, making him double over in pain, still gripping his bleeding nose. "And that was for calling me a ch," I said, slightly out of breath. Satisfied, I ran back to Edward to find him on his feet again and looking at me in awe. A large bruise was already forming over his right eye, and I felt a little guilty. I walked over and gave him a peck on the cheek in thanks. Then I whispered in his ear, "Thank you for trying to protect me, Edward." He smiled at me as I made my way over to my car. I gave him one in return before hopping in and driving away. I watched Bella drive away out of my left eye. My right eye was too swollen to see out of. I winced as I gingerly felt it with my fingertips, but then I put my fingertips on the spot where her lips had touched my cheek, and thought, definitely worth it. Wednesday and Thursday rolled by quickly, and before I knew it, I was getting out of my Maserati bright and early Friday morning. "I am so excited for the weekend," Alice said, linking her arm with mine. Her excitement was contagious and I soon found myself smiling along with her. All of a sudden she seemed to get this crazy twinkle in her eye and she spun me around to face her, making my stumble. "You should come over to my house for a sleer tonight," she said excitedly. "I don't know, Alice," I said unsurely. "Sure you do. Well, watch movies and I can do you makeup and everything, normal sleer stuff," she said, now ecstatic. "I'm not exactly sure what normal sleer stuff is, Alice. I've never been to one," I answered truthfully, suddenly becoming weary. "Well then, I'm definitely not taking no for an answer," she said, starting to walk again, this time towards her own room. "I'm not sure there was even a question in there," I yelled to her, retreating back. Time flew through the next 3 classes and pretty soon I was sitting next to Alice in calculus, doodling on my paper. We had just come out of PE and I was really disappointed with myself. We had run the mile and my time was 6:15, I was definitely getting out of shape. I needed to get back into training, which meant waking up early so I could run. I felt like my form has been slipping, and with my job, good form is the difference between life and death. I sighed, bored, and looked at Alice to my right. Her eyebrows were scrunched together in deep concentration and I couldn't help but chuckle. Don't laugh at me, Bella, just because you're going to be the next Einstein doesn't mean I will. She said, narrowing her eyes in my direction. I stopped chuckling but a smile still continued to be prominent on my face. How do you finish so fast anyways? She said in total seriousness. I shrugged in response and said, do you want some help? I pointed towards her paper with my pencil eraser. She nodded vigorously. All right, well, all you have to do is use this equation, I said, scribbling on her paper. Just plug in different values for the f(x) and you should be able to figure out what the other variable should be. Got it, I explained further, leaning back into my own seat. She nodded in a way that made it obvious that she had no clue what I was talking about. I'm just going to keep trying, she said, turning back to her own paper. I sighed, but did not return to my doodling. Instead, I let my gaze wander around the room. My eyes subconsciously seemed to land on Edward across the room. His side of the classroom had their desks facing the opposite direction, causing him to sit facing me instead of the other way around. I kept my eyes on his face and watched with curious fascination as his expressions changed. He was still working on the class work, and seemed to be stuck on one problem. His eyebrows scrunched together eerily similar to the way Alice's had just moments ago. I assumed that it must be a genetic thing. However, after a few moments his eyes would light up a bright emerald green, obviously finding the solution to whichever problem he was working on. I smiled at his change in expression. What are you looking at? Whispered a voice right beside me, making me jump. Alice followed my gaze and smirked, or should I say, who are you looking at? Nothing, is said a little bit too quickly, not fooling Alice for 1 second. Sewer, she said, putting her notebook in her backpack just as the bell rang. Come on, Alice, we don't want to stay in calculus any longer, now do we? I said quickly, standing up, trying to change the topic. It seemed to work because she smiled and quickly followed me out of the room. I stood in line with my tray, waiting for Alice to fish out the right change to pay for her ham sandwich. I was right behind her and purchased a salad. We carried our trays over to our usual table and set them down with a clank. The overhead speaker buzzed and the voice of the peppy vice principal came on the loudspeaker. Attention students, as you well know, today's 6th period will be cancelled for a mandatory assembly. I'm sure you're all excited for the. I zoned out after hearing that I wouldn't have to sit through biology for an hour today. I smiled and bit into my salad, happy for any excuse to miss studying a subject I've already taken. Alice seemed really excited about missing class too, because she jumped out of her seat and ran over to a very crowded table. Whatever. I assumed that Jasper was over there, but I was too caught up in my own happiness to care. I stole her apple off her tray and took a bite. Alice came back a few minutes later and I gave her a guilty look for stealing her fruit. She either didn't notice that I stole it or didn't seem to care because she sat back in her seat with a satisfied smile on her face. I glanced around at our empty table and asked, where's Edward? I mean everyone. Well, Jasper is in the gym helping set up for the assembly, Rosalie and Emmett are over there, she said, pointing to the table she had just visited. And I think Edward's in the music room. He's been hanging out in there a lot more often than usual, she said, glancing at me to see if I had any reaction. I gave her an indifferent look and continued munching on her apple. Too soon for my liking, the bell rang, officially ending lunch. So, why don't I meet you outside the music room, we can walk over to the assembly together, she said, throwing away her tray. Sure, I replied, not really caring about the matter. She seemed to smile brighter at this for some reason, like I just made her day. This made me a little suspicious. Why are you so excited about this stupid assembly? I asked, giving her a sidelong glance. No reason, she said as she literally skipped away from me and into her next class. Note to self, watch out for evil Pixie, aka Alice. I had just turned off my iPod when the bell rang, signaling the end of 5th period. I slung my bag over my right shoulder and opened the door out into the hallway. It only took Alice about 30 seconds for her to come by and start dragging me in the direction of the gym. Come on, Bella, we've got to hurry up, she said, tugging my arm harder and breaking into a jog. If she saw the confused glance I threw at her, she clearly ignored it. Nevertheless, I kept pace with her, not wanting to face the wrath of Alice. Instead of going towards the front entrance along with everyone else, she dragged me to the back door and pulled me in after her towards BCAK stage. Alice, what are you? I started, but she cut me off. Rosalie, we need to borrow your eyeliner. Quick, she said, yelling across what I now realized was backstage. I was really confused now. Glancing around, I realized that there were at least a dozen girls back here. Tanya, Jessica, Lauren and Rosalie were the only ones I recognized, but they were all touching up their makeup. Here you go, Alice, Rosalie said, tossing the eyeliner before going right back to applying more lip gloss to her bottom lip. Alice caught the small tube in her hands and turned back to me. Hold still, Bella, I think this is all we should need, she said, holding my chin in one hand and applying the eyeliner with the other. I knew that struggling would most likely cause me to lose an eye, so I reluctantly held still. You're already wearing enough lip gloss and your cheeks have their own natural blush to them. Though if we had more time we could probably do something with your hair, but we'll have to leave it. Maybe I can find a Alice, I said, causing her to finally stop talking. What on earth are you talking about? What's with all the makeup? Why aren't we? Welcome to the annual Forks High fundraiser, came a voice from the other side of the curtain. I'm sure you guys are all very excited about this year's auction. We have 12 lovely ladies this year. The rules are the same as last year. The boy with the highest bid will get to go on one date with the girl being auctioned off. I felt my blood turn cold and all the color drain from my face. I turned to look at Alice. You didn't, I said, both in an unbelieving and menacing tone. I did, she said, cringing at my expression. I looked at her in horror, no words coming out of my mouth. It'll be fun, Bella. Both Rosalie and I are doing it. It's raising money for the school. She seemed to be fishing for a reason that would convince me that she did this for a good reason. Alice, I can't believe you did that, I said, finally breaking. I scarcely heard numbers being shouted out on the other side of the curtain as the first girls got bid off. She cringed at my outburst and said, but think about it. You'll get to go on a free date with someone. It'll be fun. No, Alice, there is no way in hell that I am going out there to be auctioned off like a piece of antique furniture, I said, letting my temper slip a little bit. Well, you don't have much of a choice now, because it's your turn, she said, shoving me out through the gap in the curtain, making me stumble. I was about to shout some sort of insult back when I noticed that I was in front of practically the entire student body. Which isn't actually that many people. I blushed profusely and swallowed hard. All right, well, let's start the bidding at $30, said the woman at the podium. Immediately 24 hands went up. I gulped loudly and grimaced at the sight. Note to self, kill Alice. I opened the door to biology and stopped at the sight of the empty classroom. I gave the teacher a confused look and he said, the assembly, Mr. Cullen. I got the feeling that he didn't like having his class cancelled. I immediately turned around and started walking down the now empty hallway. In no time I was slipping inside the door to the gym. Today was the assembly for the annual girl auction. My sister and Rosalie were always part of it, but Jasper and Emmett were always the ones who bid on them. It was fairly crowded this year, so I was only able to stand in the far back because of my lateness. A few girls had already been auctioned off in my absence, and I noticed that a very happy Eric was standing next to a very unhappy Tanya. I snickered. She noticed me looking and sent me a icy glare. I returned my attention back to the stage and watched as Jessica and Lauren both got auctioned off for a little over $100. There was a slight pause on stage as everyone waited for the next girl to walk on stage. Auctioned off like a piece of antique furniture, came a voice from behind the curtain. It couldn't be. Sure enough, Bella, in all her glory, stumbled onto the stage from behind the curtain. She quickly caught herself before she went head first off the stage. Even from where I was standing I could see the blush that covered her cheeks as she took in the crowd. My eyes widened at the breathless expression she had on her face. She had obviously been arguing with someone backstage and the disagreement had obviously gotten a little heated. Her face was more flushed than usual and some of her hair was loose from the bun she had put it in. She had never looked more breathtaking to me than at that moment. She was absolutely drop-dead gorgeous. I noticed the hungry looks on the other guys' faces and growled. Mine. That was the only thought that went through my head. Alright, well, let's start the bidding at $30, said the woman at the podium. My internal claim seemed to waver by the amount of hands and shouts that erupted for the first bid. I instantly took my backpack off my back and desperately started searching through it for my wallet. 50, came a voice to my right. 75, said another. At this point I had my bag turned upside down and was dumping everything out onto the gym floor. I saw my wallet dump into the pile and I pounced on it. 100, came from a smaller boy with glasses. The numbers rose higher and higher all around me as I shuffled through my small bundle of cash. The amount of cash I had in my hand was not amounting up to the amount that was being bid. Already the number was at 300 as the more serious bidders battled it out between one another. I panicked, fumbling around for more cash. There seemed to be only 2 guys left now. 350, came one side of the room. 400, came the other. Alarmed, I was starting to lose hope. 500, came the first voice. There was no response from the other side. 500 going once, said the vice principal. Credit card. Going twice, she said in what seemed like slow motion. Credit card. I rapidly whipped out my credit card. Going 3 times. And gee, 1,000. I screamed at the top of my lungs, breathing heavily now. Silence. The woman at the podium seemed flustered. I had obviously broken the school record by far. 1,000 going once, going twice. Going 3 times. Gone, to the young gentleman in the back. She said. I probably had the most idiotic smile on my face as I started making my way towards the stage. I looked up at the stage and watched multiple expressions cross over Bella's face: shock, relief, worry, astonishment. I ignored all the whispers that came out of other people's mouths and I paid no attention to Tanya, who was furiously trying to insult me. I didn't care. I had a date with Bella Swan tonight. 1,000, came a voice from the far back. My eyes bulged at the amount. I was already blushing profusely. By now I was probably a shade similar to a tomato. No one countered this last guy's outburst. I was biting my lip nervously, waiting to see whom I was doomed to spend my Friday evening with. I couldn't stop the gasp that escaped my mouth when none other than Edward came forward with his hand holding his credit card held high. I wasn't sure what to think at the moment. I was somewhere in between, shocked that he would actually bid on me, worried that it was in fact him that I was going on a date with, relieved that it wasn't someone else, and slightly excited. My first thought was that he had placed a bid out of pity so that I wouldn't have to go with one of those other guys. But that thought was quickly dashed when I saw the giant smile he had on his face as he approached the stage. I bit my lip nervously once again as I hopped off the stage so that the next girl could come on. I headed over to one of the sidewalls and leaned against it, not knowing what to think at the moment. Alice was being auctioned off next, but was soon taken by Jasper. I was still angry with her for signing me up for this. By now Edward had joined me on the side and leaned on the wall next to me, suddenly seeming shy. "I'm going to kill Alice," I muttered to myself. "Why?" asked Edward, following my gaze as I watched Alice head off the stage with Jasper firmly in tow. "She's the one who signed me up for this stupid thing in the first place," I said through gritted teeth. My comment put an upset look on his face and I immediately felt bad. "I mean, I still really want to go on the date with you. It's just that it would have been nice if she had asked me in the first place," I said quickly, trying to reassure him. It worked because I got a large smile in return. "So what time should I pick you up tonight?" he asked excitedly. "Well, actually your sister invited me over for a sleer, so I figure that maybe I should just drive over to your place around 7-ish and then we can just leave from there," I replied, feeling nervous and excited at the same time. I turned to look at him and was immediately caught up in the intense happiness that was prominent in his eyes. "Sounds good," he replied, trying to act nonchalantly. His eyes flickered to something past my shoulder and leaned in and whispered, "I'll see you tonight." He tucked one of the loose strands of hair behind my ear before turning and heading out of the gym. My heart was beating like I had just run a 50-yard dash. Alice came up behind me, knocking me from my reverie. "I told you, Bella. I know you'll have a great time tonight. And then afterwards you'll come over and we can talk about it." I knew he was going to bid high, but damn, even. I didn't think he was going to go to 1,000. She said, practically jumping up and down. "Wait, you knew that he was going to bid on me?" I asked incredulously. Of course I did, he was too nervous to ask you out face to face, but I knew he couldn't resist if there was a chance of you going with someone else. Alice said. I was more confused by what she said than I thought I should have been. Just make sure that you wear the pink skirt with the pink and white top you got when we went shopping, okay? She said as we walked out of the building. I nodded, still thinking over everything she said as I hopped into my Maserati and made my way home. I fiddled with the buttons on my button-up green shirt as I glanced at the clock. 6:58. Alice recommended the shirt, saying that it brought out my eyes. I trusted her fashion sense enough to believe that she knows what she's talking about. I was extremely nervous about tonight. I had been on tons of other dates before, but none had mattered more than this one. I had to make sure that I didn't blow it tonight. I was ashamed of how I had acted towards Bella and girls in general a while back. I would make clear to Bella that I was no longer that person anymore. Ding dong. My mind froze in panic. I took a deep breath to calm myself, and then opened the door. My mind went blank at the sight of Bella. She was wearing a simple pink skirt that flowed to about her knees and a white and pink striped polo. She smiled nervously and I couldn't help but smile back. Why don't you put your bag inside and then we'll head out? I suggested. She nodded in response and walked past me to set her overnight bag in the hallway. I found it kind of ironic that she was staying the night right after going on a date with me. That last thought put another smile on my face as I led the way to my car. I still couldn't believe how lucky I was to be going on a date with her. I rushed over to the passenger side and opened the door for her. She blushed my favorite shade of red and uttered a small, "Thank you," before slipping inside. I wasn't used to Bella being shy or intimidated. She was very difficult to read, and I had no idea how she felt about actually going on a date with me. Even if it wasn't really her decision. The ride there was quiet. I turned on some music to try to make it less uncomfortable. The sweet melody of Clair de Lune floated out of my speakers. You listen to Debussy? Bella asked, turning her head to look at me. I was surprised that she knew it. Not many people did. Yeah, do you not like it? No, I do. It's just that you continue to surprise me, she said with a small smile. Hardly. You are the most mysterious person I have ever met, Bella. I said truthfully. She just blushed and turned away. It was only when we got to Port Angeles that she questioned where we were going. A small Italian restaurant that I go to all the time, I said. She seemed content by this and fell silent again. Upon arriving, I opened her door for her and led her into the restaurant, keeping my hand on the small of her back. She seemed to shiver at the contact. We were led to a small table in back and handed our menus. I thanked the waitress and looked over at Bella. She seemed to be studying her menu very intently. Bella, I said, causing her to look up from her menu. Is something wrong? I asked, concerned. No, why? She said quietly. You're not acting like your usual yourself. I said. All right then, she said, folding her menu up and placing it on the table, looking me directly in the eye. Why did you do it? She asked. Do what? I asked, even though I knew exactly what she was talking about. Why did you bid $1,000 to go on a date with me? She said, completely straightforward. I took a deep breath and put my own menu down. Because I didn't want anyone else taking you on a date. I said, looking into her deep brown eyes. Why not? She asked. Because I wanted to take you on a date. I answered, feeling shy for one of the first times in my life. Why didn't you just ask me? She said, catching my eyes in hers once again. I guess I was afraid you'd say no. I said bashfully. You, Edward Cullen, the king of the school, was afraid of getting rejected by me. She said, disbelieving. When I nodded, she continued, so let me get this straight. You spent $1,000 to go on a date with me, plain old Bella, when you could have gone up to any girl and they would have willingly gone anywhere with you. I nodded again. That is the most insane thing I have ever heard. She said with a smile. Okay, first of all, to clear up a few things, you are not plain, very far from it. And second of all, you are very different from all the other people I've met. I said, glad to see her smiling a little bit. She scoffed in response. Okay, we'll have to work on that. Change of topic, would you have said yes if I had asked you? I asked. She seemed to think about it for a few seconds. My heart was thudding loudly in my chest. Yeah, I probably would. she said, making a smile break out on my face. So does that mean I can ask you out on a second one? I asked, still smiling. Well, I don't know, Edward, we'll have to see how the first one goes. She responded with a smirk. Throughout dinner we played 20 questions. Favorite color? She asked, twirling some spaghetti on her fork. Green, yours. Blue, she said. How many boyfriends have you had previously? I asked, jumping to a larger question. I really was curious. None, she responded, much to my surprise. How about you? She asked, already seeming to know that it was going to be a lot. Well, I've been on a lot of dates, but I don't think I've had many girlfriends. I said, thinking about whether I would consider Tanya a girlfriend. Probably not. I began to become more comfortable as the date progressed. Edward and I had a lot in common. We enjoyed the same type of music, books, TV shows, etc. I lost the nervousness that I experienced earlier, and it didn't take long for me to get lost in his eyes or his voice. Earlier, when he had asked me about whether I would have rejected him or not, I really didn't have to think about it. It was obvious to me now. I was deeply attracted to Edward Cullen. And apparently everyone else seemed to think he was interested in me. I had spent some time thinking over what it would mean for my mission if I were to date him. I could find no negatives. It would allow me to be closer to him and give me an excuse to be in places like his house. This was what I told myself. I think my subconscious had an ulterior motive. I decided that I would allow this to proceed cautiously. I was sailing in uncharted water. I had never dated anyone before. It might take some getting used to. We finished our dinners and he took care of the bill, much to my protest. We headed out of the restaurant and I shivered as the cold air hit my arms, making goosebumps rise up. Here, he said, taking off his jacket and placing it on my shoulders. Ordinarily I would have objected. But it was a really warm jacket, and my arms were freezing. It had his scent on it and I sighed as I breathed it in. I thanked him for his jacket as he opened my side door. You are more than welcome, he said, tucking a loose hair behind my ear. I shivered, but this time I don't think it was from the cold. The drive back felt shorter than the drive there, but it might have been because that awkward presence was no longer there. The entire ride I would snuggle deeper into his jacket whenever I thought he wasn't looking, but I think I noticed him smile a few times. We pulled into his long driveway and he put the car in park. Before I could even get my seatbelt undone, he was on my side opening the door. I blushed and said, "You don't have to do that, I'm perfectly capable of opening my own door." "But I want to," he said, leading me towards the front door. "Well, can't argue with that logic. I had a lot of fun tonight, Edward, thanks," I said once we got to the front porch, neither of us wanting to go in. He nodded and smiled in response. I started to take off his jacket that still rested on my shoulders. "It's okay, you can keep it," he said with a smile, "it looks better on you anyways." I looked down at my shoes and blushed at the compliment, no matter how absurd it sounded. I looked up when I felt his fingertips on my cheek. He had the most intense look in his eyes, making me unable to look away. He slowly leaned in, almost as if he was afraid I was going to run away. And then he kissed me. His lips lightly brushed against mine, but there was still that now familiar electric shock that coursed through my body, igniting it. His lips were like silk, tracing mine. My arms were itching to wrap themselves around his neck, to deepen the kiss. He pulled away too soon for my liking. "Chances are, Alice heard us pull up and she's going to be out here any second," he said quietly, leaning his forehead against mine. I wasn't sure that I was able to speak, so I simply nodded and pulled away from his embrace, immediately missing the contact. He obviously missed it too, because he gave me a chaste kiss on the lips, then pulled away, just as the door swung open. "Okay, your time's up, Edward, come on Bella," Alice said, dragging me inside. "Your date may be done, but the night is far from being over," she said with a wicked glint in her eye. I probably would have been terrified if I didn't have the comfort of Edward's jacket and the recollection of what just happened on his front porch. If you enjoyed this alternate journey, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the alternate path for more incredible what-if stories.